J. It said this is your lucky day. It's time to put your khaki trousers on. Though it may seem very queer, we've got no jobs to give you here, so we are sending you to Vietnam. Lyndon Johnson told the nation, have no fear of escalation. I am trying everyone to please. Though it isn't really war, we're sending 50,000 more to help save Vietnam from Vietnamese. The old troop ship and sank in mud up to my hips. I cussed until the captain calmed me down. Never mind how hard it's raining, think of all the ground we're gaining. Just don't take one step outside of town. Lyndon Johnson told the nation, have no fear of escalation. I am trying everyone to please. Though it isn't really war, we're sending 50,000 more to help save Vietnam from Vietnamese.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday, a super special, super exceptional, spectacular Sunday. Not a Sunday fun day by any means, of course. Unfortunately, not a very fun day, but we're going to be getting through a lot going on in the world. But we're alive regardless, and I hope you guys are trying to live through historic events happening in the best possible way. If you are in Iran, I hope you are safe. News is not so good right now. The world is on fire. But nonetheless, we're still coming to you live. 76 degrees here in sunny California, Los Angeles. From one of the few places that Israel's Jericho 3 missile delivery systems cannot reach with nuclear warheads attached. Stolen Tongva land in California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive. And I hope everyone's having a wonderful time regardless. All right. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. It's Sunday. It's the first day of March. It's Sunday, March 1st, 2026. And I got pretty good sleep last night. I will tell you, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. Year 2 of the Trump administration has begun officially. Trump has already hit 8 countries this past year. First president to directly strike Iran. Can we not call this World War III? No, I call it World War Epstein. It's not a 3. It's just like, it's the, turn it around. It's not a 3. It's an E. World War E. World War Epstein. Anyway, had great sleep in spite of everything else because I've definitely burned through what remains of my battery. Burned through what remains of my battery, of course. And I woke up early, went to work out, got a couple lifts in. It was half day Haas yesterday, almost 11 hours. You already know what it is. Been watching Al Jazeera basically slammed to the TV like everyone's favorite Mena Unk. I've just had it on my phone and also on every television in the home. And I'm just standing up, getting as close as possible, hands clasped behind my back, and just watching the TV, keeping up with what's going on. And of course, because Iran is striking Qatar and numerous other Gulf states, the Al Jazeera coverage is nowhere near as favorable as it once would have been. Al Jazeera always has had issues with Iran regardless. But, we try to monitor the situation. We try to monitor the situation to the best of our ability, as the rest of the Arab world does, as the rest of the world does, But Half Day Hasi is back. You already know what it is. HasanAbi waiting room just rated with 98 viewers. Butts.org. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Iran just hit a U.S. base right now. Oh, no, I know. You Jew hating pigs. What the hell? So early for this, man. That's crazy. You Jew hating pigs called October 7 an act of resistance by Israel killing Hamas militants is terrorism. All those Muslim countries are scum. And if it helps take out the jihadists, so be it. Israel isn't committing jihad and is stoning their women and raping young girls. Islam needs to fall expeditiously. It's so funny whenever like someone who's super pro-Israel that's also Islamophobic describes what they think all of these other Muslim countries are doing, which are very different from one another, but they lump them all in together. And everything that they were saying directly is Israel.
Bruh.
Like literally everything you just described about like how much you hate Islam and how much you hate Muslims in general, you could just say about Israel, which is precisely the reason why everybody fucking hates Israel. At least everybody knowledgeable, everybody in proximity to Israel, everybody under the crushing oppressive thumb of Israel, and increasingly, you know, a higher number of Westerners as well. So like, you know, if those are the reasons why you hate like Islam or whatever, you should fucking really despise Israel. Now, of course, we're not stupid. We're not going to say like this is a byproduct of Judaism or something because we're not fucking Nazis, right? But nasty Islamophobia from the chatter so early on, but also very funny because it's directly like he literally just like wrote out everything that Israel has done and consistently continues to do to be like, this is why I hate Islam. Okay, man. So here's the thing. A lot is going on in the world right now. By the way, R.I.P. Ahmadinejad, who was killed. For the record. Oh my God, Murat, you are so fucking annoying. I don't know if you guys can hear him going crazy mode on his bike outside. But yeah, we're going to talk a lot about what's going on, the intelligence failures, the numerous points of failure in the Israeli-American campaign, the death and destruction that befall the Iranian population once again, what the next day plan is here, and a lot more. I'm just going to blast off. And we're going to get right into it because, dude, you are so fucking loud. You're not sorry. That's what every guy with a motorbike, loves saying, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be a fucking loud, obnoxious asshole. Loud pipe save lives. Okay. All right. Anyway. U.S. service members die for Israel and more. Get in now. We can't hear it. Leave him alone. Okay, well, it's good. I'm glad you can't hear it, but I can. He says, thank you, chat. All right, do we have a... Ladies and gentlemen, do we have a blast off meme or what? Because I'm gonna get right into it. I don't have shit going on in my life. Have you seen Professor Xiang's predictive history channels? A Canadian Chinese Yale grad educator, excellent analysis of history and politics. You should have it on ASAP. No. Yeah, AMERISRAELI bombed a hospital as well. Anyway, do we have the playlist? Gaming with Murat when? 0 days off. So scared as an Iranian. Is Tel Aviv still being bombed? Yes, Tel Aviv is still very much being bombed. We're going to talk about all of that and more. Oh, I love this one. Yeah, okay, we'll use the Epstein's Fury one. Actually, you know what? We'll use both. Playlist for later. Thank you. Interesting stuff about Ahmadinejad. I know. Just hold on. We're gonna get into it. The pedophilic petrocapitalist Epstein billionaire class is at it. Okay, is at it again. I do think that there is. Look. I will say this much. Okay, we here in the Western world, in the heart of empire, have had it quite fanciful for far too long. Okay. That's what it is. We don't get to be under the boot. We get to sometimes wear the boot, or at least lace the straps of the boot, you know. And in comparison to those who are under the boot, we are doing much better. We're doing much better than they are. Now, the reality of the matter is, however, it's not like we're still doing all that great, especially in comparison to how great we could be doing, especially if we just didn't choose to fucking blow up every goddamn country on the planet at the behest of a petrocapitalist, pedophilic billionaire class that is parasitic in nature, that simply has an unlimited appetite for murdering children, destabilizing entire countries, extracting their natural resources, and making sure that Israel remains intact as it advances its fascist Zionist project. It's unfortunate, but we are dominated by these fucking monsters. But in the process of this domination, there are instances where you know, there are countries that push back, okay? Countries that push back that might not be the best countries, especially when it comes to their domestic affairs. Iran obviously is one of these examples that we're going to be talking about today. But the reason why the American government, the AMERISRAELI government, the coalition forces of the pedophilic petro-capitalist Epstein class, the reason why they want to strike at Iran is to, you know, stop that from happening, because they dare defy the American design in the region. So sometimes, due to sheer sophisticated weaponry, due to the sheer manpower, due to the numbers, the American side wins, and in many cases, the American side does a pretty solid job of like dominating everybody else, at least for an extended period of time, until the war of atrophy makes it unsustainable, and then they back away, right? I will tell you, the way that people are covering this back and forth, this tit for tat, has been not so great. Okay? It has not been great. It's not been great at all, to say the least. There is a lot of misinformation flying around, but also there's a lot of improper assessments being made. For example, the American government itself has also leaned into this misinformation. I saw it last night. I was actually going to retweet it. I didn't. U.S. CENTCOM came out with a statement. By the way, we're blasting off. I hope everyone is getting in, and we're live. We're alive. There's a lot to go through. There's a lot to cover, and I'm going to be covering all of it and more. Where is the? Do we have the CENTCOM? Do we have the war of attrition, not atrophy? Did I say atrophy? Yes, attrition. Iranian diaspora. The Iranian diaspora are unhinged. Dude, let him be unhinged, man. What are you gonna do? They think this is good. They want to believe that this is good. No, this is not what I was looking for. This is not what I was looking for. I was looking for the CENTCOM tweet from last night. I don't know if they actually deleted it or not. Okay. This is the CENTCOM update, but that's not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is something entirely different. What I'm looking for is the early CENTCOM update that came last night, the fact check one. Wait. Nope, that's not the right fact check. That was also bullshit. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh my God, Operation Epic Fail. Okay, here it is. So last night, I saw this tweet. Okay, this tweet that came at 2 p.m. yesterday. And I thought to myself, oh no, I thought to myself,
no.
now let me explain something to you. Do you see something here? U.S. Central Command comes out of nowhere and says the Iranian regime claims to have killed 50 U.S. service members. Lie! There have been no reported U.S. casualties. And I thought, that's strange. Why the fuck? Why are they saying that? Was that even a thing? Right? Was that even a thing that people were saying? Then they said the IRGC claims the U.S. Navy ship was struck by a missile. Lie. And that's when I realized, oh my God, they actually probably did kill American service members because they definitely did strike a U.S. Navy ship. I saw it with my own two damn eyes. I saw it through the lens of a Chinese tourist in Tel Aviv freaking out in Chinese, filming it, posting it on a Chinese social media application. I saw it. We all saw it. So I was like, well, that's a fucking lie. They're literally saying no U.S. Navy ship has been struck. Nope, a supply ship had absolutely been struck. So I thought, very weird that they're saying that. And then they said the Iranian regime is claiming severe damage at multiple U.S. bases. Lie. And I thought, that's also strange. Because especially the one in Bahrain has been hit quite a bit. Like the Bahrain naval base that the United States has is basically like the ugly duckling of the pile. Iran is just fucking hammering that bitch. Literally nonstop. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what kind of smoke they have. Maybe they think like if they really rile up the Shia base in Bahrain, they can just like overthrow the government or something. Cause like they've just decided actually our fire, our smoke, we have it for Israel. We have it for America. But motherfuck the UAE and Bahrain in particular has been the attitude from the IRGC. I don't listen. They have a horizontal structure. Okay? They have a horizontal structure in their command and control in their operations. And very clearly it doesn't matter like that the Ayatollah is dead. And the Iranian military, well, not the Iranian military, sorry. Remarkable clip in here, which actually says the regime has no longer any effective command and control over the IRGC. We're going to talk about that. The IRGC is in charge. But what you also have to understand, as Arakshi correctly explains in this clip, which I saw earlier, is that, and this is what I mean when I say there's been a spectacular intelligence failure on behalf of the AMERISRAELI side, or the media has also just like kind of dropped the ball in their explanations here. While the Ayatollah has final say on all of these decisions, they have developed like multiple parallel structures here, especially with respect to the IRGC and the military incidents or the military operations that they've the military systems that they've put in place, even if there is some kind of decapitation strike. Okay. And that is clear. Like you cut the head of like one of the snakes and then 3 other heads appear. And there's also a body structure that exists that is completely intact. It doesn't matter. Like the Ayatollah gets killed. It doesn't matter. This is what I was trying to explain to you guys yesterday. It's basically like a hydra system, right? The Americans and the Israeli side made it seem as though if they just like chop down the heads of the IRGC, then they don't have a contingency plan. It'll be a state of panic. And basically like the people will rise up and the Iranian population will seize control over their own destiny. They'll rise up. They'll take over the bases. They'll hand over their ballistic missiles program to Israel, and they'll live happily ever after as servants of the petrocapitalist, pedophilic billionaire Epstein class and the empire. You know, you roll end credits, empire wins, whatever, right? But real life is not a fucking Marvel movie. These guys are a very competent fucking state. They're a very ruthless state, certainly. They're definitely a ruthless state, right? Make no mistake. But they're still a fucking competent state. These, when you look at Iran and you think like, oh, they're just like the Taliban, brother. That's what I heard in the fucking news. Like, they don't know anything. Like, they're all running around in flip-flops. Like, how dare they defy our orders? Like, we'll destroy them. You're going to get the wrong assessment. You're going to make the wrong assessment. You're going to have the wrong analysis. And you're going to be utterly confused as to why Iran has been fucking pummeling Tel Aviv and numerous other parts of Israel while simultaneously unloading a barrage of short-range missiles at every fucking American base in the goddamn region, including hotels and apartment complexes that a lot of the service members have ran into and are staying in. Because here's the other side of the story. I mean, I can't speak for Dubai. I kind of feel like the UAE strikes are just personal. Like, you can have just maybe some one rogue like IRGC team that's like, I really fucking hate Dubai, bro. I fucking want to punish them and whatnot. But like, when you see those images of like apartment complexes being struck by Shahed drones, and you're like, what the fuck are they doing? Why are they like hitting civilian infrastructure? This is not a justification for it, by the way. It's still illegal technically. But the reason why they're doing that on top of blowing up these fucking American bases is because there's around, I would say, 10 to 20% of ground troop mobilization in comparison to like the war in Iraq, right? But they're still there. There's still service members in the region. And you can't really fly them out away from, you can't really take all the armed service members from the bases that exist in this region and just fly them to Israel, because then you're putting a bigger bead and a bigger target. You're making it easier for Iran to consistently fucking pummel Israel because all the armed service members are there. Great, right? So what they ended up doing is they withdrew their forces from the base. The American government withdrew their forces from the military bases. The military bases are still like half operational, where all the radar and the sophisticated early advanced warning systems are, and they took all of the guys and put them in hotels and put them in like, you know, civilian infrastructure. Okay. But they're still there. Like, they're obviously still there. They're just like waiting out this bombing campaign so they can go back to the fucking bases. And what I find particularly interesting about that, what I think is like somewhat embarrassing about America's actions so far, is that while they brought up the fucking armada, 50% of our naval assets, tens of billions of dollars. I mean, we're talking USS Gerald Ford, the poop chute, as you might know, is $13 billion. It's a fucking moving island, right? And all of these naval assets are moving into the region, and yet the bases can't defend themselves. And one must ask the question, why? And I think it's because the American government, the Department of Defense, basically decided, we just pull out from the bases. We eat the fucking costs of whatever kind of bombing campaigns take place on the American bases, but we protect Israel. Because there's a limited amount of resources at play here, even with the United States of America, the most powerful nation on the planet, the most sophisticated military on the planet. It is very, very difficult to maintain a protective stance with Israel, especially as the Iranian ballistic missiles are more sophisticated than they previously had thought. This is an intelligence failure, right? The anti-defense systems that Israel has and the Americans have, like the THAADs that they brought into Israel with American soldiers that are operating said THAADs, for example, are also not as good at interceptions as we also previously thought. That's intelligence failure number 2. Okay? And what is going on here is Iran, the singular nation in the region, with some help from the Houthis in Yemen, right, the Ansar Allah movement in Yemen, are causing as much attrition as possible and causing as much economic damage and instability as possible to the whole region, while simultaneously continuously pummeling Tel Aviv. What's really interesting, what's really remarkable about this is that American generals actually had a much more sober analysis about this, and clearly Donald Trump was not listening to them, and that's precisely the reason why they kept fucking explaining to the media, kept leaking to the media that if we do this, it's going to be a spectacular problem, right? They wanted to wash their hands over the casualties. They were like, we did our due diligence. We told Trump, he didn't listen, because there was another guy out there who was in Trump's ear over and over again, telling him everything's going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine. We just strike Iran and it'll be good. It'll be so good. That guy was Benjamin Netanyahu. And it's very clear that the Trump administration is comprised entirely of the fucking weird philo-Semitic boomers that are, closest in his orbit, the neocons themselves, who looked at what Benjamin Netanyahu was saying and truly believed the Israeli intelligence. I think they believed that as long as you kill the Ayatollah and the IRGC and a couple other high priority targets, that the Iranian population will rise up and Iran will not be able to actually withstand this decapitation strike, and it'll be just like Hezbollah. It'll be like Hasan Nasrallah. If you recall, they pummeled Lebanon over and over again, and they took out a lot of the missile launching capabilities of Hezbollah. And in the aftermath of that, the Hezbollah fighting force didn't do anything. They couldn't do anything. They could not even recover from Hasan Nasrallah's assassination. Part of that was because Hezbollah is a paramilitary force with a party in a nation that is not a sovereign nation inside of Lebanon. Iran is a sovereign nation. Iran has the entire force of 93 million people. Why are you saying philo-Semitic? What the heck, Hasan? Like what? Philo-Semitic, as in like the other side of anti-Semitism. Still an otherization of Jews, and this notion that the idea that Israel's capabilities are beyond, the Japanese imperial forces that thought Jews were magic money people. I think that there are definitely some older boomers in the conservative movement that have this kind of assessment where they're like, yeah, you know how it is. You know how Israel is. It's the Jewish nation. They're all fucking super smart guys. Trump has done this over and over again. Mike Huckabee is a great example of this as well. Anyway, so Tel Aviv getting smacked right now. Ninth wave just went off. Lots of destruction videos are going to be pouring in. I know. So, genuine question. Why does Trump admin believe Israel's intelligence more than our own? Great question. This is not the first time Donald Trump has done this. He's kind of a fucking idiot. I'm going to be honest. He's kind of stupid. He did this with Russia too. I think he truly thinks when a hot guy comes in, when a strong man comes in that he's fond of, and I don't even think he fucks with Netanyahu that much, as opposed to Vladimir Putin, who he really wants to fuck. I think he just literally goes, nah, my generals are woke. They want to stop me from doing glory. It's truly about who gets to convince him. It's truly about who gets to convince him better. And his current cabinet appointees are not actually fucking smart people at all. They're morons. And they're sycophants. So they just kind of sit there and if Benjamin Netanyahu has the capability of greasing the fucking wheels and telling him everything he wants to hear, right? And obviously there's also a lot of money involved here as well. He's going to listen. It's very clear. He's going to listen. And it takes a while for him to like recognize the truth. It takes a while for him to go, wait a minute, you lied to me. This is not working, right? Like nation states have the capacity, unlike ever before, to single-handedly charm the dear leader at this point. It's very, very interesting. There are, however, people that can't charm him. Like Maduro was one of those guys. I don't know why he just like had extra smoke for Maduro always. But like, I think people just go in there, go into that fucking meeting and say all the right words, and he listens to them, and they glaze him, and they tell him like, you'll be a legend, you'll kill the Ayatollah, you'll save Iran, or like you'll make Iran into a beautiful opportunity for Trump. Like we'll build Trump towers everywhere in Iran. Tehran will be entirely, Trump territory. They will love you. Look at all these fucking diaspora guys that love you already. All this stuff. And I think he believes it. And then when generals come in, even like Raisin Kane comes in, who is also sycophantic in his own way, okay, and comes in and tells him, no, dude, we're not going to have enough missiles left if you do this. And he goes, that's not what my beautiful friends over at Israel told me, and I really believe them. You know how the Jews are. They got the hypnosis power. They got the magic money power. I love my Jews. I'm going to go with the Jews. And then he just fucking says, no, we're doing it. Like, I think that's if I was a fly on the wall, I think that's what I would have observed, especially considering that you will see something unprecedented. I went to sleep feeling hopeless, and I woke up with an entirely new, refreshed perspective. I think Donald Trump is going to try to find like a Pyrrhic victory here for himself. He's going to try to carve out like a success story for himself. And now it's entirely in the hands of Iran. If Iran's like, no, we're pulling a Vladimir Putin, fuck that, actually. We're going to keep pummeling. Donald Trump is cooked. Do you understand? Because, like, regime fills Isfahan's iconic central square with supporters. I don't even think this is from this year. Also, it's surprising because Arash Azizi is not even, like, fucking, what? I don't think this is from today, by the way. I think this is an old video. It's from like 2020 or something. I don't know why these guys who are not even like pro IRGC are doing like pro IRGC propaganda almost. Yeah, so for years, if not decades, neocons have tried to manufacture consent for regime change and war with Iran by painting it as a cakewalk due to the lack of support for the regime. But just as anti-regime Iranians are real, so alas, as the regime backers. Yeah, these guys are fucking being weird about the fake news. But yes, of course, there's a fucking solid base of support within Iran for the regime. People are so dumb. Yeah, the this is real. Yeah, I think this is the real one. Gigantic crowd in Isfahan, Naqsh Jahan Square to mourn Supreme Leader Khamenei. Like, people are so fucking delusional. This is what I mean. There is a serious information vacuum. There is a serious stupidity problem in this fucking country. People who are even well-read, people who want to understand the truth, still get biased reporting from mainstream outlets and think they have the full scope, the full understanding of exactly what's going on. And not only that, but then they also turn around and yell at motherfuckers like me who are like, that's not how things are. I'm going to try to explain this to you as to the best of my ability. And people go, shut the fuck up. You love the IRGC. You love the Ayatollah. Why are you not listening to the diaspora Iranians? Why are you not listening to the NPR reports that go and ask people in Tehran how excited they are about being bombed and whatnot? Like, it's very frustrating. Okay, it's very, very frustrating. They go, that's misinformation. Why? Because I don't want to hear what you have to say. And it's very stupid. I've told you time and time again that while the regime is unpopular, there is still a very popular base of support for the regime itself. Okay? That's... Shut the fuck up. Projected winner, Ayatollah Stacey Abrams. Yeah, here is Kev June, who is no fan of the IRGC whatsoever. One thing that is consistently overlooked in Western discourse about Iran is the state's base of popular support. Millions who sincerely believe in the project of the Islamic Republic. And the notion that these people will just disappear in a post-IR Iran is deeply fanciful. Ironically enough, if you ask the fucking Gulf states or if you ask any of the Sunni Muslim majority countries, this is the reason why they want to fucking bomb Iran. Okay? This is the reason why they hate Iran. Okay? At least they have a better understanding of the fervor demonstrated by the popular fucking base of support for the Ayatollah, for the Shia version of Islam, like the ways in which the governments are supposed to work, like the true Islam, right? Because this is where that sectarian division actually does come into play. While most people say we're all Muslim, who gives a shit, there is a differing attitude in this fucking region for that, for this, and also all of the other, conflicts that have taken place in both Syria and everywhere else, where on the one hand you have the fucking the Wahhabist sects, the Salafist brigades and whatnot, and you have the Shia response to that, the IRGC and Hezbollah and the like, constantly fucking fighting against one another. Don't generalize. Most Sunnis don't hate Iran. No, I'm not. I'm talking about like regional leadership. All the way from Turkey to Saudi Arabia to every other one of these, to all these other countries, right? How's your dog? Dude, there's something really funny about, America going into another fucking World War Epstein style situation. And dumbfuck saw like a tweet from one of these like pro-Israel meme accounts that can't actually fucking talk about, Tel Aviv getting destroyed by Iranian missiles. So they have to be like, oh, I bet Hassan's going to be real mad and he's going to like murder his dog in anger. And then that of course goes viral on Twitter. And then dumbfucks come in here and they're like, hey, I know there's like a possible cataclysmic event taking place right now where billions of our American tax dollars are going to be expended at the behest of Israel. American service members have already died and they're going to continue dying in the process for Israel. But I just wanted to say, like, my real interest right now is whether or not you, a content creator I don't like, for offering analysis that I don't want to hear, is potentially abusing his dog. Yes, dude. Place. Anyway, so this is another one of the problems. This is another one of the issues with the American media class not giving you the full scope, not offering, not telling you exactly what's going on. Okay? Please don't abuse your dog. Place. Is the rotisserie chicken getting groomed? No, she's at the park. It's so strange. Why don't you just explain where she is? Brother, are you fucking stupid? Every morning she goes to the park. Like, what is happening? Why do you guys genuinely think that there is some fuckery going on? It's very, very strange. I'm gonna unban you. But it's just such an odd thing. It's such an odd thing to be like, this is what I genuinely care about. Like, I'm beginning to understand that if like Anderson Cooper had a fucking live chat on CNN, this is all the chat would look like. He'd be like, all right, we're tuning in live to Isfahan Square, where there's a lot of, pro-regime protesters. And motherfuckers would be like, Anderson, how did you do your hair today? I need to know how your hair looks. I need to know what made What product do you use in your hair? Anderson, will you blow my back walls out, please? So, it's because you respond to them? Yeah, that's true. As I was saying, lock in, everybody. Lock in! So I gave you a couple different points of intelligence failure and a couple different points of like misinformation, basically, that's been running amok, that has caused people to take totally incorrect positions on this issue so far. This doesn't mean that like Iran is going to be stable and continue pummeling Israel or anything like that. You know, things could very well collapse later down the line. But having said that, for the time being, as I explained to you yesterday, whenever people were coming in and being like, well, the Ayatollah is dead, before the full confirmation came in, I kept saying over and over again, even if the Ayatollah is dead, Iran has has developed contingency plans specifically for this reason, like specifically for this exact same thing happening. So if you undermine your foreign adversary, if you feel like Iran is a foreign adversary and you undermine them, you're going to make a mistake. For Christ's sake, you're an ISIS agent. An ISIS agent. This is the other side of the story and a byproduct of people being unimaginably obtuse and incredibly dumb and not knowing anything. Iran and ISIS are not aligned with one another. ISIS and Israel are aligned with one another. ISIS and America oftentimes are aligned to the same interests against Iran, ironically enough. So my suspicion is that the Americans, led by faulty Israeli intelligence, came into this with a lot of confidence, thinking that if they did a decapitation strike where they took out like a bunch of the IRGC commanders and also the Ayatollah himself, that the Iranian state would basically collapse. And then there would be a lot of, like, they would not be able to attack. It would not be able to strike back. They would take out their missile silos and their missile launchers. And then what would come after that is a popular mobilization of the forces on the ground. And then the Iranian government would just collapse in and of itself, right? And unfortunately for them, that's not what happened. Delayed Autistic Guppy says, moreover, Iranian public approval of Israel is super low. A 2024 poll from a DC think tank showed that 64% of Iranians completely disagree on normalizing relations with Israel. 84% attribute the deaths of civilians in the 12-day war to Israel, not the regime. Even in the unreliable hyper-diaspora Gaman polls, Israel has a plurality disapproval in Iran. Yes. That's the other side of the story as well. And I think Israel knows that, for the record. I think Israel knows that, which is part of the reason why they would rather just completely fucking turn Iran into Libya rather than allow it to have like any kind of sovereignty whatsoever. But they're telling Trump the wrong shit. They're telling Trump that, oh, it's super easy. We just strike out their fucking missile launchers and we, on top of that, kill the fucking leadership. And then boom, popular mobilization, popular revolution. You look like a goddamn legend. You get to take out this 40-year leader, 40-year leadership, 40 plus years of this Ayatollah, longest running dictator in the world, that kind of thing. And it looks great. It looks like a great crowning achievement for you. But that's not what's going on right now. That's not what's going on right now at all. And yet, because we are a bunch of fucking cattle here in the heart of empire, people aren't even asking that question. People aren't even turning around and going, wait a minute. You told me if the Ayatollah is dead, then revolution time, right? And Iran can't even fucking strike back. Now you're telling me they're killing American soldiers. Yes, for Israel, Trump is the one U.S. president who finally delivered the big war on Iran that Israel pushed for decades. But there's a chance he may also be the worst possible president to manage that war and U.S.-Israel relations if it goes south. I think Sina Tusi is being a little too hopeful, because I think when it comes to Israel, Donald Trump treats them as a special bestie. So I don't know if they'll actually like eventually write Israel off. But that's what he is signaling here. Because like if this becomes so unpopular that there's like that he starts losing his own base of support, which very well could happen, then he's gonna say Israel is the reason why we did this and become the most like. The idea is that he's gonna sell Israel out in the same way that he sells anyone out that becomes a problem for him. So there were Palestinians who felt a sense of relief when Yahya Sinwar died, hoping their life would go back to normal. Didn't happen. Yeah, you're talking to like 8 Palestinians, by the way. Like, yeah, there are secular and like Fatah Palestinians living in Gaza that felt like Yahya Sinwar was ruthless in the way that he dealt with like collaborators and shit like that. But that's not like a majority approval amongst Palestinians by any metric. Let's be real. In any case, it doesn't matter, right? I get the broader point that you're trying to put together here, which is that these guys, the powerful forces, the more powerful foreign forces, these alien forces, do not give a fuck about, they do not give even an iota of a fuck about the normal existence of like people that they're dominating, whether they be the Palestinian population, whether they be the Iranian population, right? So that's the situation at hand right now. But here, let's get a little bit of let's get a moment of humor here, and then we'll get into the real juice and the sauce. But statement number 8 by IRGC: based on the continuous sound of ambulance sirens at American and Zionist bases, as well as field reports and intelligence monitoring, a psychological crisis unfolding among U.S. forces and Zionist settlers. It emphasized that sustained and targeted pressure by Iran's armed forces will further intensify conditions for them. Missile and drone operations will continue in a sustained and comprehensive manner, and further operational achievements will be announced to the Iranian people. This right here, this is, if this is like the maximum amount of damage that Iran can put down, if this is the maximum amount of damage Iran can put down, and they can sustain this for an extended period of time, it's not great for America or Israel. Okay? If they have more in the tank, and they can actually increase the intensity, oh boy, it's really fucked. It is really, really bad for America and Israel. Okay? One of the reasons why I'm saying this is because this is not like the 12-Day War at all. Okay? During the 12-Day War, it took quite a while for Iranian missiles to actually start penetrating the Iron Dome. Iran struck an area in occupied Palestinian territory earlier this morning. 6 hours ago, Iranians struck a bomb shelter. The number of deaths at the time that were confirmed had risen to 8 settlers. We think the number is even higher than that. Okay? If Israelis can no longer feel safe inside of their bomb shelters, that changes the risk profile for Israel overnight, instantaneously. Their appetite for death and destruction, like for the broader Israeli public, also comes from the fact that they have always felt protected. During the 12-Day War, you had a bunch of old people. There was some debris that fell. There were a couple people died. I believe it was like around 30 people. But for the most part, society was in a state of panic for sure, but they weren't in a state of real panic. It's the same principle with the United States of America. America is sheltered from the impact of its actions with the very with the very little exceptions like 9/11, right? Blowback in the form of 9/11 was one of the very few instances where America actually received some consequences for all of their meddling in the affairs of the Middle East. This is the same with Israel. October 7 was part of that equation for sure. And once again, with the working knowledge that America would protect them and they would have unlimited weapons and they could just like go and wreak havoc around the region, they were still very comfortable. They were still very comfortable, right? This takes away that comfort. This takes away that comfort entirely. If they keep throwing salvo upon salvo and the number of Israelis that die as a consequence of those ballistic missiles increases, all of a sudden the calculation changes dramatically because for once, Israel is the recipient of all of their death dealing. For once, they actually see penalties in the heartland. That does not happen normally. And they don't have the same appetite for war all of a sudden because now society is collapsing. Now it's unstable. This is in some ways an advantage that, Palestinians have over the Israelis because all they've known is living devoid of any sort of bomb shelter whatsoever. All they've known is death and destruction. So there is a lot more punishment that they can withstand, even if they don't want to, because there's no fucking other alternative. They've never actually seen another alternative. For Israel, they've never experienced this. Israeli society has never actually seen an endless amount of missiles coming in their direction where they're no longer safe inside of their bomb shelters. Okay? This causes the calculation to change dramatically, especially in a country with supremacist attitudes, with supremacist values. Okay? In some ways, Israeli comfort for the longest time is leading to Israeli weakness. Because they talk about how strong they are of a nation state, how proud they are, and how militant they can be, and how they can punish anyone and everyone, no matter how people respond or whatever. But the reality of the matter is, they're not used to this shit.
Oh,
look,
shit. Some motherfucking rocket! Oh my!
And yes, the same could be said about Americans as well. Absolutely. Which, by the way, ironically, this guy is an American living in Israel. 4 people were killed by an Iranian ballistic missile impact in Beit Shemesh. Magen David Adom says footage shows the moment of the impact.
Oh shit! Some motherfucking rocket! Oh my!
This just happened too. Footage posted to social media shows what could be a submunitions from an Iranian cluster bomb warhead crashing down on Israel this evening amid a ballistic missile attack. Videos show some 24 fragments streaking through the sky. Now, before we get into the condemnations in international law, this is one of the consequences of severely violating international law. When you have a sovereign nation state who you open up a new fucking theater of war with that has a fuck ton of missiles, and your opening salvo is the decapitation strike of the entire leadership structure, they're gonna fucking say, all right, well, you don't give a shit about international rule-based order or international laws whatsoever. We're not gonna give a shit about it too. That's the other side of this story. This is part of the reason why you're supposed to abide by the rules, right? You're supposed to abide by the rules of conflict. You go in, you kill a fucking bunch of, you shoot up a school in the most American and Israeli fashion, by the way. America loves its own indigenous school shootings, its own domestic school shootings, and America loves doing school shootings with their bombs overseas. Some school children are going to die, right? It's just, we have an endless appetite for murdering children. We just have to do it. Okay? But when you do that and you force people into a corner, just like the Palestinians on October 7 or leading up to October 7, they're going to say, all right, we got to fucking fight out of this corner. We got to fight our way out of this goddamn corner. And that's precisely what's happening right now. For years and years, I have said, you got to stop. You got to stop. You can't do this. These violent designs will lead to violent ends. Okay? There will be a violent conclusion. My sibling is studying overseas in one of the Israeli cities that's getting bombed to shit. And even though I wish she wasn't in Israel, I'm terrified for her. Exactly. Like, this is... And while Benjamin Netanyahu gets to fucking fly out to Berlin, potentially, I don't know if that's real or not, right? You know, your sister is stuck. And now, the bomb shelters are not working. Okay? This was seen on Nablus, bro. It's raining bombs. Yeah, they're using fragmentation warheads, cluster striking, cluster munitions. These are unpredictable. These don't actually fucking go. I mean, that could just be pieces that... Everybody, that could be debris from interception, but everybody thinks, even if it's cluster bombs, you have to understand something. Everybody fucking thinks only America and Israel get to deploy these weapons. Do you understand? Like, this is something that America and Israel has utilized. As a matter of fact, the Iranian retaliation so far has not even remotely met the standard of what Israel has done to Palestine, what Israel has done to every other country, what Israel's done to Lebanon, deploying phosphorus, right? Chemical warfare, things of that nature. So, like, I need you to understand something. The only reason why we were comfortable violating the rules of law is because we thought no one else would do it to people in the core. And now there is a fraction of that taste in the core, a taste of their own medicine. What? You break BDS? I have no sympathy? What are you talking about? Shut the fuck up, chatter. Jesus Christ, you're so moral, okay? You're so moral. You're right. What, that fucking chatter sister who's you know, working in a school should die then? Shut up. You're a fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. Reuters confirms the plane is in Germany. Israel has flown its official government aircraft to Germany. It's parked for safety at Berlin's airport, government sources said, after U.S. and Israeli strikes killed Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and plunged the region into conflict. Media citing reports from Flight Radar 24 flight tracking service said the aircraft departed Israel early on Saturday afternoon, circled over the Mediterranean before flying into Germany in the evening. The flight had been registered in advance by the Israeli government, the government source said, adding that the only crew members were on board. Israel's state aircraft Wing of Zion is a Boeing 767 that has been specially equipped for official government trips. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I think Benjamin Netanyahu is in Berlin. I think they're acting like it was just the crew that escaped in the Wing of Zion. I think he's absolutely in fucking Berlin now. Oh my God. Yesterday I was saying there's no shot he like escaped to fucking Berlin. He's in the Hitler bunker, bro. Benjamin Netanyahu's in the Hitler bunker. Oh! Ain't no fucking way. He's Führer maxing. Oh, he's in the Führer bunker. Bruh. Rip out the fucking ICC warrant right now. Slap it. Slap him with it. Take the Hitler exit now. Okay. I didn't want to believe this yesterday. I thought that was a little, that's a little bit much, but maybe he is. They did release this video of him today.
סיימתי עכשיו פגישה עם שר הביטחון, הרמטכ"ל וראש המוסד. נתתי הנחיות להמשך המערכה.
Yeah, I don't believe it. This is pre-recorded. Pre-recorded. Pre-recorded. That motherfucker's in Berlin, bro. Oh, pre-recorded. AI pre-recording. Netanyahu says Trump fulfilled his dreams in bombing Iran. Israel now has the assistance of the United States. My friend, U.S. President Donald Trump of the U.S. military. This coalition of forces allows us to do what I have yearned to do for 40 years. You know what's really fucking crazy about this? When I say this, motherfuckers go, excuse me, aren't you being a little anti-Semitic, Hasan? And then he just comes out and says it. It's so funny. Like, I say it, you say it, everybody goes, excuse me, don't you feel like this is a little bit too anti-Semitic of you to say? It's like, motherfucker, he's saying it. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to do? Not observe reality so your sensibilities remain intact? Are you fucking stupid? At some point, you got to recognize what's going on, right? It's crazy to me. It's actually crazy. There's literally people on Blue Sky that were watching American and Israeli bombs blow up school children in Iran, and they were like, you know what the worst part about this is? My fucking feelings, okay? I feel like this is creating an environment of anti-Semitism because a lot of people are cognizant of the reality, the dynamic between Benjamin Netanyahu and the current American president, Donald Trump. What the fuck do you want me to do? Lie? You want me to be like, no, actually, guys, no, Donald Trump totally is not being fucking duped by Israeli intelligence, Benjamin Netanyahu. The 700 times that Benjamin Netanyahu came to the United States of America leading up to this incident had nothing to do with what's going on right now. He just totally came to that conclusion on his own, even though his own generals were like, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. We're going to run out of fucking munitions. China is looking at this, salivating. You know, China is literally watching all of our moves here. They're developing tremendous surveillance capabilities, and they know what our defense systems look like. They literally are going to have an accurate tabulation of how little missiles we have, which, by the way, there's no indication that China's going to do anything, but just still, that's still an operational weakness, right? Later down the line. And they were trying to fucking tell Trump that, and Trump's like, no. Bibi told me I'd be a legend. Operation Fortnite Big Chungus commence. It's gonna be all right. Some Americans are gonna die, but that's a price I'm willing to pay. Like, that's what fucking happened. That's what's happening. It's happening right now. Motherfuckers would be like, bro, don't you dare say something that hurts my feelings. Okay, change your fucking attitude. That's not my problem. You know? POTUS, the Daily Mail. This is from Kaylin Collins. It's always been a 4-week process. We figured it will be 4 weeks or so. It's always been about a 4-week process or so. As strong as it is, it's a big country. It'll take 4 weeks or less. Oh, by the way, Trump seeks swift end to Iran operations. Oh shit, Iran got hands is literally what happened in the last 24 hours. They went from Iran is going to fucking collapse. Iran is going to collapse instantaneously. The Iranian people are going to rise up and like murder the fucking IRGC commanders themselves and take over the government and hand over the fucking ballistic missiles to Israel and America because they love our pedophilic cabal. They love them. They're demanding to be fucking cattle to the petro-capitalist pedophilia cabal that has destroyed every country in their fucking vicinity thus far. They're definitely going to do that for us. And then all of a sudden that doesn't happen. And they're like, whoa, what the fuck? Yo, this shit's not like Hezbollah in Lebanon at all. A country that doesn't even have anti-aircraft defenses, okay? A paramilitary formation that has its own parliamentary party in Lebanon that was trying to do their very best with the limited amount of logistical support they got from Iran is not the same as the fucking Iranian government, it turns out. They thought it was going to be like a Hasan Nasrallah situation. It turns out it's not a Hasan Nasrallah situation. Wait till markets open in 3 hours. Trump is going to jump for Iran. Your entire analysis is based on the assumption that Iran is able to sustain this level of damage while U.S. Israel continues to destroy their missile launchers and that U.S. does not escalate further. Brother, my entire analysis on this is that there is an operational failure because I'm looking at what the American government has said thus far. Do I think that America and Israel don't have the capacity to escalate things further? Are you fucking stupid? That's my expectation. And if I have that expectation, I'm certain Iran probably is aware of it too. I don't think they're going, oh, we're really fucking cooking here. I know that. Do you think that's a solution? Do you think that's smart? Do you think that actually ends up leading to America's goals being achieved? You know? Hey, Fatso, are you botting again? Your analysis sucks. Sorry, guys. Hold on. I'm gonna do the quick power hour real quick. First of all, Fatso, that's insane. Secondly, here, let me do the quick power hour for the guys who want the same thing that they hear from CNN or Fox News. Donald Trump is the greatest president of all time. Donald Trump and Israel are our masters, and we are but mere servants to Donald Trump and Israel. They're doing the very best they can. Iran is the greatest enemy of mankind. Iran is terrifying. Am Israel Chai. I love Israel. I think any moment the Iranian regime will collapse. Let's tune into our Tel Aviv expert to also say the exact same things, but with an Israeli accent. And yeah, breaking news. I've heard that Israel's the most moral nation, and also all of the little girls that were killed in the Iranian school at the beginning of the school day on a Saturday morning, which is like the Monday for Iran. They all actually were high-ranking IRGC commanders that killed 17 million Iranians and also 55 million Syrians, as a matter of fact. And they probably deserved it because they were all reading what? My sources tell me the Iranian schoolgirls aged 7 and 12 were reading Mein Kampf, as a matter of fact, at school. Is that good? Is that what you wanted? Does this analysis make the situation better for you? Can we now get back to fucking reality? Dumbass. So, where were we? Let's look at Trita Parsi and what he had to say about observations and comments from Trump and Israel's war on Iran. 1. Tehran is not looking for a ceasefire and has rejected outreach from Trump. The reason is that they believe they committed a mistake by agreeing to the ceasefire in June. It only enabled the U.S. and Israel to restock and remobilize to launch war again. If they agree to a ceasefire now, they will only be attacked again in a few months. True. For a ceasefire to be acceptable, it appears difficult for Tehran to agree to it until the cost of the U.S. has become much higher than it currently is. Otherwise, the U.S. will restart the war at a later point, the calculation reads. It took them fucking years to finally arrive at the conclusion that the only way to get these guys to stop is by engaging in military deterrence. The calculation here on the Iranian side is we can send unlimited barrages of Shahed drones because America is so worried about defending Israel that they are not defending their own fucking bases, and they're not even defending their own soldiers that are living around the bases right now, that they can just keep blowing up and cratering every single American military base in the region, while simultaneously also sending their longer-range missile systems into Tel Aviv, into the heart of Tel Aviv, over and over and over again. And if they get any, that analysis is incorrect. If they get, what do you mean this analysis is incorrect? Straw manning CNN, not close to accurate. That analysis is incorrect. I don't think it's incorrect at all. They literally said no to a ceasefire. Donald Trump, according to Ynet, tried to get a ceasefire yesterday. Why did they try to get a ceasefire yesterday? Oh, we killed the Ayatollah. Come on now. You don't want us to punish you even further, right? That's what the American side is looking at right now. Why the fuck would they want a ceasefire right now? Why would they want a ceasefire right now? They should just keep pummeling Iran, right? That's what they're going to do. They're going to do that anyway. They're going to keep fucking punishing the Iranian population even harder and harder and harder. And at a certain point, basically what will take place is the calculation on the American and Israeli side will change. The American side will change when they'll realize that, like, oh, the Iranian people are not actually rising up. They're not actually overtaking the government. So we have to punish them further with direct bombing. Because the first salvo, the opening salvo, killed a bunch of children, but it could have been much deadlier overall, right? It could have been much deadlier overall, but they didn't do that because they thought, oh, maybe we can get the Iranian population to fucking rise up. They want to talk, and I've agreed to talk, so I'll be talking to them. President Trump tells Michael Schreier they should have done it sooner. They should have given what was very practical and easy to do sooner. They waited too long. If the Iranian population thinks, which I don't think this is correct, by the way, because senior White House official President Trump said new potential leadership in Iran has indicated they want to talk, and eventually he will talk. For now, Operation Epic Fortnite Chungus continues unabated. I'm told by a source that is exactly the opposite. Trump reached out and Arakshi said no. That would confirm the reporting by Ynet. Even the fact that there's inconsistency on whether or not the Iranians want to talk or not want to talk is indicative of one of two things. Either one, that there's a complete collapse in the governance structure of Iran, and now the horizontal development of the military strategy is completely autonomous from the central governance structure, because guess what? Israel fucking did that. Good job, Israel, right? You killed all the fucking commanders, and they already had a contingency plan that was automatically set in motion. So now you got to fucking deal with that, right? Or the central governance structure is still very much intact, and they have learned from the lessons of trying to deal with Americans in a peaceful manner, but clearly it's not fucking working. Clearly it hasn't worked at all. What does this mosaic defense shit mean? Iran has activated decentralized mosaic defense, giving commanders full autonomy in decision making. What do you mean? That's what it is. It's exactly what you think it is. They have a decentralized contingency plan for continuously pummeling whatever their fucking priority targets are over and over again. If something like this, something like a decapitation strike happens, as in they plan it ahead of time. There are contingency plans for what takes place. Oh, you kill the leadership, you kill our general. We're gonna go and sit on top of these fucking missile systems and blow up. For one group, it might be blowing up Bahrain. For another group, it might be blowing up the UAE. For another group, it's actually, pummeling Israel. Again, and I keep repeating this over and over again, their entire governance structure is designed around what is taking place right now, potentially happening. Their entire governance structure, their entire economy, their entire missile production systems, everything is underground. Their missile launchers are underground. Their missile silos are underground. Why do you do that? Well, you do that because you're worried about America eventually coming in and trying to blow up your fucking country. Your entire governance structure, your operational structure is also divided amongst different groups. They're like siloed in on their own, and they can operate autonomously. Because if America and Israel come in and like fucking kill your generals and your leadership, you don't actually collapse. Now, this doesn't mean that they will be successful. Okay, this doesn't mean that they will be successful. But what I'm simply saying is, by observing reality, by looking at exactly what is unfolded in front of our eyes, in observable reality, that Ayatollah Khamenei's assassination has not yielded the results that America and Israel thought it would. Judging by Trump's past performance in terms of like quick, swift action, bombing campaigns or kidnapping a head of state, and then being in and out, and then like going to negotiate with whoever remains with a leveraged position, with a better bargaining position, Donald Trump thought, or falsely believed, that Israel was going to, that Israel was right, and that Iran was going to concede immediately. They were going to be like, "Oh my God, you killed the Ayatollah. We're so sorry. We don't want our fucking entire government to collapse. We will do anything you want. We will, reduce our ballistic missile capabilities so that we don't hurt Israel's feelings ever again." I think that's what they thought was going to happen. That's why Donald Trump came out day one and literally said, "Iranian people, now is the time to rise up." That could still happen. One incredibly scary aspect of America's design here, because it's so fucking repulsive, it's so goddamn evil, is the border. They are also striking the Iranian-Iraqi border right now. There are Kurdish militias inside of Iran and Kurdish militias outside of Iran that are directly equipped and trained by the CIA that are waiting to seize on this opportunity. Okay? They are probably going to try to send in, they're probably going to try to beef up sectarian fighting. And they're gonna utilize, because they don't have any popular mobilization on the ground, they're going to try to make popular mobilization on the ground. So do you support these Kurdish groups as well? Fuck no. What are you, crazy? No, of course not. Of course not. But be on the lookout for all of the coverage about how woke the Kurdish militias are that are trying to liberate Iran in the upcoming weeks. Okay? Once they start writing about the brave female-only brigades of the Kurds, that's when you know. How many times do the Kurds have to get fucked over by the American state after being used and abused as a destabilizing force in the fucking region for them to come to terms with the reality that it's not happening? Okay, you will not have an Israel-style Kurdistan. Okay, it's just not going to happen. Like, you gotta use the arms and training that you got from the Americans against the Americans at some point, against the Israelis at some point. It's just insane. How many fucking Fell for It Again awards do you need? It's crazy, especially after Rojava. Like, it's like, I thought at least Rojava could have the same like autonomous structure that you have in Iraq. Turns out America did not want that at all. They just did not even remotely consider that at all. And I genuinely thought, perhaps foolishly, that could have been a thing for the Kurds. They could have been like, they could have had like another autonomous region, and that they could have had, they could have been like a force of stability in the area as well. Nope. America had a totally separate design for the Kurds there. So I'm sorry, it's a little ridiculous for me to also fucking lean into the destabilization force that they will represent in Iran at the behest of America and Israel. It's just ridiculous. Bro, what the fuck are you talking? Fuck this shit country. I would never step into this shithole. What are you saying? Could you please expand my limited perspective? If the Iranian negotiators agreed unwaveringly to the demands and compromised much more than the JCPOA, why couldn't they address directly to the media so they could garner more favor against the U.S. striking first? I want a Shahed drone to strike my house right now instead of having to address the same exact fucking question for the 17 gorillionth time. The Iranian organs of government have literally gone on every single television channel they possibly can to be like, we don't want to make nukes. And it's not just the last month that they've said this. They've been saying this for like 20 fucking years. So if you as an American have not heard that from every single foreign minister, every single president you possibly could have heard this from, you have your answer. They have been saying it. No one cares. Because it's not even about the denuclearization agreement. I literally had the guy who wrote the fucking deal sitting right there, explain to my chat that under the Obama administration, when they successfully created a multilateral agreement, they brought in China, they brought in Russia, they brought in the EU, they created the International Atomic Energy Agency that is 90% predisposed with the Iranian nuclear program to make sure that they never have enriched uranium beyond the level of civilian usage, to show the world that the Iranians were willing to fucking cooperate in exchange for sanctions relief, and that this had nothing to do with nukes at all and everything to do with Israel's own design in the region. I had the guy who wrote the deal. He said it out loud, an American. How many times do the Iranians have to say it? They've said it 1,000,000 times. They've played ball. They've set forth they literally kept abiding by the JCPOA because they were like, this is a multilateral deal. Donald Trump can't single-handedly destroy this deal, right? Nope. Turns out he can. Turns out he did. And he did it for Israel. Anyway, no, brother, I'm Indian, just learning about this since 2 days. I apologize for yelling at you, chatter. Sorry. I'm sorry for yelling at you. I've just had to respond to this question so many times at this point, and I keep hearing from the Americans over and over again that like, oh, why do they just want the nukes so bad? Why do they have nukes? And it's like they don't have nukes, and they don't want to have fucking nukes, and they've literally said that they don't want to have nukes. And the enriched uranium beyond civilian usage is simply for a fucking better leverage negotiation position. That's it. They literally are enriching uranium beyond civilian usage, not because they want to fucking build a nuke tomorrow or whatever the fuck Israel claims, but so that they can get some sanctions relief. That's it. Also, they should have nukes. I think they should have nukes. If they had nukes, it would be like North Korea. Every country in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, where a separate world power could actually protect other countries under their own autonomous nuclear umbrella, you got to build nukes. That's it. You have to build nukes. It's very clear that China is not offering that same protective cover to nations in the periphery. It's just clear. China will never do the same thing that Khrushchev did. Khrushchev, for all of his fucking failures, people are like, oh, he's a revisionist, whatever. Khrushchev was a fucking lion. Okay? He was a goddamn lion. When has there ever been another nuclear superpower that's a sovereign nation that has turned around and said, oh, you want to fuck with these guys? We will nuke you. Never. He put the nukes in Cuba. My fucking lion, dude. He did. He allowed countries to develop at great cost to the USSR for all of their fucking domestic faults, for all of their domestic failures. It is objectively a fact that America and the fucking Western capitalists, when left without any kind of counterbalance, counterforce in the world, would basically design the planet in with their endless greed and their endless hunger in this dystopian existence that we live in now. In the absence of an alternative, look where we're at since the 90s at the domestic level. Neoliberalism has destroyed this fucking country and destroyed the Western liberal capitalist safe havens. Social democracy is turning into an abject lie. Austerity, endless militarism, endless conquest, the vassalization of European nations. All of that has happened in an accelerated manner in such a vulgar way that it's impossible not to notice at this point. And that happened because there is no fucking USSR. So you can sit around and say, oh, Hasan, you're fucking tanky. You're fucking tanky. You love the USSR because you're fucking tanky all day, every day. But I'm talking about this from the perspective of like a European social democrat, for example. Did you like all of the amenities that the state was offering you? Well, that's because the capitalists had to concede. Your nation's capital overlords had to concede on those social democratic provisions because they were terrified of the alternative of communism. Okay? That's it. And the same goes for endless militarism. The USSR is gone, and now all the nations of the periphery have to suffer as a consequence of that. I remember you telling this to Jank. I know. It's funny to see all of those people that have for years and years yelled at me come to the same conclusions now. It's very interesting. I mean, Ian Bremmer literally said, it turns out it's actually totally valid for North Korea to pursue a nuclear program. Ian Bremmer! He's a liberal! Look at this. Total resounding victory for the HasanAbi doctrine. Ian Bremmer, North Korea looking a lot smarter for developing nuclear weapons despite all the international opposition and pressure. 10 years ago, when I was saying this, someone like Ian Bremmer would have been like, look at this fucking psychopath. Look at this weird tanky. Look at this crazy guy. Iraq, no WMDs, toppled. Libya, gave up the WMDs, toppled. Iran, no WMDs, attacked. North Korea, chilling. What lesson does every country take from this? It's not a tough one to figure out. It's true. It's true. Israel would not be fucking with Iran right now in the ways that it is if Iran had nukes. CNN had Israel's president on. Oh my Lord, dude, come on. This is the pre-Ellison takeover at CNN. How are they going to be more pro-Israel? I keep asking myself this question. I don't know if I want to know the answer, but it is remarkable. Could it be that it's because DPRK borders China instead of nuclear capabilities being the focus? No. No. And it's not just nukes. It's also the military deterrence that they very quickly designed, not dissimilar to the way that Iran has, for the record. The DPRK is the OG of underground missile systems, underground artillery processing systems. Like they designed everything underground. Why did they do that? Because they withstood a genocide by Allied forces, okay, in the Korean War. They took that technology to the Middle East. Ironically enough, there is some interesting material on this. They went to Iran and they told the Iranians, like, this is what you got to do. You got to fucking build underground bunkers, underground missile development systems. Like, if you don't do that, America will destroy you. Okay? The tunnel operations that you hear about with Hezbollah, with Hamas, with Iran, all of that came from the DPRK. It's ironic because Ali Khamenei, in his last ever foreign trip, you want to know the two countries he went and visited? Because once he became the Ayatollah, he never left the country ever again. It was China and the DPRK. Ali Khamenei's last foreign trip, his last ever foreign visit before he went back to Iran and never left because he became the Ayatollah, was China and North Korea. Dedem bayağı milliyetçi adam ama ben 9 yaşındayken Kaddafi'yi öldürdüklerini demişti ki bir Brejnev'in kaşlarına kurban ol. Yeah, it gave us this famous photo. Look, President Ali Khamenei ate roast duck in Beijing's Quanjude restaurant during his state visit in May 1989, his last trip abroad. Why didn't they just pretend Khamenei never died and put out pre-recorded videos of him saying he's alive to not give us the victory? What do you mean, give us the victory? It doesn't matter. Israeli intelligence on that front is pretty solid. It's pretty reliable. There's no reason for them to fucking lie about this shit because, if anything, yeah, Iran's late Ayatollah Syed Ali Khamenei being given a hero's welcome during his state visit to the DPRK in 1989. Look at that. Guys, Ali Khamenei was 86 years old. Okay? He is a very important religious figure in the Shia world. Okay? He wanted to be fucking martyred. Why do you think he wasn't in a goddamn bunker, dude? Like, that's the other side of the story when CNN and all these other people are like, oh, dude, Israel has remarkable intelligence. Bitch, you killed him with his family at his home. Literally during Ramadan. 86-year-old guy during Ramadan, fasting, doing the government duties, was martyred. Are you kidding me? From his perspective, from the perspective of like the Iranian population, from the perspective of the Shia population, that is the holiest martyrdom that he could have gotten. He's an 86-year-old guy. He could have died to a fucking sneeze. Are you kidding me? What utility did he have further staying as the Ayatollah to see 87, to see 88? It doesn't fucking matter. That's why it's also hilarious when these guys are like, bro, you don't understand. Think about how incredible this fucking Israeli intelligence must be like. The motherfucker was at his home tending to his, flower garden or whatever. Are you kidding me? Very clearly, he wanted to go out. This is the best possible way for him to go out from the perspective of the Shia population, especially. That's it. Yeah, Israel is hyped. They killed an elderly man and like 100 12-year-old girls at school. Look at that. Another hit in Tel Aviv. Let's see. God, it's so fucking annoying the way they show these strikes. Genuinely, what do you expect minorities like Kurds to do when they're oppressed and treated like shit by the majority? Turkish, Arab, Persian supremacy push minorities towards treacherous allies like the U.S. Brother, we're not doing standpoint epistemology here to justify American intervention and American imperialism. There are plenty of Kurdish revolutionary groups that have existed that America fucking gutted in places like Turkey, ironically enough, by collaborating and developing entire fucking terrorist groups like the ultra-nationalists that are a part of the fucking governing coalition alongside Erdogan right now, okay? It's crazy because the Kurdish revolutionary tradition was communist, anti-imperialist. imperialism internally by the Turkish government, but imperialism abroad as well. And now what it's turned into is a fucking band of militants that America just deploys into other whichever region they fucking see fit. Jesus Christ. At a certain point, when you see all of the fucking developmentary, like the developmentary projects for the Kurdish nation state fall by the wayside, at like the 700th time this happens, you literally have to fucking go, all right, maybe we shouldn't play ball. Anyway, we'll talk about Israel trying to fucking destroy Article 5 as well. But here, let's just get started here with a funny meme while I go pee.
Please. Last year we bombed Iran in a really cool operation called Operation Midnight Hammer. It was awesome and 100% successful. But please, just let me say this, please. We had zero intentions of conducting a regime change war, like Afghanistan or Iraq. We know those don't work. We know that doesn't work, right? But it turns out our 100% successful mission wasn't 100% successful. Iran is still trying to make WMDs. But, look, begging you, please, trust us one more time. What about? I know what you're thinking. Regime change wars, they don't work. Yet, the question we're asking is, what if we do Iraq, but good this time? Hear me out. Well, Israel wants this, of course, but this is about us protecting you, the American people, right? You want that. And yes, some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice. Put the Shrek line in here, guys. Come on, I'm being serious. My fellow Americans, I'm just asking you, for old time's sake, just one more war in the Middle East. No. Oh, okay. We started already.
Isn't Congress supposed to approve?
I don't know. I was just asking you to be nice.
Then why are you crying?
A very good friend of mine recently passed away. Took his own life in prison. Just thinking about him a lot today.
This hour with Fox News alert on Americans in the battlefield. U.S. Central Command confirms that 3 American service members have died in action.
Oh my God. Oh my God. How could this have happened? How could this have happened? What? Oh my God. This is like America and Israel feel untouchable, feel invincible. The Israeli population also feels invincible. The American military also feels invincible. This is what happens when that invincibility attitude meets reality. You, as an American citizen, should not allow these fucking monsters to get away with this, okay? American sons and daughters were killed for Israel. That's it. American sons and daughters were killed for Israel in a multi-billion-dollar operation that is, if successful, going to be insanely destabilizing. So even in the best case scenario, it's not good for the region. It's not good for anybody, really. Okay? All of those people that said, if we vote for Kamala Harris, we're going to die for Israel. Where are they at now? Where the fuck are they at now? You're now dying for Israel. Every one of those fucking carriers, whenever they move into the vicinity of Iran, I'm thinking that's like 8 healthcares, okay? That's 8 healthcares right there. That's 55 schools. That's what I read it as. Every dollar spent on bombs overseas, whether it be at the behest of the petro-capitalist pedophilic cabal, whether it be at the behest of ultra-Zionists, every single dollar spent in that direction is a dollar taken away from you. A dollar taken away from your roads, fixing the potholes, fixing your infrastructure so that anytime there's like windy conditions, you don't have fucking unlimited wildfires. Every dollar spent there is a dollar that could have been spent on high-speed rail. Every dollar spent there could have built a house, given Americans better education, given Americans better health care. At some point, we have to recognize that foreign policy, which is uniparty, unfortunately, is very directly involved with shitty domestic policy. It's not something you can separate. For far too long, the average American has assumed that this is totally separate things, right? Totally separate things. It happens over there. We send our sons and daughters over there. They're protecting us. They're killing pedophilic warlords, or they're killing goat herders that had nothing to do with anything, so that those goat herders never come and like endanger our First Amendment or something, right? Trump didn't bother spending a year propagandizing us for war because he doesn't have to. The U.S. system is deeply autocratic. We have a fake opposition party, circumscribed elections, and a foreign policy / imperial apparatus completely removed from democracy. Yeah. It's true. It's true. My assessment on that take was also similar to Mark Ames, where I said, where is it? This person, Lily Lynch, says, I keep seeing comments like they didn't even bother doing a propaganda campaign this time. Do they need to? The American people are completely pacified. Where are the mass anti-war protests like we had in Vietnam and Iraq? Nowhere. I said, I think war is changing the proxy battles with poverty draft, equipped with far better resources and a pliant media that keeps the masses sedated at levels only experienced by cattle and Hokkaido Wagyu farms. And that's not the whole story either, obviously. But the draft, like the actual draft, made this a universal reality for the working class. Okay? It made it a universal reality. Every American was fearful that their sons might go to war. They didn't want that. But for the past 30 years, 40 years, like in the post-Vietnam era, there was no need for a full-blown draft. Now, that might change in the future, but there wasn't a need for it, especially after 9/11, when there was a lot of fervor. A lot of people joined the armed forces, and they went out to battle looking for revenge. But there is a reason why there is this passivity that you experience from your fellow Americans, because the media environment has been designed for them to never connect the dots. The media environment that we have right now makes them think, oh, it's just happening over there. Who knows? I got to go to work. They don't realize that all of the necro-capitalist state that they experience here in the United States of America, all of the amenities, all the state functions getting destroyed are directly tied to where our resources are going. And our resources are always going to permanent warfare. 800 military bases and the operation and the upkeep. That's where it's going. That's why your fucking potholes are never going to be fixed. And people do not tie that together. That's a major problem. That's a major issue in American media. That's a major issue in American organizing. That's a major issue in the fake the fake opposition party, the controlled opposition party, and the Democratic Party. That's the reason why post 9/11, post global war on terror, you don't even hear from Democrats usually you don't see Democrats universally oppose war. As a matter of fact, Kamala Harris literally said, I'm going to have the most lethal military of all time, right? Well, to be fair, we got a few less bases now after yesterday. Anyway. Also, mass protests don't mean anything if there's no labor power backing it. That's the other side of the story. And sometimes even mass protests and labor power alone can't stop America's imperial endeavors anyway. That is the issue here too. The Iron Dome failed again. Multiple interceptors. Wait, what? Multiple interceptors failed to take out a missile. Okay. Reports of Iranian ballistic missile impact in Jerusalem. Several Iranian missiles just hit Jerusalem. The Iron Dome can't stop ballistic missiles anyway. This is a failure of the Arrow systems, and it's a failure of the THAADs if they have THAADs there anyway. That's what it is. This just happened. We just saw that. What I'm confused by is why Israel is not even trying to hide the impact sites now. That's what's interesting, because they did a fairly decent job of making this illegal and stopping the distribution of like impact sites and shit like that. I guess maybe their posture, their propaganda posture has changed to "we are small being Israel" now, instead of "we are lion." We are lion Israel to "we are small being Israel." We are the victim once again. Not realizing that the rest of the world does not actually see Israel as a victim at all. Even in the Western world, there is not a lot of people who see Israel as a victim, because why should they? Who the fuck would look at the situation and go, "Oh, wow, I can't believe this is happening. It must be anti-Semitism." Bitch, you fucking struck Iran yesterday. You started this. You begged America to do this alongside you. Don't underestimate this. I'm not. But I just don't think that there is any fucking sympathy to be had here. Look. Israeli camera work? Yeah. It's fucking crazy, man. It's crazy to see this happening and unfolding. And by the way, predictably, some of the establishment Democrats are literally running propaganda for the admin. This man, this bald piece of shit, was literally going to have his ranks stripped by the admin. And now he's on NBC News, Meet the Press, and this is what he has to say.
If there is a war powers vote, Senator, will you be a yes?
Well, I'm going to have to take a close look at it. I want to hear from the White House what their strategy is going forward. I would say at this point it's rather unlikely that it would be. You know, they went into this without any discussion with us ahead of time.
The administration tried to strip him of his rank and investigate him for sedition, and he's prepared to carry water for them. Yeah, let me trust this White House, dude. Let me trust this fucking White House. Here, there's more. The elimination of the Ayatollah. Is it a good thing for America? Here's Democratic Senator Chris Coons. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
Of the Ayatollah. Is that a good thing for America?
Absolutely, Dana. Look, Ayatollah Khamenei was the longest serving and among the most brutal dictators in the world. He had the blood of many Americans on his hands.
What are you saying? What the fuck is happening, man? it's just like even from a pure partisan perspective, like even from a pure partisan perspective, you could just literally dagger the Trump administration right now at its moment of weakness, and you choose to extend them a helping hand. What are you fucking saying? Oh, well, you know, this is a bloody war, but honestly, it's worth it because we fucking killed an 86-year-old man. You're so fucking stupid. And it's not for a real audience. Like, you need to understand something. You need to understand something, okay? You need to understand something. They know that the audience is not eating this up, and they're still doing it. They know that this is not for a popular base. Like, who in America right now is like, oh, please contextualize why billions of dollars of naval assets are there protecting Israel and striking Iran right now? I really want to hear it. I really want to hear why this had to be done. No one is asking for this. You understand? Everyone is like, dude, what the fuck? We just got our soldiers killed for Israel, and you have Democrats in the supposed quote-unquote opposition party running around knowing full well that there is no popular support for this, trying to manufacture propaganda for an administration that they're supposed to be in opposition to that is not even trying to manufacture said propaganda anyway. It's fucking insane.
From the attack on Khobar Towers in Saudi to the attack on the Marine barracks in Beirut to the killing of many American service members in Iraq, the Iranian regime has been the greatest exporter of terror in the region, and I will not grieve for one moment the passing of the supreme leader of Iran. And frankly, the success in taking out many of the leaders of the IRGC.
That's incredible, dude. Incredible. You are never getting healthcare, by the way. I just want you to know. I want you to know you are never getting healthcare, okay? We are never getting healthcare. We're not going to make it. We're not going to make it. Like, think about this. When you hear the Democrats come out on mainstream news, on liberal outlets, and say, this is fucking good, actually, understand that they know that amongst Democrats, this is at a minus 66% approval, okay? They know doing a regime change in Iran for Israel war is polling at 45% overall opposition, minus 66 D, and they're still trying to defend manufacturer. Were any troops killed in the operation that took out bin Laden? No. Yeah, we're at this situation where the public isn't going to approve of Trump's various regime change efforts because Trump himself spent the last decade convincing Americans that America First isolationism is the best foreign policy. Reuters, only 1 in 4 Americans approved the U.S. strikes that killed Iran's leader on Saturday, while about half, including 1 in 4 Republicans, believe President Donald Trump is too willing to use military force, according to Reuters Ipsos poll that was concluded on Sunday. Some 27% of respondents said they approved of the strikes, while 43% disapproved and 29% were not so sure. They're trying to get that 29% to be a part of the approval side. That's what the Democrats are doing right now. I just want you to understand that is precisely what's happening right now. Make no fucking mistake. They are literally defending the administration. The Democrats that are going on television right now and saying, it was awesome, the Ayatollah is a bad guy, I'm so glad we killed this 86-year-old dude. They are doing this knowing full well that it's unpopular, knowing full well that it's unpopular in their own base. They are trying to get their own base to agree with Donald Trump. Okay? That's where we're at. That's where we're at. They are opposition forces. They are not a part of this movement. Okay? They should be treated as oppositional figures. In opposition to the working class needs. That is precisely what they're doing. Unfucking believable, dude. Unfucking believable. Look at my opposition party, dog. They know doing a regime change in Iran for Israel is polling at 45% overall opposition, minus 66D, and they're still trying to manufacture consent when Trump doesn't even care to. This is one of the moments of honesty, right? This is one of the moments of honesty. When Nancy Pelosi comes out and says, we want a strong Republican Party, this is what the fuck she's talking about, okay? This is precisely the reason why. Yeah, John Bolton is sounding the alarm on Trump's Iran gamble because he's an MEK truther, that's why. But that's neither here nor there. That's like utterly irrelevant. But look at these fucking numbers! Look at these numbers! You look at these numbers and you think that the media is speaking to no one. Who is the media talking to? Why is it that it's like Democratic figures that don't oppose regime change war in Iran coming out and defending Donald Trump's actions? Why is it every fucking Republican that wants to bomb Iran that's getting a shit ton of airtime in mainstream airwaves right now? It is because they are trying to actively change the dynamic here. They see these numbers and they're fucking terrified of it because they hate you. Okay? They hate you. They hate democracy. They want you to come to terms with this. They want you to agree with these incidents, with these actions. Here it is. A reminder that the Israeli Defense Ministry and military headquarters is based in the heart of Tel Aviv near residential buildings and shopping malls. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what the Israeli president is saying on fucking CNN.
President Herzog, at least
talking to Dana Fash.
148 people were apparently killed in a strike on a girls' school in Iran. That's according to local officials. CNN has not independently verified those numbers. Do you know what happened there?
No, we don't know. And we are trying to verify it, and we don't have any facts to that effect. And we don't shy away from checking anything, but we also have to understand that part of the strategy of this jihadist movement is to base its infrastructure of terror, let's say missiles, long-range missiles,
infrastructure of terror
surroundings. So I don't know, and believe me, I care for every citizen who lost his or her life. But what we have to do right now is offer a better future for millions and millions of Iranians and hundreds of millions of people all over the Middle East. Because so long as Iran pursues its plan, which is against America, against Israel, against anything that does not accommodate their fanatic ideological belief, which means moderate Muslims, Jews, and Christians, they will never rest. And that is why we have to change this course, and that's why we have to change the equation and move forward by, undermining their capabilities of creating havoc throughout the region.
It's crazy. They're like, oh, they put the little schoolgirl next to military installations, so we had to kill those little schoolgirls. Great. Yeah. All of the military installations are in the heart of Tel Aviv. So, hey, you set the standard. Now live in the world that you designed, for the record. Also, here's some more moments of confidence from our big, beautiful overlord. Trump addressed the first U.S. casualties as a part of the Iran attacks. They're great people, he told Nikki Schwab. And, We expect that to happen, unfortunately. Could happen continuous. It could happen again. I mean, this is, like, even from a pure partisan perspective, this is propaganda that's writing itself. All Democrats have to do is, like, look at this guy. He wants you to fucking die for Israel. What the fuck's wrong with you? So why are they not saying it? Why are they not saying it? Because they also want you to die for Israel. Any Democrat that doesn't take advantage of the fucking unimaginably unpopular initiatives by Donald Trump right now at this very moment should be seen as also a servant of the same interests, okay? That's it. You're going to die for Israel. You're going to fucking like it. Even fucking Bulwark is like Bulwark comprised entirely of fucking neocons. First major poll, the Iran strikes show that they're not popular. That's slightly worse than the strikes in June, where the split was 36-45. GOP support went from 69% in June to 55% today. Oh, yes! More! And the Democrats and the fucking phony ass controlled opposition Democrats are literally looking at these numbers and still going, how do we defend? How do we defend Donald Trump? How do we defend Israel? How do we defend it? Any Democrat that comes out and doesn't stand firmly against this completely illegal expensive initiative Trump is conducting for Israel should be permanently treated as a part of the controlled opposition. They all know this is deeply unpopular, and they're actively defending Trump. If they run cover for Trump, it should be an admission of being compromised by the Epstein class. I mean, it is. Okay? They wanted this for years. They wanted this for fucking years. How did you ever do essays in college 10 words per minute? Shut up. Even the former neocon outlet Bulwark, the rhinos, the Never Trump Republicans, are coming out and launching a better fucking opposition to what the Trump administration is doing than the motherfucking big D Democrats are, like establishment Democrats are. Whose freedom is he talking about here? Tim Miller responds to Ambassador Mike Walls. Because if the purpose of the mission is Iranian freedom, then it's going to take a lot more sacrifice. If he's trying to imply American freedom was on the line here, that's just ridiculous. Only 21% of Americans supported the United States initiating an attack on Iran, and polling conducted in advance of the strikes that Trump ordered this weekend. Even most Republicans were opposed or not sure, with just 40% in favor. What Americans think doesn't matter. I don't say this to absolve us of responsibility. It is simply true as a matter of empirical reality. Regarding polling that on matters of militarism and genocide, Washington Tel Aviv's war machine is further and further away from U.S. public opinion. This is why Congress has a diminished role. It's not some obscure constitutional quirk or failing. It's because the people in charge of both parties realize their sprawling death economy has little organic appeal, and they increasingly don't need to worry about popular unrest. Europe has a unique opportunity here, by the way, even more so than we do, because Europe still has some semblance of institutional pushback. Europe still has a population that feels like they're, not servants of America and Israel. And they've had tremendous action against their own governments, mobilizing in the direction of Israel during Israel's genocide. But Europe also has work stoppage capabilities, okay? The reason why I'm saying this right now is because European leadership is going to immediately take action in the direction of Israel to defend Israel and the United States of America. They've already signaled that they're in support. France, Germany, and the UK have issued a statement condemning Iran's disproportionate response. I want to know what they think is proportionate response when invaders assassinate your head of a state and civilian leaders in an explicit campaign to destroy your government. France is deploying its carrier to the Mediterranean and says they will support Iran's... Wait, what? Oh, they will support Iran strikes. I thought you said France was going to defend Iran. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. Breaking. France's aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle is deploying to the Eastern Mediterranean due to the current Middle Eastern conflict, according to the BFM TV report. I'm going to be honest, guys. It's out of my hands at this point. No matter how much I talk about like how this isn't like Jewish control or whatever, you will never, ever be able to convince the masses that Israel isn't this unique, special pearl that must be protected at all costs. And the easiest way for the masses to understand that is going to be through anti-Semitism. Like, that's it. That's it. No matter how much I try to fucking describe that this is like imperialism, this is superseding even the most like vulgar materialist analysis. Okay? That's it. How do you describe this to people? How do you explain to people that like Israel isn't this like very special, unique nation state that like every other fucking country is always going to drop everything to defend at all costs, no matter how violent they get? After 2.5 years of a fucking genocide, after 80 years of an apartheid that people are now coming to terms with, people are now acknowledging, you got European vassal states only months after Donald Trump literally said he's going to take over a NATO nation's territory, are turning around and going, we are willing servants of both you and Israel, sir. We will defend Israel unconditionally, sir. Make no mistake. France is exceptional here because France has actually stood in opposition to NATO in the past. Charles de Gaulle, that aircraft carrier named after Charles de Gaulle pulled out. France has its own nukes.
For the past 36 hours, the United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest, most
Epic Fortnite Big Chungus,
most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it. We have hit hundreds of targets in Iran, including Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now was
this ugly son of a bitch even took the hat off to take it a little bit more seriously. What happened, bitch? What fucking happened?
Announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building, all in a matter of literally
Epstein's
minutes.
fury.
Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands of Americans on his hands. And
ooh, yeah, this came in finally. I was wondering when this was going to come in. The IDF. Yep. I was shocked by why Israel was allowing footage of successful Iranian strikes on Tel Aviv and in Jerusalem to be mass released. They even had Israeli journalists. They even had Israeli journalists on scene covering it in English because they thought, I think, that they could garner sympathy. Now they realize nobody is fucking sympathizing with them. So they're like, oh shit, we probably should not show how devastating the Iranian strikes are. IDF spokesperson finally reiterates and emphasizes not to publish or share locations or documentation of impacts. The enemy monitors these documentations in order to improve its strike capabilities.
Was responsible for the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many countries. Last night, all over Iran, the voices of the Iranian people could be heard cheering and celebrating in the streets when his death was announced. The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands. Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have very strong objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there. Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more.
That's crazy. He's literally saying, "You're fucking cannon fodder." Oh my God, there has to be a military mutiny at some point, right? Like, people have to be like, what the fuck are we doing? That's crazy.
Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case. But America will avenge their deaths and deliver the most punishing blow to the terrorists who have waged war against basically civilization. They have waged war against civilization itself. Our resolve, and likewise that of Israel, has never been stronger. America is now, again, the richest, most powerful nation in the world by far. But the only reason we enjoy the quality of life that we do and the freedom and security is we have done things that others are unable to do. But it's because of warriors who are willing to lay down their lives to do battle with our enemies. And they do battle better than anybody. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American. We cannot allow a nation that raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons that would allow them to extort the world to their evil will. Not going to let it happen. We're not happening to us, and we're not going to let it happen to others. The United States has the strongest military the world has ever seen. I rebuilt our military in my first term. There's never been a military like we possess. And frankly, there's nobody even close, but we are now using that military for good. We want to have it for good purpose. We're undertaking this massive operation not merely to ensure security for our own time and place, but for our children and their children, just as our ancestors have done for us many, many years ago. This is the duty and the burden of a free people. These actions are right, and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America," or "Death to Israel," or both. They are the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats will not continue any longer. I once again urge...
Send Barrett! Strap him to a fucking JDAM! Send Lindsey Graham! Send his fucking children! How about that? The masses demand it. Baron Targaryen will be leading the vanguard. How about that?
The Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom.
This is, dude, here is the tactical misstep that America always engages in. And it might still come to fruition. I don't know how fucking hogged out the Iranian population is. Okay? But even amongst the people who hate the Ayatollah in Iran, they still fucking hate Israel. Okay? Like, this is not a situation where the guys are like, oh, dude, I hate the Ayatollah. The Ayatollah killed my family. The Ayatollah imprisoned my best friends for like making totally reasonable demands, all this shit. Okay, now bombs are flying overhead at the behest of Israel. Like, what do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to fucking happen? What about the monarchists? There isn't a robust monarchist movement inside of Iran. And even the monarchist movement inside of Iran thinks that maybe Reza Pahlavi comes back and then they have a secular liberal democracy. But they don't fuck with Israel regardless. My friend interacted with an Iranian woman in Beijing and she told him the Americans are bad. I agree with your analysis here 100%. I know that there are plenty of Iranians in Iran that don't like the Ayatollah. They don't like the Islamic Republic. Okay? I know. But they're also not fucking stupid. Okay? Like, their anger and hatred towards the Ayatollah stems from the fact that the Ayatollahs imprisoned their friends. The Islamic Republic has thrown them in prison, killed them, sometimes tortured them, right? Tortured their relatives. Okay. Now you have a more swift execution in the hands of the AMERISRAELI imperialists. Who would look at that situation and go, this is great, actually. I love dying. Actually, they did have someone on NPR earlier this morning who straight up said, if I die to American bombs, it's worth it. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to commit to as long as, the Ayatollah no longer remains. And to me, that is so poetically Shia. Okay, you can be the most secular Iranian, but you cannot get the Shia mentality out of the Iranian soul. Okay, you are Shia down to the fucking soul if you say some shit like that. Straight up. Like, you're like, oh, I'm a secular liberal. I want a democracy, and also I'm perfectly willing to sacrifice myself for no fucking reason. That right there is the most, no disrespect, I'm not being sectarian at all, but that right there is the most, like, spiritually Shia thing you can say.
To seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise. The rest will be up to you, but we'll be there to help. Thank you. God bless you to our incredible warriors, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Oh, what a time to be alive, folks. Do you think Iran would relent in its attacks if the USA Israel wanted a ceasefire for the Jewish holidays, or is it now too far gone? They have no trust in the USA word. For the Jewish holidays, brother, or sister, there is a very important Muslim holiday taking place, and Israel famously loves bombing Muslims during Ramadan, which is currently what's going on right now. It's Ramadan. I don't think oh my God, Kid Starver came out too for the Kid Diddler squad. Let's take a look at what he had to say. Oh, exceptional work. Top class, my good sir. Tell us what you will do, Kid Starver. Show us the way, chap. We are in unprecedented times and we will go to war to defend Israel's sake.
In the Gulf, and explained that the United Kingdom was not involved in the strikes on Iran.
Cap.
That remains the case. Over the last 2 days, Iran has launched sustained attacks across the region at countries who did not attack them. They've hit airports and hotels where British citizens are staying. This is clearly a dangerous situation. We have at least 200,000 British citizens in the region, residents, families on holiday, and those in transit. I ask all our people in the region to please register your presence and follow Foreign Office travel advice. I know this is a deeply worrying time, and we will continue to do all we can to support you. Our armed forces, who are located across the region, are
pathetic, pathetic, maximum cucked, maximum cucked. America's cucked by Israel because the American administration is like directly letting Israel do whatever the fuck it wants. And you're cucked by America that is cucked by Israel. You're double cucked. You're not even sitting in the cuck chair in the room. You're sitting in the cuck chair in the room next over, listening in from the wall about America's back walls getting fucking blown out. That's the situation. Have some decency, my good sir. Oh my fucking Lord, dude. You're getting cucked by proxy.
Are also being put at risk by Iran's actions. Yesterday, Iran hit a military base in Bahrain, narrowly missing British personnel. The death of the supreme leader will not stop Iran from launching these strikes. Their approach is becoming even more reckless.
Wait, but I thought, wait, hold up. The death of the Iranian leader hasn't stopped them. Wait, I thought it was over, right? I thought you killed the 86-year-old guy, and all of a sudden it's like, boom, magically, bad guy dead, right? Mission successful, mission accomplished. We throw out the banners. Did no one tell the IRGC that their leader is dead and they have to put their arms down now? Isn't that how that goes? I thought this severe escalation, this severe violation of all of the rules of warfare was for ultimately a good purpose, right? I thought America going in alongside Israel and executing a head of a sovereign nation was going to lead to prosperity. I'm so confused. What's going on? What's going on? I thought it was going to be fine. And now Donald Trump is coming out and saying some of you are going to die for Israel and you're going to have to like it. I don't get it. I don't understand. Kind of feels like none of these leaders actually have our interests in mind at all and simply have the interests of one nation state in mind. And it's very strange to me.
And more dangerous to civilians. Our decision that the UK would not be involved with the strikes.
Yeah, all the NatSec guys are basically doing this. Guy who's been a NatSec analyst for 50 years. Well, Wolf, I would say that now we've captured Iran's king and we have checkmated Tehran. And it's actually cheating for them to keep playing. Straight up. They just keep every NatSec guy is basically saying that over and over again on television. Every Democrat's like, I hate Donald Trump, but honestly, he did the world a service by assassinating the Ayatollah. It was so sick. The Ayatollah is ruthless. He's brutal. We love delivering democracy. Motherfucker, Trump is not even saying that. Like, Donald Trump is literally 3 minutes away from just coming out and being like, I love Israel. I love Israel is the only country I care about. There's no other country in the world that I care about other than Israel. And honestly, if you don't love Israel as much as I do, then you're a bad guy. You're an anti-Semite. You need to get in the coffin now. You need to die to a Shahed drone strike for Israel. And Democrats are still running around talking like there's some other alternative purpose here, that it's actually a good thing that this happened. The fuck are we doing? Do the parents of dead soldiers get a free Israeli citizenship as a treat? Fuck no. Fuck no. Also, who would want that right now? I mean, look at what's going on in Israel. Footage of an Israeli Air Force airstrike targeting an Iranian hostage installation in northern Tehran just a little while ago. Hitting hostage installations from the get-go, including the Israeli strike demolishing hostage headquarters, would seem aimed at fostering conditions for mass unrest, which is not necessarily the Venezuela-style transition some reports say Trump desires. Yeah. I don't know if this is like real footage or not, but it's very clear that they are not invested in regime change in Iran even. They want Libya. I need you to understand, they want Libya. But for Libya to take root inside of Iran, they need to mobilize on-the-ground resources. In Libya, they had Salafist brigades, okay? ISIS-style groups in Libya that were able to seize control or able to just like cause chaos on the ground. You know, murder civilians, murder members of the state, murder security forces. They don't have that in Iran right now. Part of the reason why they don't have that in Iran is because the IRGC, led by the Ayatollah, has been pretty fucking repressive and have jailed virtually anyone that has ever even thought about taking up arms against the state. This is not to say that it was the right thing to do, mind you, but in this very moment, they don't have popular mobilization. They have a lot of distrust in the government amongst the Iranian population, but they don't have the necessary resources for popular mobilization to cause chaos on the ground. That might change. Okay, that might change. But even in order to successfully facilitate a Libya-style situation in Iran, which again has much stronger institutions and a much stronger military and a much stronger contingency plan that was designed specifically around exactly what's happening right now happening to them, okay? That it is very clear, it is very clear that their goal here is to functionally destroy all matter of the state apparatus and try to balkanize it to the best of their ability. But in the absence of popular forces, they have to send in popular forces into Iran. And that's probably going to be a mobilization of the Kurdish militias coming in from Iraq. That's what they're trying to do.
In a social media post Sunday, President Trump wrote this, quote, "Hopefully the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves." Is hope the plan for the future of Iran?
No.
No, the future of Iran is going to be determined by the Iranian people. The new Iran, whatever it is, whether it's a cleric or
what is this? Iran already purged the spies during the protests. I don't understand how they think they can revolt still happen, especially during Ramadan. You have 20% of the population with fervor and revenge against the West. No, it's way more than that. No, the Iranian population despises Israel and America. The idea that they're like super, there is like a genuine popular support among the Iranian population is a lie, okay? I don't know why people can't comprehend this. Iranians that fucking despise the IRGC also don't like the West. And I think these guys know that. I think some, at least, in the administration that are working directly as servants of Israel, like Lindsey Graham, understand that reality, which is why they just want to fucking destroy the country to the best of their ability, kill as many people as possible. Source, there have been numerous polls that have been conducted on Iranian approval and disapproval on Israel and the United States of America, not internally conducted by the Iranian government, mind you, before you fucking, before you make such an accusation, conducted by Western pollsters, okay? Conducted by the West. You're wrong, Hasan. Us Iranians love Israel and the U.S. Yeah, sure, Lion's legacy. Is the LA Iranians who keep pushing it, you know who? No, even amongst the diaspora Iranian population, by literal, even amongst the diaspora, the majority still don't approve of America and Israel, for the record. You just only hear, and obviously the percentages are much higher for support for U.S. and Israel in the diaspora population, but even amongst the diaspora, it's like almost 50-50 and the majority don't approve of Israel. We covered this earlier. Yeah, Iran poll, Chicago Council asked 2,007 Iranians what Iran should do if the U.S. attacks, and the majority said respond militarily. 30% said go to the UN. No majority for welcoming it. 86% of Iranians view the U.S. negatively, according to Iran poll 2019. And a NIAC YouGov poll in 2025 shows 53% of Iranian Americans don't even want foreign intervention. The problem is, people only hear from fucking Patrick Bet-David and that kooky lady that goes on CNN to be like, oh, I was crying thinking about the beautiful strikes. That fucking the Rabbi Shmuley for the pro-interventionist movement in the diaspora. She is literally the female version of Rabbi Shmuley, by the way, for Iran. Just an incredibly unlikable person. People do not understand that. Like, there are plenty of people in everyone in the diaspora hates the Iranian government. Plenty of people in Iran don't like the Iranian government or hate the Iranian government. But you know what they fucking hate more than the Iranian government? America and Israel. Oh, yeah, this is what I was talking about.
Reading that my people being killed by Ali Khamenei, but this is the first morning in my life that I get the good news and I want to run. I want to run. I want to run. I want to run. I want to just run. I want to just run and shout and shout and shout out of joy, out of joy, out of joy, out of joy.
Ali Khamenei is dead! Free Iran! Free Iran! Dictator Ali Khamenei is dead! Thank you. Dictator of my country is gone. Oh my God, I love America. Thank you. Ali Khamenei is dead! Ali Khamenei is dead! I love Iran. I love America. I want to tell everyone. Yes. Oh my God, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, America. I need to tell everyone.
Amazing. Hell yeah.
Oh my God.
Amazing. That's just Israel, man. That is so spiritually Israel. I'm sorry. That literally, there's something so severely broken with the pro-interventionist movement where they're so spiritually Israeli. Oh. Like, why can't you be normal? She's on CNN this morning. I know. She's also like shitting on Zoran Mamdani too. CNN already had she was on CBS the day prior to CNN. Here.
That it is imperative the Democratic Party wake up and get past their dislike of Donald Trump, the President Trump, and their feelings of international conflicts going on. This is about national security. This is about what is possible in the Middle East. This is about being a good neighbor, good partner to the Gulf states and what their aspirations are. This is about supporting the people of Venezuela. This is about dismembering our relationship with, or not dismembering, but resetting our relationship with.
I think at the end of the day, it comes back to, do you think America is a force for good around the planet, or do you not? And I think more and more people, due to the deteriorating material conditions here in the United States of America and the contradictions that they experience, are coming to terms with the reality that, no, we are not a force for good around the world. It was a much easier argument to make. It was a much easier argument to make if things were kind of all right here. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I get to eat jalapeno poppers at Applebee's. You know, I have a decent job. I mean, things seemingly are getting worse, but I can still pay rent. And honestly, the worse things get here in the United States, the harder that argument becomes the harder it is to sell that argument to the majority population. Okay? Like, I didn't arrive at this level of popularity over years and years of consistent advocacy against American imperialism. People came here because they were like, okay, everything that I've been told so far doesn't meet my reality. Like, it doesn't match my reality. Slowly but surely, you're seeing more and more people come to terms with that, where they're like, things that previously were considered impossible to broach, subject matter that was previously considered impossible to contend with, things that you could easily cast aside as, oh, you're just a campist, you're just anti-America, you just hate America, why don't you fucking leave America? Like, now people are recognizing we're not so crazy. They were not such strange statements to make. They're starting to recognize that, like, yeah, maybe the administration doesn't fucking do this kind of stuff for my interests at all. And perhaps they're doing it for some foreign nation state, Israel. Or maybe they're doing it for Lockheed Martin. Maybe they're doing it for Boeing. Maybe they're doing it for the profit margins of you know, petro-capitalists. Many of which are directly in the Epstein files, right? Like, that's it. Because no matter how hard I try, I'm one person. There are others like me as well that have had this position for a long time. But, like, our popularity doesn't grow because our popularity is not growing because people are I don't know, fucking coming to terms with this reality because they heard what I had to say and they were like, I love what you have to say, brother. No. They fucking came to terms with this reality on their own because they're seeing that their material conditions are awful. They're dog shit. Underrated sociopathic element of the U.S.-Israel violence is after they killed that bad guy, typically along with thousands of civilians. And for the record, I do want to say something, okay? There are still plenty of people out there that are looking for slop, that are looking for the same style of propaganda that you hear from Fox News and the same style of propaganda that you hear from CNN. Liberals are going to CNN and like liberal news outlets to hear kind words about, not just kind words necessarily, but like just nice things about why we have to do this. And the same goes for Fox News. And if you're an edgelord, for example, and you want to hear like a more independent voice, you go to like Asmongold, right? So there's still a market for this. There's still a market for this sedation. But the very fact that this impossible to broach third rail of American politics, American imperialism, is now reaching a broader audience implies that there is more salience in this message because people are coming to their own conclusions. The U.S. and its allies have wanted to destroy Iran for years now, and they just took the opportunity when it was its weakest as it has ever been. The Gulf states and mostly Israel are leading the agenda and have been lobbying for this for years. Unequivocally, no. I don't think we have ever been considering the good and bad, but it's much harder to defend the position than it's used to be. Yeah. Your analysis is incorrect. That's not why people watch you. I know I, for one, came for the Hell's Kitchen and JCS Reacts. I stayed after I realized, wait, this hurry Turkish dude kind of do be spitting facts. Okay. Underrated sociopathic element of the U.S.-Israel violence is after they killed the bad guy, typically along with thousands of other civilians, they feed the inside story to baby bird NatSec reporters at the New York Times or Atlantic who do a glowing 0 dark 30 write-up about how sexy and slick it was. Hey, man, why do you think they gave you, specifically you, this inside story? Is it because you're so adversarial to power? Or is it because you're a slack-jawed court stenographer without any concern for the moral context in which the cool, slick techno operation took place? Yeah, they did this with the 60 Minutes shit, too. Remember.
China, right now, 55% of the oil production that Iran produces goes to China despite sanctions. You want to support the people of Ukraine? You want to end that war?
Not only is this analysis incorrect, why should I give a fuck about this? If I'm an American liberal, a well-educated American liberal, and I've seen the horrifying realities that Israel has unfolded, okay, that Israel has contributed to for the Gazans, for the Palestinian population, for the last 2.5 years, and now I'm seeing the American government go back into war for no fucking reason. I saw what this looked like with the global war on terror and its failures. Why the fuck am I supposed to think like, oh yeah, we got to cripple China? Of course. This is preaching to the converted. You are preaching to the converted. You're preaching to people who already have this kind of ambition. Many Americans, due to their deteriorating material conditions, do not have this kind of ambition. They haven't bought in to the notion that like we have to be at a constant state of war.
You have to, there is no getting around dismembering this Islamic Republic. It is non-negotiable. It is not a want to have, it is a have to have. And it's not just for the Iranian people. I think you have to trust the Iranian people. We know this government better than anyone else. When you dismember and decapitate this regime, you are going to see a change in the Middle East, in Venezuela, in China, in Ukraine. And I think, quite frankly, their ideology has really, it's caused a lot of problems for us worldwide. We need to take it seriously. And I think at this point, we have a tremendous opportunity. This will be like ending the Soviet Union, the Berlin Wall. This is a transformational moment for humankind, for security. And as an American, this is in our interest to complete it. So I am a Democrat. I have been a huge Democrat.
But I love Donald Trump right now. I love what Donald Trump did.
Disappointed with my party. I do not see myself in them in this moment.
Yeah. Iranian American Maj Mahdara. It's imperative that the Democrat Party wake up and get past their dislike of President Trump. You have to suck it up and you have to like it. Okay, here. I'll use an objectively reactionary approach to this. Why the fuck am I, a goddamn American citizen, supposed to foot the bill for your own ethnic interests? You're a goddamn immigrant in this country. Okay? Why the fuck am I supposed to foot that bill? Why? There is an argument to be made here for the most reactionary base as well, which is, why do I give a shit? Why are my tax dollars going to fight your war? Are you out of your fucking mind? I'm America first, baby. I voted for Donald Trump because I'm America first. And now you mean to tell me that this ethnic woman coming into my country is telling me that my sons and daughters need to go die for your regime change? Get the fuck out of here. How about you go fight on your own then? If you like it so much, I'll strap you to a JDAM and send you right there to Tehran. One-way ticket to Tehran, please. That's it. That's literally, the Republican argument is also very simple here. The Republican argument is very simple. The other side of the story, of course, for the Republican argument is, why the hell am I destabilizing another Middle Eastern oil-rich nation? I don't even see any of the dollars coming back to me. And then on top of that, we get a shit ton of migrants. We got a shit ton of migrants every time we do this. There's a refugee crisis. Why the fuck do I want that? That's the reactionary argument. You can make this argument to your Republican friends if you want to. Yeah, send Barron, send the Iranian diaspora to the front lines.
Really get it how and why some of the leaders of free world, they're really allergic to the term regime change. Stop being allergic to regime change, be allergic to dictatorship. This is 21st century. Believe me, getting rid of these barbaric regime and mullahs, the people of Iran can be better.
This lady is so awesome. She should get more coverage. I think this is going to turn into a Rabbi Shmuley situation very quickly. Okay? At least Patrick Bet-David is like, media trained and shit. But it's awesome. I love hearing from characters like this. When a new character comes around, I'm like, thank you. More of this, please. Certainly, the average American in Arkansas that's tuning into the fucking CNN broadcast for once to just see what's going on is going to hear what this lady has to say and go, you know what? I'm convinced. You know what? Sign me up. Sign me up. I'm sending all of my sons to war. Okay?
Better allies for America, for Europe, for the free world. So yes, the history will judge those leaders who could manage to end this regime, but they decide to actually, negotiate with this regime and support this barbaric regime instead of supporting the people of Iran. One person like Zorhan Mamdani, if I have time. Zorhan Mamdani's statement, it really broke my heart. It really did. Just
to bring people up to speed. Oh yeah, Jake Tapper loves this, by the way. It's It is insane because she was fairly okay journalist in Iran. Not sure what happened to her brain when she moved to the U.S. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but I'm not very familiar with her background. But let me tell you, what I've seen so far, excellent. Okay? Fucking excellent.
Mayor of New York, Mamdani, condemned the attack on Iran, describing it as an illegal war of aggression. I saw you took to Twitter to take issue with them.
Yeah, because look, we American, we have freedom, dignity, safety, democracy, everything here. And if you don't like President Trump, you can take to the street and protest against him. You have judicial system here. You have media here. We don't have any of this in Iran. And how come...
Okay, why is that my problem? Why is that my problem? Sorry, I'm a hog now. I'm America first. Why is that my problem? Convince me how this is supposed to... Convince me how... Okay, I'm back to being an NPR liberal, okay? I'm gay.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Ma'am, I love standpoint epistemology, but what I'm failing to comprehend is how melting school children alongside the genocidal apartheid state is going to somehow lead to the positive liberal secular democracy that you think is going to come across, is going to magically happen in Iran. Why are you yelling at my favorite mayor, Zorhan Mani? I don't understand. I'm kind of in agreement. I'm an NPR watcher. I'm kind of in agreement with Zorhan. I like Zorhan. He's got a lot of motion. He's very cool. He's charismatic. You, on the other hand, have failed to explain to me why I should like Donald Trump, Orange Man, who I hate, who is Orange Mussolini, Mango Mussolini. There is no, like, the reason why I'm doing this thought experiment is like, who the fuck is this for? Okay? Who is this for? Who is this supposed to convince?
Mayor Mamdani, that you lecture us Iranians.
These people think we are in the 90s or early 2000s. The idea of being the world police is entirely fallen out of favor with Americans of both parties. It's not our job to make every country be like the U.S. This is for nobody, only the NASDAQ establishment. Exactly. You fucking nailed it. This is for the only people that are going to be coming on after her. Okay? People that work for a foundation for defending democracy, which is Benjamin Netanyahu's own personal /think tank. This is for the guys who write for The Atlantic, not even for the people who read The Atlantic, okay? This is for the guys who don't even write for Foreign Policy magazine, because even Foreign Policy has more diversity of opinion, okay? This is for a hand-selected, incredibly tiny number of people that go, thank God someone's out there speaking truth to power, and I'm getting paid $250,000 a year to also speak that exact same truth to power. It's not for the masses, okay? Because if you're a liberal and you read in, if you're a liberal and you hear Zorhan Mamdani's take, that's very convincing. You're like, why the fuck are we doing this? I hate Orange Man. I love Zorhan Mamdani. I agree with Zorhan Mamdani. Why the fuck are we going to war again? Another regime change war? I don't like that. If you're a Republican, you're like, why is this crazy-haired Iranian lady telling me I must fight her ethnic war? You know what I mean? That's it. It's not convincing to the average person at all. It's convincing for a tiny group of people that have already been convinced, that are looking for anything that they can fucking lean into.
Who carry the wounds and the scars of war on our body, the war being waged on us by the Iranian government. And now you lecture us about safety, security, peace, and war. You better when you kept out.
He's also got bad vibes. Fukuyama-ist, baby boomer drivel. Not all societies have to be the same. America is not Iran. Most Americans, especially elites in Washington, know shit about Iran. Yeah, that's the executive director of Amcon Mag, the American conservative magazine, Kurt Mills, saying that, by the way. Okay? Like this right here, This right here doesn't read positively to average Americans who don't give a fuck about Iranians anyway, right? Like the average American doesn't care about what happens to the Iranian population. Okay? They don't. But when they see someone go, I am Iranian and I am celebrating that little babies were melted with American and Israeli weapons in my home country, they don't look at this and go, wow, this is great. I love that. I will be honest, though, straight up. As far as the diaspora populations goes, I think Iranians do take the cake. Like they gotta be in the diasporoid Olympics. Like who is the worst diasporoid? Straight up has to be Iranians. Like no disrespect to the Iranian diaspora that's in my chat right now, but god damn, dude, is worse than the Cubans, bro. How is that? Actually, I don't know. There is, it's heavy competition, but like, I am a diasporoid, okay? I am a fucking diasporoid myself. And I can't go back to Turkey, okay? You guys know this. Some of you probably don't. There's a much larger audience in here, okay? I can't go back to Turkey. Turkey has no free speech. Turkey is very heavy in its prosecution and persecution of people who have spoken out against the state. I've written extensively back in the day at Huffington Post about the Turkish coup d'etat, okay? And I was critical of the government regardless, right? I was critical of the government, and I still am, and I haven't stopped being critical of the Erdogan regime. However, there has never been a moment in my life where I have felt the indignity in my soul of saying Turkey would be better off with an American puppet installed in its leadership. It is the most undignified, disgusting, worm-like behavior that I have ever seen. And for some weird fucking reason, there are so many in the Iranian diaspora, so many in the Cuban diaspora, so many in the Venezuelan diaspora that straight up think that this is the appropriate measure. It is disgusting to me. It is disgusting to me. It's heinous. It's heinous behavior. I'm telling you, my uncle died. I couldn't go back to my country that I grew up in to see his funeral. And if you think, in spite of all of that, when Israel comes out and says Turkey's next, if you think I'm not going to fucking say, fuck that shit, no matter how much I hate Erdogan, if you think I'm not going to fucking sit there and say, oh yeah, it would be much better if I could just go back to Turkey, see my fucking family, when Israel and America go and fucking blow up different Turkish installations and completely take over the country. That is disgusting. That is the most worm-like fucking behavior that anyone could ever engage in. It's disgusting to me. It's heartless. It's disgusting. It already happened in Turkey too. Fethullah Gülen is an American CIA asset, okay? And they were able to develop a parallel state in Turkey. They took over the courts, they took over the police, they took over the fucking military. And they tried to do a fucking coup d'etat, and it was very bloody. Turkish people died. They took over Turkish fighter jets, and they bombed Turkish soil, killing Turkish civilians. Those jets got refueled by Americans. Those jets took off from American military bases. Have you no fucking dignity? Have you no soul? How can you see your countrymen, your countrywomen die directed by the American state, and then think this is somehow going to lead to a positive result. Insanity. It is disgusting. Maybe that's the reason why I'm so fucking rough on the diaspora populations in the United States of America that fucking beg for this shit. It disgusts me. Okay? Comparing Turkey to Iran is disgusting as well, to be honest. No offense taken, we understand. At least the Cubans only went through this ordeal once. Us Iranians already fell for this propaganda once by reinstating the Shah's power and fell for it again with Khamenei. Now we fell for it again. Fool me once, twice, thrice. I'm Cuban, and I think it's about the same when it comes to bloodthirst. Some of my family members have said they would support the bombing of Havana if it meant the end of the Cuban government. They also support the current starvation in Cuba. Yeah, I don't understand it. Your brain is broken, dude. You have no fucking soul. You're heartless. You don't care about your fucking family members. You don't care about anything. You just want to extend your decades-long petty grievance, and you want to get a fucking W somehow. It is the most deranged behavior of all fucking time. Türklerde ideoloji ne olursa olsun bir vatan anlayışı ve savunma gereği var genel olarak. Diğer ülkelerde böyle bir şey çok görmüyorum. Sen de bunu söylüyorsun şu an. Evet, birazcık. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I just don't understand it. Like, there are so many fucking Turkish people that despise me for recognizing the Armenian genocide, for saying that, like, Kurds deserve their own state. They're statesless. Now, to a certain extent, of course. I'm not in favor of a Kurdistan that looks like Israel, obviously. But, like, in spite of all that, in spite of all the shit that I eat from Turkish nationalists, from Turkish Islamists don't actually fucking hate me as much anymore because of my advocacy for the Palestinian cause, but from the Turkish nationalists, from Turkish liberals, okay? In spite of all of that, you will never see me defend intervention in Turkey. You will never see me defend intervention in the hands of America and Israel in Turkey. I will always stand against that. It is fucking disgusting. It blows my goddamn mind that people fucking sit there and celebrate this shit. Children are being slaughtered and they sit there and they celebrate it. It's nasty. Generalizing, but Iranian American interest groups are some of the most mobilized and have the most pull within their own community. If you've ever worked in public office, you'll be constantly harassed by MEK fronts, OIAC, and the Pahlavis. They will show up to your office and scream at you. They will call you 15 times a day. No one else even compares. I mean, the Israelis don't have to do that because they already have everyone on everyone's nuts in a vice grip. Given the option of an American puppet leading the country like Fethullah Gulen and Erdogan, I prefer Erdogan 100% of the time. Okay? 100% of the time. That's it. That's it. And I don't fucking like the guy at all. It's not even a question. It's not even a fucking question. It's disgusting. Fuck you. Okay. Sure. That clip will do numbers, lol. I mean, that's the common Turkish position, by the way. People whose family members have been thrown in fucking prison. People whose family members have been thrown in fucking prison in Turkey also have that position. There was a referendum that took place in the aftermath of the failed coup. And Erdogan changed the constitution. He seized more control over the government. He basically destroyed any kind of independence that the Turkish military could ever have. He extended his regime for another decade plus. He is at his weakest right now in this very moment. And even now, in his most ruthless, if there was an opportunity for Israel to do regime change in Turkey, I would stand by Erdogan's side every single fucking time. Okay? That's crazy. And I say this as someone who can't even fucking go back to Turkey, okay? I can't even go back to Turkey. And I say this. It's ridiculous. Erdogan is also an American puppet. Yes, that's also true. And even then, he at least has a little bit more sovereignty than a direct puppet that would be installed. Because at the very act of a coup d'etat, the implication there is that he is not as controllable as whoever they will put in charge. I think a lot of people refuse to understand what it means to have sovereignty. A lot of people in the West don't understand because they've never had to encounter a much more powerful force coming in and ripping away their sovereignty. Okay? They don't get it. A lot of people in America don't understand what it's like to live under the thumb of a much more powerful fucking country. Breaking scene in Jerusalem right now from a direct hit. It looks like the Iranians have hit something very sensitive in Jerusalem. Jesus fucking Christ. That's a lot of EMTs, man. Holy shit. Turkey worked with the CIA to steer weapons to extremist proxies in Syria who were massacring the Kurds and others. He's already U.S. aligned. I know. You're not telling me something new, dummy. I've covered that extensively here. Turkey also played a formative role in toppling Bashar al-Assad. Okay? It doesn't matter because guess what? Now, Turkey's in the fucking crosshairs of Israel. Okay? Because they have too much influence in the region and Israel doesn't like that. So now they're saying, Naftali Bennett is coming out and saying after Iran is toppled, Turkey is next. Because there is an unlimited appetite here in Israel to destabilize every other country and dominate them, make everyone servile little piggies. When will the fucking Gulf nation states understand that like the nice contracts that you get and the development projects that you get from the West is not worth it? Can confirm with Tara Kopp and Alex Horton that the U.S. troops killed overnight were a sustainment unit deployed to Kuwait. According to two U.S. officials, one of them adds that they were in the army. Details previously were reported by NBC News. Bize vursunlar görecekler bra. İnşallah oraya gitmez.
A new Turkish threat is emerging. I want to be very clear. Turkey.
Bro, these guys are fucking monsters, dude. They're just fucking insane. I can't wait to hear from white Americans from Iowa tell me, oh, classic, Hasan hates Israel because of this. No, man, I hated Israel before this, okay? Long before this.
And Qatar have gained influence in Syria, are seeking influence elsewhere and everywhere throughout the region. And from here, I warn, Turkey is the new Iran.
Hayvan oğlu hayvan. Orospu çocuğu.
Erdogan is
Orospunun dölü.
sophisticated, dangerous.
Yetmedi yaptığı yetimler. Gazze'de yaptığı yetimler yetmedi. Türkiye'nin de anasını sikecek. İran'ın anasını sikecekler. Sonra Türkiye'nin anasını sikecekler. Az siktir lan.
And he seeks to encircle Israel. And while some senior Israelis were on Qatar's payroll, Qatar and Turkey are nourishing the Islamic Brotherhood monster that is growing and eventually might become as dangerous as the one created by Iran.
This is when pedal hits the metal, okay? I mean, this is so far out in the future, but this is where we find out, all of us collectively, whether this is actually a material thing, like imperialism, or if it's actually David Duke's theory of Zog, okay? Because as it stands, I don't think this is a serious threat. Okay? Turkey is the second largest NATO army. Turkey has played an incredibly important role in America's imperial endeavors in the region. That's why America will always gift wrap the Kurdish militias after they're done using them for destabilizing initiatives. And then they tell the Turks, you can go bomb them if you want, do whatever the fuck you want, okay? If America were to be like, yeah, fuck NATO, we're gonna release the second largest NATO standing army so that Israel can go and, you know, blow it up, and America will actually participate in the process when American nukes are inside of Turkish borders at the Incirlik base, okay? When there are already American bases in the country, all over the country, as a NATO nation, if Israel's interests supersede America's own personal interests, at that point, it's not, you know, this is fully, we're just, you know, we're just straight up doing Israel's bidding. Careful with the test rage, bro. Malding final boss. Cunty mama 9/11. Are you talking to Naftali Bennett or me?
Turkey and Qatar are gaining influence not only in Syria, but also in Gaza, through the front door, and everywhere, and trying to create a new choke ring. Turkey is trying to flip Saudi Arabia against us and establish a hostile Sunni axis with nuclear Pakistan.
Manufacturing konsept yapıp bir 5-10 seneye biz de vurmaya ikna ederler gibime geliyor. İnşallah yanılıyorumdur. Yok abi öyle sike sike yapamazlar ona öyle bir şey bence. Has Turkey responded to this? It's kind of a wild thing to say all of a sudden. It's not new. They've been saying that. They've been signaling that Turkey's next after Iran for, you know, months at this point. Yeah, NATO boosters are notably silent about these open threats against a NATO country. There are nukes in 7 different cities in Turkey. There are American nukes in 7 different cities in Turkey, bro. And Israel's like, we got to fucking take out Turkey. It's ridiculous. I think it's not happening. There's no shot. Having said that, if America was like, you know what, actually Israel's right, then there is no other theory. There is no other theory that makes sense. Okay? Because Iran is a foreign adversary. But when Israel gets to take out one of the most consequential foreign allies, it's no different than, at that point, it's literally like it's like Israel saying we got to take out Lithuania, but worse, because Turkey's significance in the Middle Eastern project for America is far more consequential than Lithuania or Estonia or even like fucking Poland. You know what I mean? At that point, it's like, all right, we're just straight up. This is the United States of Israel, like nothing else.
Absolutely quiet about the massacre of 40,000 innocent people. You kept quiet.
He's actually correct on the last part. There are new emerging blocs in Middle Eastern geopolitics after Iran has been sidelined. Turkey, Saudi, Pakistan are at odds with the Israeli, UAE, and plus India as they vie power for in Sudan, Yemen, and Syria. This is replacing the former Saudi versus Iran rivalry that dominated since 1979. I know. That is inconsequential and insignificant. Even if it's correct, it doesn't matter, because vassals like Turkey are supposed to make piecemeal out of all of the other non-aligned countries. Like, that's the calculation on the American side has always been, yeah, all of these guys play ball with us, so they get to fucking do genocide in Yemen, or they get to do genocide in Sudan, right? That's the American calculation. Israel is mad about the extra attention and extra power that they're able to, fucking get for themselves in the region, and they want to strike back. Turkey's a vassal state, but is very close to Russia. Yes, but that's the whole point of Turkey's existence. That's part of Turkey's significance in terms of its like foreign policy maneuvering for America, because when push comes to shove, Look at what the fuck they did in Syria. What are you talking about? Do you think that was at the behest of Russia? When they basically took out, when they played an incredibly important role in taking out Bashar al-Assad? You think Russia liked that? No, because Turkey is at the end of the day a servant of American empire. That's what I'm trying to say. That's precisely the reason why I'm saying this is when push comes to shove, where we find out if like Zog is real or not. You know what I mean? Because there would be functionally no reason to do such a thing other than being hit with like the Israeli hypnosis beam or something, or compromat, or whatever the fuck people think on that side of the political spectrum. Breaking. Initial reports of suspected UAV impacted British RAF Akrotiri Air Base in Limassol, Cyprus. Jesus Christ. Israeli singer Ofer Levy calls for Netanyahu to drop an atomic bomb on Yemen, Iran, and Turkey. Levi encouraged Netanyahu to start the last world war and that redemption is ahead. Bro, psychos, dude. Israel's really committed to turning Turkey into his new bête noire as the Ayatollah's grip on Iran gets looser by the minute. How America and Europe respond to this is how we know if NATO is really dead. This is from a couple days ago, before Ayatollah was dead. It's just a death cult. Like, why are we fucking being dominated by a complete psychopathic death cult, dude? Anyway, here is the Israeli peace negotiator Daniel Levy explaining Israel's creating chaos in the Middle East by attacking Iran. I gotta pee.
Iran is not close to Israel's neighborhood, and Israel has a national security doctrine of simply seizing the territory of the immediate surrounding states, and of course permanently seizing all of Palestine. What this is really about then is going to the next stage, and perhaps the defining moment in Israel's reach for regional domination, that all of the region will see that it must bend the knee, that the US is Israel, and that is omnipotent. The claim that this is to prevent a nuclear armed Iran is not credible. By the way, one of the things this almost certainly does is it guarantees nuclear proliferation, because everyone in the region now looks at how the nuclear-armed bully Israel can act with another nuclear-armed bully, America. Israel's bet is that with the US at its side, it can't be stopped. Not in this surge for regional domination, and not in its eradicationist war against the Palestinians. Israel is a dependent protectorate of the US. What's strange is, simultaneous to that, Israel can be the one calling the shots. Not that there isn't a camp for war in the US, but the strong, palpable sense is that it's hard to depict this as a US national interest. Israel is dragging the US into this. Israel plays fast and loose with US lives. This is
There you go. Literally, Israeli Jewish peace negotiator for Israel saying what I've been saying before all the fucking New York Times op-ed writers turn around and go, oh, this is, is this anti-Semitism? Like, what am I supposed to do? What the fuck am I supposed to do if this is just like abject reality? It's not my fault that like this is just what it is. I'm sorry if your fucking feelings are hurt, or if, you feel threatened by an accurate reflection of what we are seeing and what is unfolding, but that's just the reality.
popular inside the US. This may be one of the reasons this doesn't go well for Israel.
Thank you very much. A short time ago, the U.S. military...
In June of 2025, President Trump apparently got a taste for sitting in that situation room, seeing the, as he depicts it, awesome destructive power of the American military. And the "I'm not a war guy, I'm the peace president" has subsided ever since.
Just imagine what it does. It mean if someone wished to be judged upon early, like being suicidal and even taking others of them, how it was that it's like they didn't read the New Testament and Quran. What? Would you ever consider leaving if the situation got bad enough? Maybe at least moving your family out? Where the fuck am I going to move? Yeah, let me go live in Turkey. Here, anyway. Lindsey Graham here, giving the game away, saying the quiet part out loud.
Social media post Sunday, President Trump wrote this, quote, "Hopefully the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves." Is hope the plan for the future of Iran?
No, the future of Iran is going to be determined by the Iranian people. The new Iran, whatever it is, whether it's a cleric or a representative democracy, our goal is to make sure it cannot become, again, the largest state sponsor of terrorism. That's a win for us.
But is there a plan to make sure that happens, Senator? Is there a plan? Does the president have a plan to guarantee that that happens?
No, it's not his job or my job to do this. How many times do I have to tell you? Our job is to make sure Iran is no longer the largest state sponsor of terrorism, to help the people reconstruct a new government, no boots on the ground. We don't own, you know this idea, you break it, you own it? I don't buy that one bit. It's in America's interest to make sure the Ayatollah is dead. He's dead.
There it is, baby. There it is. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a single solitary fuck about what happens to the Iranians. Okay, we killed your Ayatollah. We want a failed state. They're saying it. They're saying it out loud. The only problem, look, from the American perspective, if you want to understand the American foreign policy perspective, you want to know what the biggest fucking problem is for America's ambitions in Iran? Iran was the great fucking annihilator of ISIS-style groups, okay? This presented a significant threat to America and Israel's interests in the region and all these other countries. That's number one. And number two, this meant that they couldn't create like a Salafist brigade internally in the country. That was the real issue here. And that's precisely the reason why they can't do this destabilization initiative, because they don't have popular fucking forces on the ground. That's it. That's why it's always laughable when dumb fucks in the chat will be like, "Oh, you love ISIS." Bro, which one is it? Do I love the Ayatollah or do I love ISIS? I can't love both. And I'm not exactly a big fan of either, let's be real.
From Iran was deliberate, not least because we believe that the best way forward for the region and for the world is a negotiated settlement, one in which Iran agrees to give up any aspirations to develop a nuclear weapon. But Iran is striking British interests nonetheless and putting British people at huge risk, along with our allies across the region. That is the situation we face today. Our partners in the Gulf have asked us to do more to defend them, and it is my duty to protect British lives. We have British jets in the air as part of coordinated defensive operations, which have already successfully intercepted Iranian strikes. But the only way to stop the threat is to destroy the missiles at source, in their storage depots, or the launchers which are used to fire the missiles. The United States has requested permission to use British bases for that specific and limited defensive purpose. We have taken the decision to accept this request, to prevent Iran firing missiles across the region, killing innocent civilians, putting British lives at risk, and hitting countries that have not
Bro, Iran has never put British lives at risk. He's currently putting British lives at risk. Oh, he's such a fucking cuck. Oh, Jesus Christ. Unimaginable. Like, cuckening to a degree that I previously thought was impossible to reach, okay? Oh, he's the cuck final boss. Yep, guess we gotta go wage war with Iran now. Incredible. Incredible, dude. Oh.
Involved. The basis of our decision is the collective self-defense of long-standing friends and allies and protecting British lives. That is in accordance with international law, and we are publishing a summary of our legal advice. We are not joining these strikes, but we will continue with our defensive actions in the region.
It's so funny because he's also constantly looking like he has a gun pointed at him, like off camera. And obviously that's not the case. He's like, you know, a willing servant, right? But he just has such bad vibes that it just looks that way.
And we will also bring experts from Ukraine together with our own experts to help Gulf partners shoot down Iranian drones attacking them. I want to be very clear. We all remember the mistakes of Iraq, and we have learned those lessons. We were not involved in the initial strikes on Iran, and we will not join offensive action now. But Iran is pursuing a scorched earth strategy, so we are supporting the collective self-defense of our allies and our people in the region, because that is our duty to the British people. It is the best way to eliminate the urgent threat and prevent the situation spiralling further. This is the British government protecting British interests and British lives.
I have a question. Israel is the most unpopular it's ever been in the Western world. Overwhelming majorities will see this as going out to defend Israel's interests, putting their nationals' lives on the line to protect the needs of interest, protect the needs and interests of Israel. What do you think happens to Western liberal democracy when overwhelming majorities get so mad and so angry that they start taking matters into their own hands? Especially after 80 plus years of propaganda that dictated that this was also, Israel's interests were done for the Jews, to protect the Jews. What do you think happens at that point? Because now you're actually universalizing the pain. Now it's not even just like, oh, you need to shut the fuck up. If you say anything about Israel, you're anti-Semitic. Now you're like, if you don't die for Israel, you're anti-Semitic. What do you think happens in the Western world? These are such unimaginably short-sighted initiatives. They're acting like there's no tomorrow. Clip of the Iranian reply to Starmer.
And
Let's hear Fox News sell how U.S. troops have been killed. By the way, I bet those numbers are even higher.
5 others are seriously wounded as part of Operation Epic Fury. We do not know where those casualties occurred. However, we do know that U.S. bases in Iraq have come under attack by Islamic militia now. Those militia that are aligned with Iran. Those are the ones that they fund and purpose at their will, that regime. The president launched the major offensive against Iran's terrorist regime early yesterday morning. Israel today continues to go after strategic sites deep inside Iran, dubbing its military offensive Operation Roaring Lion. This is a special Sunday edition of the Faulkner Focus. I'm Harris Faulkner. Those are U.S. missiles launched in the opening phase of the operation. Israeli officials confirm strikes have killed more than 40 senior Iranian commanders.
By the way, they used missile systems with 300-kilometer range, and they openly showed that at least one of the Arab nations that they're one of these Arab nations, we don't know which one. I don't know if they figured out which one it was, but at least one of the Arab nations were actually being utilized to deploy strikes against Iran.
Commanders since the operations began, which includes the top Revolutionary Guard leadership and Iran's defense minister. A huge development now, coming together in just the last bit. Iranian state media confirming Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed. Now, we knew that yesterday. Fox confirmed, the president talked about it, and now wide media. And Fox can also confirm that the CIA provided Israel with the intelligence to conduct that strike on Khamenei's compound. President Trump is calling it justice for the people of Iran. And speaking to one outlet this morning, the president said the nation's potential new leadership, quote, want to talk, and I have agreed to talk, so I will be talking to them.
Nope.
They should have done it sooner. They should have given what was very practical and easy to do sooner. They waited too long. End of quote from President Trump. Iran's exiled crown prince shared his thoughts on the future of his country.
There's no question that this is the game changer we've been waiting for all this time. This is like full decapitation of the regime, and ultimately what will expedite its total collapse. The Iranian people has suffered too much to settle for anything less than that.
Well, while Iran's leadership is calling for revenge, citizens are in the streets, really all over the world, wherever they live, including the United States. You're taking a look now. This is Berlin, Germany. Streets are cheering the killings of the top regime officials who have been oppressors.
Shameless.
Of the people for decades. The regime projecting strength while citizens have toiled under miserable economic conditions and political and social repression and death. You know about all those protesters just in the last few weeks. An estimated 30,000 people targeted by their own government. That government now, big pieces of it are gone. We have Fox team coverage. Lieutenant Colonel Darren Gobb is coming up in focus. And Trey Yingst is on the ground in Tel Aviv, where air defenses continue to intercept Iranian missiles. Let's begin with Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin in Washington. Jennifer.
Harris, as you mentioned, CENTCOM has confirmed that 3 American service members were killed and 5 were seriously wounded in a missile strike. We're told other Americans sustained shrapnel injuries and suffered concussions. These are the first casualties of the war the U.S. and Israel have launched against Iran. CENTCOM would not say which U.S. base the missile strike targeted, while family notifications continue. We also can now report that 4 B-2 bombers flew from their home base of Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri on a round trip to Iran and are now safely home. A senior U.S. defense official told me they dropped dozens of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs on Iranian ballistic missile sites that are hidden underground. The Iranians have mobile missile launchers that can be rolled out of caves and then pushed back into a protective bunker. They may have fewer of those launchers today, however. The Iranian strategy seems to be to escalate to de-escalate. The Iranians have fired 135 missiles and 209 drones at UAE, 66 missiles at Qatar, and 45 at Bahrain, along with 9 drones. Hotels and civilian apartment buildings are being hit by Iranian missiles and drones in neighboring Gulf states. Missiles have been fired at a U.S. military base in Erbil, likely by Shia militias in Iraq, who have long been funded by Iran. A mob tried to storm the U.S. embassy in Baghdad, and Pakistani security forces used batons and live fire to push back an angry crowd threatening the U.S. consulate in Karachi, Pakistan. Both Iraq and Pakistan have large Shia Muslim populations. And British Defense Secretary John Healey said 2 missiles had been fired toward Cyprus, where the British Army has service members stationed. It's the first time Cyprus has ever been targeted by Iranian ballistic missiles, likely fired from Tabriz in western Iran. There are reports that the Iranians have reached out to Oman saying they are willing to talk. President Trump, as you just mentioned, just told The Atlantic that the Iranians have reached out and want to talk, and he is willing to talk to them. Israel's defense minister announced that Israel is now using stand-in weapons over Tehran and will now have 24/7 presence in the skies above Tehran. That means that they and the U.S. military have effectively suppressed the air defense systems over Tehran, a huge step forward in terms of being able to track the movements of Iranian leaders and forces. We reported yesterday that the start of the joint operation had to be moved up based on intelligence and this target of opportunity, the meeting at Khamenei's compound. Fox has now confirmed the intelligence for that strike came from the CIA, who passed it to the Israelis. The New York Times was the first to report this. The man to watch is Ali Larijani, the head of Iran's Supreme National Security Council. He has moved into the top position in Iran. He just gave an interview in which he threatened revenge for the killing of the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei.
Why are Iranian missiles only really able to hit civilian targets on hotels? Have their capabilities degraded if they can't reliably strike our bases? Who said they can't reliably strike your bases? You said W American Embassy? An American Embassy fucking security staff killed 10 Pakistani people protesting outside of it. And you said W American Embassy? First of all, who the fuck said the Iranian missiles are not capable of striking the bases? Here. Does this look like their capabilities have diminished? Dumbass. What purpose does it serve to lie to yourself? You think? I will never understand that. People who would just like rather live in an alternative reality.
Quote, the United States and the Zionists have burned the heart of the Iranian people, and we will burn their hearts. Now it seems both sides want to talk. Not clear if that means there will be regime change in the end, if there is a new...
Why do so many Americans want to be such rabid fascist dogs? Do you really have nothing going good in your life? Yes.
Supreme leader, and Ali Larijani keeps the reins of power. He was one of the main members of the Iranian leadership, Harris, ordering the vicious killing of thousands of Iranian protesters just weeks ago. Harris.
Jennifer, thank you very much for getting us started. The conflict is having major impacts across the Middle East. You'll hear more and more about that during the Faulkner Focus today. Iran has launched waves of missiles and drones into Israel and the United States military bases and some civilian areas in the region. And we were told to expect some of that. What is an oddity, though, is that they are hitting Qatar, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates hard. Nations with at least relationships with Iran, if not some actual supporters in some cases. U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain was hit by an Iranian strike. And President Trump is warning what is left of Iran's leadership to stop this, stop the retaliation. Here's what he posted. Iran just stated that they are going...
Stop this. Iran, no. Khalil, no. Yeah, that'll work.
To hit very hard today, harder than they have ever hit before. They better not do that. However, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before! Exclamation point from the commander-in-chief. And this is Israel. You hear the sirens sounding repeatedly as Iranian projectiles are flying toward population centers there. The top level of that country's vast air defenses working to intercept the barrage. Still, an Iranian ballistic missile struck west of Jerusalem, killed 9 people, injured nearly 50 others, including children. An Israeli military spokesperson says Israel has called up 100,000 reserve soldiers. Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yinks is in Tel Aviv with the latest on this. Trey, it is nightfall there now, and sometimes we can see things tick up, although a lot of this has been playing out in the daytime. What is the latest?
Yeah, Harris, good afternoon. Throughout the day, we've watched as Iranian ballistic missiles soared through the skies of Israel, many of them intercepted by Israel's advanced air defense systems. But just outside of Jerusalem, one of those missiles slamming into a heavily populated area, killing at least 9 people, according to first responders. You can see crews here digging through the rubble, trying to put out the flames. Just a horrific scene. Tonight, Israel's prime minister addressing his country and the world, saying this.
Our forces are acting now in the heart of Tehran with increasing intensity, and it will only increase further in the coming days. And yet, these are painful days. Yesterday here in Tel Aviv, and now in Beit Shemesh, we lost dear people. My heart goes out to the families, and on behalf of all of you, citizens of Israel, I send strength to the wounded.
As the Israelis are continuing their airstrikes tonight against the Iranian regime, we know some protesters in Iran have taken to the streets. They are celebrating following this operation that was launched by President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that led to Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, being taken out. There were some small pockets of Iranians chanting death to America in other locations. We're also here.
A much smaller group of people were like, death to America. Bro said Khamenei.
Hearing tonight from Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian, one of the few Iranian leaders still alive.
America and Israel should be aware that this will bring them nothing but shame. Our great nation, who are now mourning this great martyr, must foil the enemy's evil plans by being present in mosques and on the streets.
We also have some new video from the Israelis showing strikes earlier today in the Iranian capital of Tehran. I'm told by a senior Israeli security official that these strikes were taking out a building that the IRGC used to crack down on protesters earlier this year when President Trump says 32,000 civilians were killed. Now, Harris, I just got a message from a senior White House official who tells Fox News President Trump said new potential leadership in Iran has indicated they want to talk, and eventually he will talk. For now, Operation Epic Fury continues unabated.
It's so funny that Trump's like, no, they want to talk to me. And Iran's like, no, we're good. I don't understand why you're saying this is only Israel driving the war. America's wanted regime change in Iran for decades. Okay, brother. Americans don't know their ass from their fucking elbow. Who do you think in the United States of America, especially in contemporary American society, has been the driving force? Or do you think it's just a simple accident that they also happen to be the most pro-Israel individuals out here? Like, what are we talking about? You could have perhaps made an argument of uniparty if Barack Obama's administration didn't exist. Guy who literally gave Israel $38 billion on his way out. Guy who literally gave Israel $38 billion on his way out actually had an alternative vision to dealing with Iran. It was successful. It showed that if the goal here was to defang their nuclear program, they were capable of doing it. Also, once again, this is not just my assessment. You will hear this assessment from others as well. I know dumb fucks think. There's like dumb fucks in my replies and shit who think like, oh, you know, this is you're getting red pilled. You're like, oh, dude, you're getting red pilled. You're like you're naming the Jews or whatever the fuck they're saying. But there is an argument to be made about imperialism and Israel's. Obama admin had a different strategy to advance the interests of capital. Yeah, that's my argument, dumbass. Exactly. Yeah. And now, since Trump won, Israel is the one who's in the driver's seat. Joe Biden was an insanely pro-Israel person. Why do you think so many Democrats have such a hard time talking about the Trump administration's attitude towards Israel? Why do they never bring it up? Why do they never criticize it? Why do they rarely ever criticize it? Yeah, it's not Israel's interest superseding the American ones. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. They're not just doing what Israel wants. He's right. This is a longstanding goal of the Nazi establishment. They've always wanted revenge on Iran. Guys, you are out of your fucking mind if you don't think right now, the reason why we're doing this right now is not because of Israel. Israel is the least popular it has ever been. Israel has been able to defang, alongside the United States of America, over the course of the last 2.5 years, all of the acts of resistance in the region. But it also happens to be the least popular it has ever been. This is Israel's last shot. Okay? If America was still in the fucking driver's seat of its own Middle Eastern policy, they would not be going to fucking war with Iran. I'm sorry. It's ridiculous. They're not just doing what he's right. It's a long-standing goal of the Nazi establishment. They've always wanted revenge on Iran, wanted to remove Iran's influence over the Strait of Hormuz, and wanted to remove Iran's role as a revisionist power. Israel is definitely very influential in these circles of the Gulf states, as are the Gulf states, but it's in line with U.S. policy as well. No, defanging or dealing with Iran and defanging Iran has always been an American foreign policy goal. Doing it right now in the way that we're doing it is Israel's doing. It's Israel's ambitions. It's Israel's wishes. 100%. This doesn't mean that America is like, I'm not like abdicating the responsibility of the American state, for the record. Make no mistake. Make no fucking mistake. It's just the way we're doing it and the time we're doing it. It absolutely is because this is the last opportune time for Israel to be able to do it before it's so politically consequential that they can't do it at all. You're being ridiculous. America would just as easily be happy with a completely defanged Iran existing as a sovereign state. Israel doesn't want that. America could be happy with a better relationship with the Iranian government. Iran is perfectly capable of having a better relationship with the American government. They beg for it. There's only one spoiler in this deal. The one spoiler in this deal, like, you can't even say that, brother. It's like having this conversation while Israel's literally talking about once Iran is done, we're going after Turkey next. What are you going to say then? Are you going to say America's long hated Turkey? Is that what you're going to say? A country that houses 7 fucking nukes inside of it? You're going to be like, America has long hated Turkey. Like, you're coping. You're coping. That's it. You're 100% coping.
Harris?
And what are you hearing from leadership there in Israel about you know, kind of the ramp up against Tehran at this point, specifically that?
I spoke with a number of Israeli officials today who indicate that they are speaking hourly with American counterparts to prepare for this to be a prolonged campaign. We understand there are a number of off-ramps worked into this, but the bottom line here is that both the Trump administration and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government are approaching this war with Iran through a peace through strength initiative. They are trying to pressure the Iranian regime by not only taking out their leadership, but depleting their ballistic missile stockpile and basically forcing them eventually back to the negotiating table, understanding that this is the largest military operation against the Iranian regime in history. Harris?
Trey Yingst, thank you for the late-breaking notes on that. Appreciate it.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmer.
What the fuck happened to the video? Video went
this hour
private.
with Fox News Alert.
America has numerous options of dealing with Iran. Israel is the only country that actually wants to completely destroy Iran. Even other Gulf nation states that have ideological battles or sectarian battles with or sectarian conflict with the Iranian nation, with the Iranian government, don't want Iran to be completely completely destroyed. Okay? Israel is the only country in the region that America is listening to in this incident, the way that they're going after. And also, I will say another thing. I don't believe the Wall Street Journal reports about Saudi Arabia also separately petitioning the American government. I don't believe it. I think that's fucking bullshit. I think right now there is, as you've also personally recognized and talked about, there's a separate security cooperation happening in the region, and Saudi Arabia has a lot of smoke for the UAE. Okay? They don't like Iran. We all know that. They've been diehard fucking anti-Iranians. I'm telling you, the reason why that Washington Post article came out was to just be like, no, Saudi Arabia still wants it too. They don't want it. They don't want it. It makes sense why they wouldn't want it, because they've already destroyed all of the proxy groups. They literally collaborated with the Iranian proxy in fucking Yemen after starving the Yemeni population in a genocide. They turned around and said, you know who we actually don't want in Yemen? The UAE. Yeah, you're wrong. I don't even think Saudi Arabia actually wanted this this round of conflict with Iran. I don't even think that. I don't even believe that. I think there's one country in the fucking region. There's one country in the fucking region that wants it. There's one country in the world that wants it, and that is the nation state of Israel. It happens to be the only country that we ever give a fuck about anyway. Sucks, but it's just the truth. Ayman Mohyeldin asked Representative Sarah Jacobs about Israel's role in the war against Iran. Jacob notes her family's in Tel Aviv. She takes Israel's security very seriously, but says Netanyahu's been trying to get U.S. presidents from both parties to pursue regime change in Iran for decades.
Follow up on that and ask you about the Israeli perspective in this, because Israel was the only country who participated in this militarily. And is there anything to be looked at there as to why the United States is going at this operation with the Israelis alone? I mean, we had Suzanne Maloney on from Brookings earlier, and she said she was somewhat suspicious of the Washington Post reporting this evening that suggested Saudi Arabia and Israel were pushing this war, and said Israel made it very clear why they want this war. The Saudis less so.
Look, my family lives in Tel Aviv. My aunt and uncle and cousin literally are texting me from the bomb shelter. So, you know, I take Israel's security very seriously. It's literally my family. And Bibi Netanyahu has literally been trying to get presidents from both parties to do a regime change operation in Iran with him for decades.
People in Iran want regime change too, bro. Fuck yeah. Yeah, that's what you sound like, by the way. The chatters who were like, Hasan, you don't understand. Why are you shifting the blame over to Israel? It seems like you're abdicating the responsibility of America. America wanted this too. Clearly they wanted it enough that they're sending billions of dollars worth of assets. But if you don't think that America is operating at the behest of Israel here, almost single-handedly at the behest of Israel here, I don't know what to tell you. They literally are allowing their bases to be melted by Iranian drones, dude. They straight up pulled out their forces from their radar facilities, from their fucking bases, so that there's a bullet sponge there so that they can focus on defending Israel. It's nutty. It's unbelievable. Yeah, drones were basically useless for Iran during the 12-day war because they had to cross so much hostile airspace to get to Israel. But they're an unsolvable problem for the Gulf, and Iran can keep up this costly harassment for much longer than its missile stockpiles last. Yes. Israel is making the cost-benefit analysis. They recognize they are very tuned into Western approvals. They do need Western approval because the reality of the matter is Israel understands that if the West collapses and if the Western world doesn't decouple from Israel in the next decade, the Western world will collapse 100%. I promise you that. Believe it. Okay. If at this stage, with this level of unprecedented unpopularity, okay? At this level of unprecedented unpopularity, if the Western world does not decouple from Israel, if they don't change trajectory, they're fucked. Like, the democracy is over. It's done. Because every day that passes, they're like, okay, this is not for me. This is for a foreign nation. A foreign nation who's very arrogant, very entitled, and is also dominating my life in ways that I never thought was possible. It's completely unacceptable. I don't think you guys understand, like how, I feel like you don't understand how angry people are. You know? Israel recognizes that too. And this is precisely the reason why it's their last option. It's their last best option to do this. Here is, whenever supporters of the 2015 Iran deal claimed it was preferable to war, critics took offense and insisted instead of military conflict, they could use maximum pressure to get a better deal. They never got a better deal. They got the war. Is Iran going to mine the Strait? I don't know if they'll mine the Strait because I feel like they've made it not very easy to traverse already. Abu Sanson, sleep my beauty. I'll tell you all about the events, my dear. Sen uyu güzelim. Ben sana anlatırım tüm olayları. Vay be ne güzel uyuyor ama. Krok Mösyö de yapmış. Vay amına koyayım. İyi sahur. Sometimes I feel like we're going for a simplistic answer that puts Israel as the 100% responsible party. No, there is no 100% responsibility in general. America is the one who's still moving their fucking units there. American politicians, either because they have Israel's dick launched far up their assholes or because of their own personal bloodlust, are totally on board with this. Okay? But like, what are we doing? There is no other country on the planet that we do this for. Please, please be fucking real, dude. Be fucking real. There is literally no other country that we do this for. Not a single one. There's no other country where we do this for. Whether it be our domestic policies in terms of like, in terms of straight up punishing American citizens at the behest of a foreign nation. Like you can straight up be an immigrant with a green card and say, fuck America, and you're fine. But if you say, fuck Israel, you get deported. What the fuck are we talking about? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. We treat Israel better than we treat any other country on the planet. We were fantasizing about invading Greenland not that long ago. There is no real reason as to why America is doing this beyond the fact that Israel support is cratering in the Western world, and they know that they're running out of time for unlimited funds, and Iran is relatively weak, I guess, because it doesn't have its proxies in the region. But very clearly, it's not that fucking weak. Look at what they're doing now. Turns out Iran is not that weak at all, it seems. This entire time, their strategic restraint was genuinely strategic restraint for some fucking weird reason.
ההנהגה שלנו לא יציבה באופן קיצוני. והכניסה למלחמה הזאת, לא נדרש לטפל באיומים על ישראל, אבל הכניסה למלחמה הזאת עוד תביא לנו צרות, צרורות, להמשך הקיום שלנו פה. ותערער את הקיום שלנו פה באופן כבר מערערת, כבר מעורער כבר הרבה זמן. זהו.
מה זאת אומרת? אחלה מצב שבעולם. סוף סוף תקפנו את האיראנים. ועוד מעט יהיה לנו פה שקט לעוד 50, 60, 70, 100 שנה. יותר טוב מזה לא יכול להיות.
Delusional.
Feel good, I feel safe, everything is going to be okay. It's about time. I don't want to wait anymore for what's coming. Now it's coming, let's finish it and let's start the day.
I swear to God, it's a fucking death call, bro. Israel is a death call. Zionism is fascism, and fascism is a death call. You know? It's like I'm reading a fucking history book about how fascism developed in Nazi Germany, you know? It's crazy.
We've got Purim in 3 days, celebration of freedom. And it's kind of the history repeats itself because it was with Iranian diamond passion and it's coming back.
I think it's something we had to do. We see our enemies trying to get us back into war and to attack and threaten us, and they didn't have enough, and we need to protect ourselves. And I think with the Arab enemies, we noticed, I'm 43, I've knew some wars in my life, that we have to be the first. We have to establish that we are strong, we are not scared, and we are here to protect our land.
At this point, the Iron Dome is done. Israel will hide as much as possible on the destruction that's happening. That's not a real video, I don't think. That doesn't look like a real video. Unless it's the Haifa. It looks like it's AI, but Haifa was struck, for the record, but I don't think this is a real video. This is fake. Yeah, this is AI. Explosions don't look like that. Yeah, I think people are just trying to send me fake videos so they can clip me believing the fake video, but what is this? Was the oil tanker actually hit? I don't know. Liberal calling for the death. What's the penalty for treason again? What is this? Hasan tells chat suicide bombing is dead. Just buy a 10K shot head drone from China. Just make fucking drones. You can purchase them online in marketplace. China literally sells. Are these guys stupid? I mean, yeah, the answer is yes. Like, obviously, I'm not saying this is a good idea, man. Why is it that, like, I'm incapable? My ideological enemies are incapable of making a fucking joke about, like, the actual circumstances at play here. I'm literally memeing on the Taliban, you fucking idiot. Anyway, I don't really give a shit. Whatever. Suck my dick, dude. Oh, what's the death penalty? We got to kill this guy.
The truth, I'm quite surprised that Israel is the first one to attack. I was expecting the United States to attack first. I'm not sure that it's good for Israel to be the first one, but once it's taken and once it's done, I think and the hope for a great change in the Mediterranean.
I'm standing here today above this synagogue in the Israeli community of Bet Shemesh, a place where an Iranian missile has struck today, killing.
Yeah, this cratered the shelter.
Multiple Israeli civilians. This wasn't a.
But the fact that they're doing this, the fact that they're showing this, I think they were trying to garner sympathy.
Military target.
They're not going to get it, ironically enough.
The Iranian regime purposely targets civilians. This is what we're up against. A terror regime.
Like, I'm sorry. It rings hollow when I hear it from an IDF commander. Oh, wow. You mean to tell me there's a terror regime targeting civilians? Wow. First of its kind, you say?
That uses civilian casualties as a war tactic.
People really hate you, and it's all the better to see time after time when you're vindicated on your own positions and just spreading the word of awareness. You keep fighting a good fight on the right side of history. Yeah. In English,
we'll
too.
Target innocent civilians to advance that goal. We send our condolences to the family.
First time I've ever encountered such a thing in this region. You know? Wow. Wow, that's crazy.
The bombardments go on. In Tehran, the boom of destruction. American and Israeli forces renewing their assault. And it follows this. The Israeli military has now released fresh footage of the...
Fresh satellite imagery from planet suggests the Qatar early warning radar, a $1 billion Raytheon FPS 132 system, may have been damaged as claimed by Iran. May have? Brother, what the fuck are you saying? The 3M image is not definitive, but there is what could be burn scarring on the ground near the radar. Yeah, IDF demanding sympathy from the population, from the Western world is so fucking funny. It's not going to happen. People who are already pro-Israel are going to go, oh, I hate this. I can't believe it. Oh, this was awesome, yeah.
Your prime minister is a wanted war criminal. You don't have the moral high ground here at all.
This is a war crime. This is a war crime. Targeting civilians, targeting...
Have you seen Gaza?
Elderly woman killing, murdering her caregiver from the Philippines. And the Iranian regime...
I bet you they're going to kick that guy out, by the way. Yeah. Iran has a right to defend itself 100%.
Is targeting not only us in Israel. They are targeting...
Like, the international rule-based order is not designed around only Israel getting to do offensive initiatives over and over again and then claim self-defense.
The entire region.
What about the 100 or so schoolgirls in Iran that have been killed in a strike there?
And this must stop. This must be stopped, and this is what we're trying to do. Yes, next question, please.
But what about those Iranian
let's
schoolgirls?
allow others. Please.
I'm Lomas from... But your prime minister is a wanted war criminal. You don't have the moral high ground here at all.
This is a war.
All Israel has to do is release the 10K Palestinian hostages. Yeah. It's just like, it's not happening. It's not happening. Wait, it keeps going? Is it 2 minutes long?
We are aiming at military targets. But the Iranian regime is targeting our civilians, our children, our women, our elderly. But this is not only happening here in Israel. The Iranian regime is attacking the entire region. 8 countries. I repeat, 8 countries.
Only we get to attack those countries. Brother, you bombed Qatar. Like, you don't even get to say nothing. You have literally invaded Egypt. Like, You are annexing more and more territory in Syria. You are bombing children every day. Fuck you mean? You're like, only we get to do it. Iran does not have a right to defend itself at all.
In the region were attacked by ballistic missiles of Iran.
Yeah, Israel perfected liberal fascism, by the way. You know what I mean? They perfected it. They do this like soy right shit every fucking day. They're like, why have you called me a Nazi? I only care about National Socialism in Israel.
Not only Israel, Arab countries.
Yeah, my response to this is this.
By Iranian regime missiles. And we say it very clear. We don't have any fight, any quarrel with the Iranian people. The only objective, the only quarrel
Hezbollah is back?
Is the Iranian regime.
Hezbollah is back? Hezbollah has entered the war. Urgent. Israeli Channel 12 on the army. Launch missiles from Lebanon towards northern Israel. Ooh. Let me see something. Let me see something. The attack currently targeting Haifa, Israel, originated from Lebanon, the IDF says. Ooh. Ooh. Someone said Hezi.
Murderous attacks. This is what it's all about. Now I'll take some questions, please.
Zorhan Mani from Channel 4 News. Khamenei, the Iranian regime, have clearly done terrible things, particularly to their own people. But your prime minister is a wanted war criminal. You don't have the moral high ground here at all.
This is a war crime. This is a war crime.
It is only a war crime if it happens to Israel, the only nation in the world. Tiny Israel. Israel, tiny nation. Size of New Jersey.
Targeting civilians, targeting elderly women, killing, murdering her caregiver from the Philippines. And the Iranian regime is targeting not only us in Israel, they are targeting the entire region.
What about the 100 or so schoolgirls in Iran that have been killed in a strike there?
And this must stop. This must be stopped, and this is what we're trying to do. Yes, next question, please.
Israel killed the live feed as soon as the Hezbollah attack started. Reports indicating that these are launches from Hezbollah. Israel killed the live feed. We've got impacts. At least 6 launches confirmed and reports of more than 1 explosion. No word on interceptors. Will update. Maybe we'll get some phone camera footage. Who knows? This is bad for Lebanon. Yeah, but Israel's got its hands a little too full right now, don't you think? Wasn't Hezbollah disbanded? No, but they were just like, they were dormant. New Donny Dunnon.
This week, Jewish families all around the world celebrate Purim. Many Israelis will do so now in a bomb shelter. Bruh. The story of Purim happened more than 2,500 years ago in the same place. In ancient Persia, an evil minister by the name of Haman sought to wipe out the Jewish people. And it began with words, with chants. It became a decree. It could have become a genocide. But Queen Esther refused to remain silent. She stepped forward. She spoke up. She acted before it was too late. That is the lesson we learned. It is not only an ancient lesson, it is a modern one.
This is the Amalek lesson, by the way, and he's doing it at the United Nations. I feel like they're flexing, you know what I mean? Did he get fatter? Yeah, he did. Every time a baby is murdered by Israel, he gets fatter and fatter. Him and Randy Fine both. Kurt Mills, the leading intellectual architects of this war, are already moving the goalpost to a small ground force in Iran. This is an out-of-control war, he says. I mean, I don't really care to hear this too much, but let's continue.
Blew up the compound of Ayatollah Khamenei, killing Iran's supreme leader.
For the record, the clashes are erupting between the Shia protesters and the Bahraini security forces after a demonstration condemning the assassination of Iran's supreme leader was dispersed, with Molotov cocktails reportedly thrown during the unrest. Yesterday, we were watching the Wow Mao video, and you motherfuckers were like, oh, Wow Mao's calling your ass out. They literally arrested Shia Bahrainis for celebrating the strikes on the American military base. A lot of you don't realize that there's a Shia minority population the Bahraini administration has suppressed actively, and they're continuing to do so. Oh, Bahrain is Shia majority. Isn't that Amalek story? Amalek was a guy who Allah told King Saul to obliterate. King Saul defeated Amalek, but kept the plunder and wealth in defiance of Allah's order to destroy this. Saul lost favor in the sight of the Lord King, and David was anointed to replace Saul. My mistake. What's your read on this? If Trump gets to a point where interceptors are running out, but Iranian missiles are still flying at a steady pace, I give it a 50-50. He launched a tactical nuke rather than face humiliation, and the Europeans will once again support him. I can see that. I can see that happening. And in the absence of any sort of like counterforce on the planet that says if you launch nukes, we're launching nukes ourselves. I don't think China's going to do it. I don't think fucking Russia is going to do it. In the absence of that, Trump might actually do it. Or Israel might even fucking do it, honestly. Trump might just get Israel to do it and then shift the blame over to them.
America continues to flex its formidable military might, even as news of US deaths emerge. But Iran has responded with both missiles and by declaring its determination to avenge its dead leader.
America and Israel should be aware that this attack will bring them nothing but shame. Our great nation, who are now mourning this great martyr, Khamenei, must foil the enemy's evil plans by being present in mosques and on the streets.
And this is what Iran's rage looks like.
Sometimes you feel like we deserve to be wiped out as a species. Don't worry. We're getting there.
The town of Beit Shemesh, just a short drive from Jerusalem, was hit by a missile. The explosion flattened a school, a synagogue, homes, and a bomb shelter where dozens had sought refuge. At least 9.
I could see North Korea presenting a nuclear deterrent for Iran before I see China doing it.
Are confirmed dead. Visiting the scene, one of the most prominent members of the Israeli...
Who's we? This has nothing to do with black and Asian people? Okay, does this have anything to do with Arabs? You think Arabs and Persians in general, like, do you think they brought this upon themselves?
What do these people ever do to them? What do these babies do to harm them? They've never done anything bad to Iran. We don't even share a border with Iran. It was for no reason at all, except pure hatred for the sake of hatred.
Pezeshkian waiting for his turn to soft effect by offering himself as a caretaker leader. Screenshot this. Delcy Rodriguez vibes.
I'm asking all those who defend them in the world. Who are you defending? Monsters.
The people we spoke to insisted this is simply a residential community with no targets of any military value.
For many Israelis, the first day of this war was all about images of missiles being intercepted and bombing raids on Iran. But this is a very different scene. A school, a synagogue, homes demolished, and people killed. This attack makes the war very real for every Israeli.
This is what it is. This is what it looks like. And
Just for reference, this is one missile that hits and affected so many buildings and so many lives. So think about the amount
that we've done in Gaza, right? That's what you're going to say? Lieutenant Colonel Yochai Manhoff. Think about what we have done in Gaza.
Of missiles that were on the way from Iran towards Israel in the last 2 days. So the damage can be immense.
Iran has continued its attack on Gulf nations. Smoke rising in Sharjah and Dubai. This high-rise building in Bahrain struck by a suspected drone. Iran's plan is to embroil as many nations as possible. In Oman, smoke billowing from a port. Shipping seen as vulnerable here. And that means Iranian attacks on shipping passing the Strait of Hormuz. This whole region has been rendered unpredictable. In Iraq, not typically Iran's friend, a huge rally to honor Khamenei's memory, broken up as it closed in on the American embassy. The Middle East is rippling, changing.
Why did you spend money on Israel-U.S. propaganda in L.A.? Thank you, Trump, from the Iranian people. Laura Loomer, God bless President Trump. Yeah, this will do it. That'll do it. People, yeah, I think the Iranian diaspora,
if you want,
leaning into an objectively unpopular president and objectively the least popular country in the Western world right now, is certainly going to cause more people to come on board with their cause, you know? Because literally 2 of the least popular figures right now in the Western world are like Donald Trump and fucking Benjamin Netanyahu. It's awesome. They're like, they're just straight up going, like, imagine, especially right now, imagine fucking going around and being like, thank you, pedophiles. We love you. These pedophiles are our pedophiles, and everyone else that's in the periphery that's watching, just know that these pedophiles are on our side, and you should also be on our side. You should join the pedophilia army. That's what it's like. Good luck. Hasan, Shocker, Gooning, Piker. I love my haters so much. They're just so fucking stupid. They can't even like... None of these guys that come in here to fucking chirp are capable of writing like a coherent narrative. They're just so angry that they just like slam their fucking keyboard. They just slam words together. They do word association. It's awesome. Lol, you get rage baited with low effort? Yeah, everyone in here was like, wow, you were brilliant.
To attack another country because you don't like its policies. Is that the world that we want to live in? Donald Trump and the Israelis, and now I see Keir Starmer saying that he's got aircraft, British aircraft in the skies, patrolling and defending.
They didn't have to do that. They didn't have to do that up top. Anytime Keir Starmer comes out and is like, I'm a puppy dog for the American empire, every time British media is going to slam that forever.
British aircraft in the skies.
Oh, yes. Yes, my good sir. Your papers are on the floor. Let me pick them up for you. I am your dog.
This is an act of international lawlessness. Another act by Trump of international lawlessness, and it sends a signal to people around the world that might is right. And secondly, if might is right, then you jolly well better rush to get some nuclear weapons. If I was whoever runs Liechtenstein, the boss or president of it, I would have sent a banker to go to Pakistan to buy some pocket nukes. If this is the world that we are going to live in, then my goodness me, nobody in their right mind would not have nuclear weapons.
Donald Trump is a hero. Not only him and Netanyahu, who did the dirty job for us. We couldn't do 47 years of execution, getting killed, getting raped.
Donald Trump is a hero.
Enough is enough, and they did the dirty job for us.
I
don't care about international law, as long as we don't get killed, we don't get executed, we don't get raped.
So Yashar,
If you don't care about international law, do you care about what's happening in Ukraine?
When moral things come to consideration, I don't care.
Okay, so Yashar, what would you say to China if they would invade Taiwan tomorrow on a moral basis? What's your argument going to be?
If there is a moral case,
yeah, there is. I want Taiwan.
There is not.
Yes, there is. There is. The Chinese moral case is I want Taiwan because I believe that it should be reunified with me. That is the moral case.
It's not moral, Ali. It's not moral.
It is.
Taiwanese people are not getting killed by their own governments. We were getting killed, raped, executed.
Yashar, morality.
The moral
morality lies in the eye of the beholder, my friend. If you go down that road, and you're entitled to go down that road, then don't bleat when China invade Taiwan, and don't bleat.
I mean, he doesn't give a fuck if China invades Taiwan. Also, it's so, like, I love that this argument is like, I know that we're currently doing the fucked up thing, but what if another country would do a fucked up thing instead? Like, what is this argument? I don't know why people think that like hypocrisy matters when it comes to American dominance. And even people on my side do this as well. I know AOC has brought up like hypocrisy is a national security weakness. It's like America has never had a non-hypocritical moment post World War II. Okay. Like I was there. Like Russia literally invaded Ukraine and then said, the fuck are you talking about? You guys invaded Iraq. You guys invaded Afghanistan. And when I brought up the point that what Russia was doing was similar to what America had done, Americans got mad at me and they said, how dare you compare Russia's actions? They're actually so much worse because that's Russia doing it and not us doing it. They didn't understand when I compare a country, a foreign adversary, to the United States of America, I'm actually giving them the maximum worst designation that I possibly can. But they don't get it. If Taiwan is a province, the Maldive Islands belongs to Argentina. I think AOC is right about that because in the case of Russia, Ukraine, the U.S. likely would have gotten more support from the global south and other states if they did actually see a difference between the U.S. and Russia. But the reason why they don't see a difference between the U.S. and Russia, also, what fucking good does it make? What good is it if the global south defends Russia or America? America doesn't give a shit. Malvinas. Sorry, not Maldives. Malvinas. Oh shit, it may have been Hezbollah, not Iran, that struck the British base. Wait, what?
Between Cyprus and they said that there are a lot of missiles between Cyprus and Beirut. And they said that there are...
Oh shit. What the fuck are they doing? They're crazy, bro. Something is going down in Haifa. AP and Reuters have both cut their feeds. Yes, it is Hezbollah, I think. Hezbollah, I think, has started throwing bombs in Israel's direction. What is this? Gropers of Muslims want me murdered for exposing the woke Reich as an Islamic movement. They want to murder me. The Islamic terrorists in Texas who shot up a bar in Austin last night obsessively tweeted at me, "We are truly surrounded by enemy combatants. Deport all Muslims." I think there's more than just Muslims that want to do that to Laura. Oh yeah, Nick Fuentes is woke now. He wants his Groyper army to vote Democrat in the midterms. I swear to God, establishment Democrats are going to hug and kiss Nick Fuentes before they recognize what I have to say is good for them.
when Russia invaded Ukraine. Your argument about international law is totally and utterly redundant because you have made it redundant by saying it doesn't matter because morals matter. If morals matter, he who has the morals decides what they are and calls the tune if they have the power to call the tune, and that's all that matters. We're in a might is right world, my friend. Why is it in British taxpayer and citizens' interest to get involved in a messy war in the Middle East? Why?
To avoid terrorism in this country.
Which Iranian terrorists are coming here?
Sorry, have we not had terrorists in this country before?
Yeah, from
Iran.
Iran.
We not have terrorists in Manchester.
What's the link with Iran?
Did we not have terrorists in London on the 7th of July in 2005?
And what is their link with Iran, Spencer? Do you know what their link with Iran is?
I'm sure MI5 could show you.
No, Spencer. You came on and you said there was a link. I'm asking you to explain to me the exact link. Please go ahead.
If you look on the internet, I'm sure you will
No, Spencer. No, not I am sure. No. If you look at 7/7, the inspiration came from Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda had nothing to do with Iran whatsoever. I was asking you specifically about the link to British terrorism, of which you have provided the sum total of nothing. If you want to go around and advocate for intervention in the Middle East, you need to do a little bit better than that.
We want to go to Tehran right now because we're being joined by the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Mr. Foreign Minister,
a good
thank
interview.
you for joining us this morning. Who's in charge of Iran right now?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me in your program. Well, I think now there is a procedure set in our constitution that when we lose the supreme leader, there would be a new one elected by the Assembly of Experts. And now
this is literally war by Reddit intellectuals.
We have, started the procedure. There is a transitional council.
Is it bad that I think he's hot? There's something crazy going on. Have you guys seen photos of Khamenei as well without the headgear? Bro literally has a two-head or had a two-head. It's actually kind of crazy. I didn't know it was like that. I didn't know Iranians had like the craziest hair genes, dude.
Of the president, the head of judiciary, and one jurist of the Guardian Council. These three would decide, are in charge right now, and they will actually arrange the election of the new leader by the Assembly of Experts. And the members of the Assembly of Experts are elected themselves by the people, every 4 years. Or every...
We've just reported that 40 senior commanders were killed in the first minutes of the strike. How much damage has this done to your military infrastructure?
Well, we have lost some commanders, that is a fact, and the names are already announced. But another fact is that nothing has changed in our, military capability. This is exactly what happened last time. You remember in June when Israel attacked us, they killed some of our top commanders at the beginning of the strikes, but they were replaced very soon. And in less than 12 hours, we were able to start retaliation. This time, it was even, faster. In less than 2 hours, we started to retaliate by attacking, Israeli targets and American bases in the region, and we have continued to do so. Our military is in place. They are capable enough to defend our country. Even more, they are more prepared and capable than previous war, before 12-day war. Quality-wise, quantity-wise, they are in a better position. And I think you have seen how they, acted so far.
President Trump issued a warning overnight, warning the Iranians not to retaliate. He said they better not do that. If they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. How do you respond?
Well, I don't think any leader of a country has the right to say so. We are defending ourselves, and we have every legitimate right to defend ourselves. what the United States is doing is an act of aggression. What we are doing is the act of self-defense. There are huge differences between these two. So one should tell, the President of the United States, do not attack, do not, make any aggression against another country. But nobody can tell us that you don't have any right to defend yourselves. We are defending ourselves, whatever it takes, and we see no limit for ourselves to defend our people, to protect our people. Just look, yesterday they struck against a school. So far, 148 girls, students have been killed. And this is a big massacre. This is a war crime. And you say we don't have any right to defend ourselves?
You say you want to protect your people.
Hospital.
You say you want to protect.
What can you even say to the people that are celebrating the regime change, even though they've killed hundreds of Iranians already? There were celebrations in Milan, and I have no idea what to say to the Iranians that were celebrating this. Some of these guys are long gone, brother. It's just not going to happen. I think you just should make a policy not to. If you have loved ones who are like good friends and loved ones that are in like the diaspora Iranian community, maybe you can have a conversation with them and like explain to them that this is identical to like Iraq. There were plenty of people in Iraq that were celebrating the fall of Saddam. Saddam was ruthless. He was brutal. But at the end of the day, those people either took up arms against America or greatly they hated that initial decision. Look at Iraq now. That's number one. And number two, there are some people that you cannot fucking argue with. Like there are always, in my experience, I've found out that there are just some members of the diaspora that are just so permanently right-wing, you're not going to be able to have a normal conversation with them. Like they're just as MAGA brain poisoned as like the average hog is in this country. So either talk to them about everything else and not this issue at all, or, if this is all they want to talk about, then it's up to you. Maybe you don't talk to them.
Your people, but your own regime, according to the estimates we've seen over the last several months, is responsible for the killing of up to 30,000 of Iranian citizens.
Well, I have.
Khamenei was no Saddam, though. Yes, I don't think. Wait, I can't tell if you're saying Khamenei is worse than Saddam, because Khamenei was not worse than Saddam. I don't think. Khamenei just happened to be in charge of Iran for a lot longer than Saddam reigned over Iraq. It's really hard to convince someone to have consistent politics when it comes to their native country. True with most diasporas, people who are woke in the U.S. but super racist when it comes to their home country are supportive of right-wing governments. Yeah, I mean, Israel. Literally every like progressive every progressive Zionist. Like there was a reason why there was a thing called progressive accept Palestine in left circles for years and years, because there were a lot of people who are like some of the most woke motherfuckers you ever met, right?
We have already answered this accusation. Let me to explain. We were faced with a terrorist operation.
Khamenei was worse than Saddam, bro. Had a harem of Slovenian femboys. The media doesn't want you to know. What the fuck are you saying?
It was first protesters, demonstrations.
To the people of Iran, Khamenei is as bad as Saddam. Okay, it doesn't even matter whether he's as bad as Saddam or worse. It doesn't matter. All these people that fucking celebrated the fall of Saddam, who straight up fucking genocided the Kurds. Okay, so I think many of you just don't know enough about Saddam, but for a lot of, like, he used chemical weapons. Like, come on, dude, that's crazy. Like, it's not even a comparison, in my opinion. Yeah, Saddam committed 2 genocides, invaded neighboring countries like 3 times. I think he was worse than Khamenei. I think people just have a little bit of a recency bias here. Yeah. But regardless of the evil Olympics that you're trying to do here, Saddam's fall was worse for Iraq than if they had kept the government intact, if America never invaded. Do you understand? BB, don't react, they're clipping you. My argument here is not like, oh, well, there is a range of like evil where it automatically triggers American military intervention, is appropriate or whatever. For both of these countries and both of their leadership, like a lot of people don't realize that American bombs and American intervention, that's a crazy comparison. I'm Iraqi and that's a crazy comparison. People are crazy. Yeah. American intervention doesn't yield prosperity for the country at all.
Legal, according to our constitutions, our people have the right to protest and to go for gatherings and demonstrations. They did it from 28 December to 7 January. We had legal protests. Everything was fine and nobody was killed. And then on 8 January to 10, we faced with a terrorist operation. Armed elements were added to this question. And they started to shoot at our police forces, our security forces, and then they started to shoot at ordinary people, even to protesters. Why? Because they wanted to increase the number of deaths. Since the president of the United States had already said that if there are killings, he would come to rescue. So they wanted to actually drag him to this question. So they started to kill people. So that was a terrorist operation for 3 days, and the number of killings were exactly 3,117. And the names of those victims, all of those victims have been already published by us, together with their identification number. If anybody claims that the number is more, as you said, 30,000, 50,000, whatever, please show one evidence. Please add one more name to the list we have already published. So please be fair. Out of those 300, 100 people, we have announced 2,500 as martyrs because they were killed by terrorist elements. 200 of our police forces have been killed by those terrorist elements. If somebody shoot at a police department officer in the United States, how do you react? Do you just give him permission to do whatever he wants because he is a protester? No. So please distinguish between two different stories.
Oh, the hypocrisy of Hasan. Won't even finish as a guy lies his ass off. React, bro. What do you want me to fucking say, man? What do you want me to say? Yeah, he actually fucking totally deserves it. Like Iran deserves it. Something. No, you're right. Iran deserves. Do you believe this guy? Guys, there absolutely was agitation from Israel and America. They openly fucking stated it. That doesn't mean that the Iranian government's reaction was appropriate in any way, shape, or form. It also has nothing to do with this current bombing campaign. What do you want him to say? Fucking, yes, we slaughtered our own citizens and we're welcoming the bombing campaign where you're slaughtering even more of our own citizens. It's only appropriate if you fucking kill our citizens. It's justified when you do it. Like, what is this fucking conversation? He's absolutely right. They were armed Israeli astroturf agitators. How does any police force from Beijing to Washington deal with something like this? No differently. If anything, they crack down harder. And this gives the IRGC a valid out to not meet workers' demands. Not that that was an option in the sanctions and financial manipulation to core this tone around. There were people. The initial merchant strike and merchants protests came as a direct consequence of the sanctions. Okay. And then it built into something much larger, and there were absolutely foreign agitators in it, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the Iranian government did what it does all the fucking time, which is aggressively stamp out protesters, utilize the American and the Israeli government's response to the protests that very clearly said Mossad operatives are doing this protest with you. Okay? The lie he's saying is who killed the protesters? And of course, he's the head of a fucking foreign state. Of course he's going to fucking lie. the Iranian government's response in this circumstance was unimaginably violent. And the Iranian government's lie in the aftermath of the protest was, oh, it's all everyone that got killed by, Mossad agents or whatever. That's bullshit.
Stories.
But we have seen evidence of newborns killed.
Oh, yes, Iran killed no protesters. Now, is that what I said? At least you admit it. Oh, yes, Iran killed no protesters. Now, is that what I said? I said the exact opposite. Why do you even tune in? Why do you even fucking tune into the broadcast if you're just not going to listen to what I have to say and just write what you think I said? This is not even a pancakes waffle situation. This is me saying pancake, pancake, pancake over and over again, and you going, wow, you never said pancake. Like, this is worse than having little listening comprehension. This is like you hear the opposite of the words that are coming out of my fucking mouth.
Children's killed, and the numbers are certainly higher than what you have claimed.
Yes.
Are those who are celebrating in the
Yes,
streets right now subject to the same kind of discipline?
Because they were blind shootings at the ordinary people, at ordinary cars who were passed through the streets.
HasanAbi is fitting for the IRGC, shaking my head. Yeah.
People were killed, blindly by these terrorist elements because they were ordered by Israel at that time. They were instructed to kill people and give a big number of.
This has nothing to do with. This has nothing to do with this. U.S. isn't here to save the protesters. There were no agitators when they killed 4,500 protesters in 2022 to 2023. Yes.
Killings to the president of the United States. We have their voices, the instructions which coming from Mossad, from outside to these terrorist elements.
Do you believe their numbers? I think the numbers that they gave were like 3,500 or something. And they said that the bulk of it was like Mossad protesters killing people, which I don't believe. I think the number, the estimates I've seen from like HRNA are around 7,000. But the 30,000 number is fucking made up. Like that's just made up. I don't know why people, they can't even agree on the fucking made up number. It's so crazy. Sometimes it's like 50,000. I've heard 50,000. And if you can't comprehend that the reason why Zionists within the media are actually greatly increasing those numbers in an effort to make Israel's genocide look not as bad in comparison, and they don't even hide that, by the way. They just like straight up say it. Like pro-Israel people straight up will be like, pro-Israel people will straight up fucking be like, oh, it's so... That's what Iran did is a genocide. What Israel did wasn't a genocide. Like they straight up say that.
Who are ordering them that kill police officers, if not police.
Also, none of this matters. Because 7,000 or even 3,000, the most conservative estimate that is given by the government or whatever the government says is still fucking unacceptable. What are we talking about? Except none of that is pertinent to the conversation of whether it's appropriate to fucking bomb Iran or not.
Kill the boy and girl in front of you because they wanted killings.
Is the negotiated settlement with the United States still possible?
Well,
and no, the reason why I say the HRNA numbers are at 7,000 is because that's not a fucking Iranian group at all. It's not like an independent investigation either. Okay. The reason why I bring up the HRNA numbers is because that's the most anti-Iranian number, like the most anti-Iranian group's numbers, okay? I'm sorry. It is virtually impossible for any state to kill 30,000 people in a matter of fucking 2 days. What are we talking about? Israel leveled the entirety of Gaza for like the first month and it didn't reach that number. What are you talking about? Like that's, if you truly think that the Iranian government is capable of killing 30,000 people in a matter of a week, okay? What weapons do you think they used? What weapons do you think they fucking used? Do they have a new type of weapon that we have not seen? Because think about it this way. Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Do you know how many people were killed in Hiroshima and Nagasaki? 52,000 people. Did Iran deploy a fucking nuke on its own citizens? I've heard 50,000 as a number being floated around. Is that what Iran used? They actually did have a domestic nuclear program. They just choose not to use it on anybody else but their own people? Like, what are you talking about?
You answered this question. We negotiated with the United States twice in the past 12 months, and in both cases, they attacked us in the middle of negotiation. And that has become a very bitter experience for us. In last June, we were negotiating. We had 5 rounds of negotiations, and we had already fixed the 6th round for 15 June when the Israeli attacked us, and then the US joined the attack. And this time, we had 3 rounds. Last Thursday, we had a very good discussion, very good talks in Geneva. Both Iranian and the US delegation were happy at the end of 7 hours of negotiations. And I can go into the details of what we agreed and how a deal was at our reach. And when
I don't understand your point. What difference does it make? 7K is still far too many. Yes, I agree. The reason why I'm stressing this is because a lot of people who are pro-Israel use this number in an effort to undermine what Israel did in Gaza. And it's not like they keep that interest hidden. A lot of people don't understand what it looks like to kill 30,000 people. We know what it looks like to kill 30,000 people. Okay? We've seen it. Israel's done it in Gaza.
We concluded the Omani foreign minister, who was
Also, I said the exact same thing that I just read from you as a commentary on this. Yes, 7,000 is an insane number. It's completely unacceptable. Anyway, here is the impact coming in. Here's the secondary impact, by the way. Oil futures surged and stock futures fell sharply in the first trades since the U.S. and Israeli airstrikes on Iran began.
Impartial intermediator between us, he concluded by saying in his post that we made significant progress this time. We were able to come to a good understanding on some of our differences. Some other differences were left for the next meeting, and we decided to go for Vienna, to send our technical teams to Vienna on Monday, which means tomorrow, to go to the IAEA, and with the help of the International Atomic Energy Organization, try to find technical solutions for the political problems. And we both believed, the both delegations believed that this is possible. So a deal was at our reach, and we left Geneva happily with the understanding that we can reach a deal next time we meet. And it was very unfortunate that those who are against peace, against diplomacy, against negotiation, when they understood that diplomacy is going on well, they decided to spoil it, and they created a build-up in the media, against the Islamic Republic of Iran, against, the desires of us, against, and they.
Americans scrambled to leave the Middle East amid strikes. Footage from on the ground near the southern Iranian city of Shiraz captured an MQ-9 Reaper with the U.S. Air Force firing an AGM-114 Hellfire air-to-surface missile against a ballistic missile launcher that had revealed itself and was preparing to launch against Israel or other countries in the Middle East. They took out not an MQ-9, but they took out an Israeli one earlier today. The Iranians did. If no matter the number is unacceptable, what would have been acceptable to you? There are videos from all over the country, ambulances and buses being burned by agitators, Molotov cocktails thrown at children, agitators shooting in the crowds of civilians. What should the government have done if trying to stop this with armed force was unacceptable? The government should have not allowed itself to be a fucking leaky faucet as a matter of national security by being a repressive force upon the Iranian population for far longer before this last iteration of protest took place. I know that the primary source of the anger and the primary source of the protest still stem from the economic struggles that Iranian people experience as a consequence of the sanctions. But as I've repeatedly explained over and over again, there are certain tools at your disposal. And one of those tools is always going to be to let up on the maximalist the maximalist demands that you have of the population. Israeli media is claiming an Israeli. Oh God, why are we talking about this right now? Again, it doesn't matter. Will you shut the fuck up about it when America, the AMERISRAELI kill count reaches a higher number than what they suspect the Iranian government killed? Is that when we're going to shut the fuck up about this? Or will you say, no, it's actually appropriate to do that? Only America and Israel get to kill Iranians, you know? This is exactly the same shit that they tried to do with Hamas. Oh, we are freeing Gaza from Hamas. We are freeing Gaza from Hamas. Hamas kills gays, throws them off the roofs.
Shockwaves across the Middle East this morning as Iran lashes out in response to US and Israeli...
Why do we have to shut up about it? What do you mean? Your chat? Like some of these motherfuckers deserve to be on a watch list? Yeah, guy who wants more government surveillance while also simultaneously mad about government repression from the Iranian government. Guy who's like, I'm really mad about the Iranian government's forms of repression, but also the American government should put you in Guantanamo Bay. What the fuck are you? Do you not understand that you're a fucking moron? Like,
strikes.
You would be the IRGC dick rider in Iran, for the record, idiot.
No way, that's why it's so loud.
Missiles and drones raining down on at least 8 countries across the region, forcing millions to take shelter. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, the UAE, Jordan and Iraq, all in the firing line. Every major US base in the region in Iranian sights. Oman also struck. The country that had mediated now abandoned talks. Defense systems intercepting hundreds of projectiles, but some finding their targets and falling debris causing serious damage. The Gulf is home to millions of foreigners and an important transport hub, now paralyzed by airspace closure.
The captain actually said, due to military conflict or military escalation in the area and due to airspace restrictions, we have to turn back. It was just pretty much widespread panic on the plane.
And Americans who were just visiting the region unsure if or when they'll be able to get home.
A lot of explosions, a lot of warnings, a lot of jet sounds.
And now US...
This is what I was literally worried about in Qatar.
Diplomatic missions abroad are being targeted by angry crowds. The US consulate in Karachi stormed, and clashes near Baghdad's Green Zone, where the US embassy is located. Embassy staff and the roughly 35,000 US military personnel in the Middle East all now on high alert. In Tehran, with the internet almost completely cut, the situation is unclear, but some videos are emerging of crowds cheering the death of the supreme leader. And this morning, despite Israeli efforts to kill him, Iran's president, apparently still alive, vowing revenge, saying the supreme leader was martyred at the hands of the most wicked villains in the world, and that his killing is considered a declaration of open war on Muslims, especially Shiites, in all corners of the world. US allies might be urging calm, but right now no one is listening. In a joint statement, the prime ministers of Germany, France and the United Kingdom saying they condemn Iranian attacks on countries in the region in the strongest terms, calling for the resumption of US-Iranian negotiations. Many in cities across the globe are welcoming the news of Khamenei's death, but many question the legal basis for his killing.
Now, the UN is calling for restraint. They're calling on Iran, Israel and the United States to de-escalate. They're worried about a wider regional conflict. But I've got to tell you guys, it feels like we are already there. Whit.
James Longman for us. Thank you so much.
Iran has vowed.
I need you guys to understand something. The American and Israeli bombing campaigns right now are not directed at regime loyalists, okay? They are very carefully and very deliberately, and you're not going to get this from any Western news outlet at all, unfortunately, but they are very carefully and very deliberately striking police precincts, hitting border patrol in the Iranian border regions. They are actively trying to create an environment of destabilization, because the goal here is not even to do regime change. Because in order to successfully do a regime change, you must have a regime. You also need popular support for the regime, or you need boots on the ground to defend the regime. They don't want to send troops. They're not going to send troops into Iran. It would be a fuck fest. Okay? It's the same dishonest black and white thinking that's allowed for the Palestinian genocide. You're not allowed to say the Iranian government is an extraordinary repressive force while also stating that decapitating them will be extraordinarily catastrophic. Same as you can't disagree with Israel's actions in Palestine without being called anti-Semitic. It's a purposeful and intentionally dull point of view. Bombing multiple police stations and attacks on border posts suggest that they are not attempting to do regime change, but cause the dissolution of the society in general. Right now, the only hope for the Iranian population is unironically the IRGC holding shit together. Okay? It gives me no pleasure to say this. I know that people will get mad at me and say, how dare you say this? The IRGC is a ruthless regime that has killed Iranian people. What comes after the dissolution of the IRGC? What comes after a complete failure of a state will be far more consequential and far more deadly for the Iranians. Okay? It's just the truth. There is no Reza Pahlavi coming in to usher in liberal democracy. You are going to have super ISIS. Okay? Partially directly in the hands of ISIS, ironically enough. If there's a group of people that fucking despise the Iranian population the most and the IRGC the most, it's ISIS. So these bombing campaigns are not, I mean, there's no such thing as like bombing a country to destabilize it enough to like bring about regime change anyway. That's bullshit. That's never happened and it's never going to happen. But the way that they're bombing currently shows that they are not even invested in bringing in a force, a puppet state, or anything of that sort, which would look like Iraq or Afghanistan. Even in Libya, they had popular mobilization on the ground because they had a bunch of fucking Salafist brigades in Libya. Okay? They don't even have that inside of Iran because Iran is more intact than Libya. Iran has more control over its own society than Libya did. They're trying to rid that state apparatus to the best of their ability. They're trying to erode that state apparatus. Okay? And the reason why they want to erode it is so that while all the Iranian diaspora right now fucking are waving these flags, waving the old Iranian flag, like whatever, the Persian flag with the lion in it, what they fail to comprehend is what comes next. If the IRGC completely falls, completely collapses, and I'm not saying this because like, oh, it's great, IRGC is punishing, the enemies of Palestine or whatever. I'm straight up telling you right now, if the IRGC cannot keep the country intact, what comes after is going to be enormously consequential. Okay? It will be unlike anything you've ever seen before. There is no good outcome here. It's all bad outcomes, and the least bad outcome here is that the IRGC keeps shit together for as long as they can, while America and Israel back away through this war of attrition because it's far too costly and it melts the economy too much. And then they have to find like a more reasonable cessation of hostilities. I think it's the opposite. The RGC is the most likely to form a military government that will make a deal with the West. The RGC is the largest corporate entity in Iran that is interested in maintaining its hold on commercial activity. Yes, I agree. I know. That's what I think is going to happen eventually. The problem is Israel doesn't believe that. Israel doesn't want that. Israel does not want the least bad of all of the worst outcomes here would be if there's a tit for tat, a back and forth, and then America goes, all right, enough to Israel. Enough. You gave us too much bad intelligence. You brought us into this. You told us a lie, and now my own people in the MAGA base are screaming at me because American military members are coming back in the American flag draped coffins. And I'm already at the historically low popularity that I've been at. You're fucking up the bag. Jamie Dimon is giving me phone calls being like, you got to put an end to this dumbass. And eventually they cut a deal with the IRGC to keep the government intact. And, they let like foreign capital flow into the country somehow. But Israel has to be kicked out of the equation. If Israel is still in the driver's seat, that will never happen. That is the least bad scenario. That is the least bad scenario. It's also not the most likely scenario. Let's be real. But if you think that there is going to be, salvation coming at the end with, Reza Pahlavi coming in with a fucking parachute and being able to like mobilize popular support for himself, you're fucking out of your mind.
To punish the US and Israel for killing its supreme leader and starting a war.
Like, look, this is your guy. Like, this is the guy for the diasporoids.
There
Look.
is still vowing revenge.
This man doesn't have a plan for anything. Anytime he opens his mouth, it becomes abundantly clear. He never discusses specificities, a concrete vision for how he intends to lead the transition. Absolutely clueless clown. He doesn't even want to do this. It's just like Israel. Literally. He doesn't even want to do it. He was fine having his wife get fucked by the fitness instructor and like living in Maryland or whatever the fuck. He is literally Israel's puppet.
Revenge. How does this transitional government look when you have Persians, Shia, Sunni, secular government? What do you envision?
Well, Maria, obviously, I think this campaign is this time something not just to set back the Iranian nuclear program or anything like that. This is like full decapitation of the regime and ultimately what will expedite its total collapse. The Iranian people has suffered too much to settle for anything less than that. But as soon as the transition plan is put into gear, we want to make sure that we address the issue immediately, to make sure that we have the ability to have a stable process, to obviously lead to ultimately a democratic outcome so the Iranian people get to choose their future government and system. What we need to do now is to make sure that we bring all the elements that can help that process into place. I was talking earlier today with Senator Lindsey Graham, who's a good friend of Iran. In fact, people now call him lovingly Uncle Lindsey for his position. And he talked to me earlier saying that he would try to organize a bipartisan group at Senate level for us to present that plan. Both the administration and Congress will understand better what we have in mind and we'll get more into the details. You and I had talked about the IPP project, Iran Prosperity Project before, and the first 100-day, critically important of how we do that for the initial transition. I've been working with a number of Iranians from across the spectrum that are united on this purpose. We have the most diverse coalition of people dedicated to that process, representing different parts of the country, including religious minorities, ethnic groups that are all aligned in this national project that we have. So I feel extremely confident that we get this into place and make sure that
I still don't understand what is the maximalist position on W for Israel here. Completely collapse Iranian society as it stands. Death and destruction befalls Iran. Iran falls into sectarian and ethnic conflict. and there's no state that remains, and they'll deal with like the impacts of it as it comes along, because it will actually be consequential for Israel as well as it will be for every other country in the region, including Europe, including pretty much anywhere that refugees will go to, right? But Israel gets to do greater Israel without any fear or any scrutiny whatsoever. That's it. That's Israel's goal here. Israel's goal is to destroy the Iranian civil society, to destroy the Iranian state in and of itself, to collapse it completely. Lindsey Graham literally openly said it. Yes, Lindsey Graham literally said he does not care if clerics get to stay in power, diaspora and protesters in Iran who are naive enough to the nature of U.S. intervention are in for a rude awakening. No, but Lindsey Graham also said they don't care about what happens after. Lindsey Graham was asked straight up, is there hope for the Iranian population? He said, no. Because Lindsey Graham does not care about what happens to Iran. Okay? They just want to break it. They don't want to build it. What the American government has learned from both neocons and perhaps more consequentially Barack Obama with what he did in Libya is that it's not, the problem was the nation building aspect. You can just go in and break shit and then say, sorry, it's your fault, you deal with it, and fuck right off. It's when you stay behind for 20 plus years, that is the problem. Okay? He literally said, Lindsey Graham said, not our problem when asked, what's going to happen? What's going to happen to Iran? They're dropping bombs over Tehran right now. Yes, they've been going crazy mode. They've been doing carpet bombing on Tehran tonight, and I guess they haven't stopped doing it, which is crazy because they told people to go out and fucking protest. As I told you yesterday, they're slowly but surely going to increase the dial of cruelty. Okay? They're slowly but surely going to increase the dial of cruelty. They're going to go in and they're going to kick it up a notch over and over again. This is not because they want to fucking blow up like missile launchers or whatever. No. Once they realized that there is not going to be any sort of like popular rebellion in the country, once they realize that there's not going to be a popular rebellion in the country, they're saying, all right, fuck it. It's the nuclear option. They are going to try to turn Tehran into Gaza. They are currently directly bombing the family members of the motherfuckers who were cheering this bombing campaign on here in the United States of America. It was eventually going to get there. It was always going to get there because there's no principled approach here. The goal here was never to actually stabilize Iran. If they wanted to deal with a stable Iran, a sovereign Iran, well, Barack Obama tried that. And we saw exactly how Israel reacted to that. Do you understand? Do you understand why when people come to me and they say, well, what about the Iranian government? What about the Iranian government? Look. Neocons learned a lesson from Obama's Libya intervention, that it's actually far better. There were numerous techniques of intervention that was implemented. You got Syria on the one hand, again, costly, too sophisticated, too difficult to pull off. You got Libya, which was less costly, and they were in and out, boom, boom, boom. Not a single asset was harmed in the process. They did some bombing campaigns, and they did a no-flight zone over Libyan air, and they fucked off. And look at Libya now, a country that's basically sliced in half with open-air prisons and shit.
Holy shit! Oh my god. I don't know what that fucking thing is, but sounds like hell. Holy shit.
Is there no oil in Iran, or was this just to topple the regime? No, oil is the benefits.
Holy shit.
Look at this shit, dude. Yes, this is Tehran. Of course it's Tehran. There's no fucking, there's no defense systems. Do you think Russia would get directly involved supporting Iran? Europe is going full Nazi if the Iranian state collapses. They already are crazy about Syrian refugees. Imagine what will happen when 30 million Iranians will try to flee. Yeah, all of the diasporas are going to learn a very different lesson about how the fucking European Nazis feel about their presence and their existence on European soil, for the record. That's the other side of the story. But people never learn. People never fucking learn. I don't know. Hasan, but there's protests supporting this in LA right now? Yeah, I know. I don't give a shit. There were fucking people supporting the American intervention in Iraq too. Yeah, this bizarre statement can probably be taken as a hint that more casualties have already been incurred that have not been disclosed yet, and whose announcement will be staggered over time to avoid generating immediate domestic pressure to end the operation. And I agree with that too. 100% that's what's going on. That's why when he said, oh, more casualties will happen as well, they're signaling that a lot more people died in armed services, but they're just not saying it right now. Because if they found out that like 500 soldiers fucking died yesterday, the American public would be up in arms. Law the Maz delete chats that go against what you say. There you go. I'm not saying the number is 500, by the way. I'm just saying if it's something much higher than, 3. Nearly a dozen KC-135R/T Stratotankers with the U.S. Air Force have departed air bases tonight in Spain, bound for bases in Germany, the UK, and other countries in Europe. With it, the possible that Spain has ordered the withdrawal of U.S. aerial refueling fleet from the country in protest of the ongoing conflict with Iran. There was a medevac rescue heli that's used for airlifting dead and injured flying around last night. Sikorsky HH-60W Jolly Green 2, possibly bringing in injured personnel from Bahrain to Doha International Airport. This is a dedicated combat rescue helicopter. Yeah, that makes sense. Iranian flag and photos of regime leaders were found in the government's apartment. Sources tell. Camilla reports. To Seymour on CBS News. Yes, they're gonna. They're already doing. They're already hitting this. When I said, like, come on, man, people were trying to be like, oh, you just love that terrorism is happening or some shit. Dude, right on cue. This is 2003, man. Yeah. I said, come on, man, to the fucking breaking. The reported Islamist shooter in Austin, Texas has been identified. Has been identified as 53-year-old Ndiaga Diagne, who wrote a Property of Allah shirt during the terror attack. I said, come on, man. And he said, this guy said, he's mad we stopped the shooter. To which I responded with, cattle. It's just like, really? This is how easy it is for Americans. It literally doesn't take much. They're so fucking stupid. Where they're like, oh, wow, look at look at this situation, this very well-timed this very well-timed random guy coming out of fucking nowhere being like, I love Islam so much. I'm doing this for Muslims. I'm doing this for Muslim. You know? I'm doing this for Muslim. I love Islam. Islam rules. I'm going to do a terrorism now. Islam rules and I'm doing a terrorism. We already got shitpost accounts calling it a false flag. Normies might stick the landing on this one. I know. What is this? I looked at this the other day, and Lycan Cooks isn't wrong. In the last week, while Hutch has been arguing with DGG about moderation and yelling at Hasan in the news, there was a mega shooter at Mar-a-Lago. Mexico attacked the cartel. The Clintons testified at Congress. Zorhan handled a historic blizzard, and right-wing yelled about Snowgate. A massive consolidation of huge news networks was bought by Trump-friendly billionaires. Gavin Newsom had a terrible book tour. Texted a huge primary Dems showing up. And Hutch has been talking about chat moderation, arguing with DGG, calling him out, and shitting on Hasan. Hate Hasan all you want, but he's covered all of that while having Obama's NATSEC advisor on, Ro Khanna to discuss Iran, and North Carolina rep candidate to discuss her campaign and AI. It's true. I did do that. What is this? Lycan Alex Jones' level of conspiracy theory nonsense is not a problem exclusive to MAGA and the right. Hey, just curious, are the next few weeks/months, depending on the length of the conflict, going to be mostly dedicated to useless Hasan coverage, or do you plan to try to do something important on this issue? What the fuck, lol? Friend, if you don't like the stuff I post, unfollow, mute, block me. That's a nice cop-out response. It would be way more honest to say you like the positive benefits it brings your channels and you value that more than meaningful substantive content. You're not saving America by dunking on Hasan to an audience that already hates Hasan. Damn. Also, I'm not even fucking wrong. Like, what am I supposed to say? The timing of this is not suspicious? I literally tweeted yesterday, if there's any terrorism that happens on U.S. soil now, you will never be able to convince me, nor millions of other Americans, that it wasn't Israel and America conducting it together to rally the masses to support an insanely unpopular war. Liberals also love doing this, and it's just crazy when it comes to Muslims. It's like they forget that this administration is the administration that literally sent this shit out. They are still pushing the narrative as someone wrote anti-ice on their bullets. You know? Like, liberals forget that it's the same Trump administration all of a sudden. When it comes to fucking potentially Muslims of the crosshairs or potentially like Israel first foreign policy, the same liberals that were like, very interesting that this administration is doing a very bad job creating domestic propaganda, are fucking turning around and going, nah, this time it's real. This time it's definitely real. COMEX will collapse with the derivatives market and they will blame Iran war, not COMEX kanka oku. Ne diyorsun bilmiyorum. I was watching Bruce Green, and Bruce was saying the Scalpy's having a hard time on Twitter, and Shadow said the Baldy brings it on himself. I have no idea what that is. Iraqi Shiite insurgent group Saraya Avliya al-Dam posted a video of them launching rockets at the U.S. Erbil base.
وفاء بالسيد علي الخامنائي تم شهيد القائد الإمام الخامنائي ونصرة للمذهب يا أبو عبد الله.
Easily the most insane stuff from 2011 in the Arab Spring was Shia in Bahrain, literally reignited now, and far more besides across the region. And for what? I'm disavowing, but the dude, their fucking production guy needs a raise. Reuters are saying the last Iran strike killed Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, that's.
May Allah awaken the people.
Yeah, they
and
hit
help
Berlin.
them to see the evil doings of Israel
Iran.
and the United States.
Please verify. Ted Cruz straight up was joking about dead soldiers on the timeline. Wait, what? It's not every day you see a U.S. senator joking about dead U.S. Marines. Were your friends Germans wearing Nazi tattoos like the? I can assure you, your prayers didn't save my friends from dying in the last war you supported. Oh my God. Oh my God. Were your friends Germans wearing Nazi tattoos like you? What is happening? Are the Republicans insane? Dude, what the fuck? It's not every day you see a U.S. senator joking about dead U.S. Marines. Oh my God. What did Plattner quote retweeted as? No, Ted, my friends died as and will always be United States Marines, you despicable fuck. What the fuck? It's unbelievable. Ted Cruz responded again. You're a communist by your own admission with a Nazi tattoo on your chest. Tragically, you embody the very best in today's Democrat Party. Nah, little man. You can't get away with that, little man. That's crazy. Bro, that's crazy that Ted Cruz straight up was like, yeah, all of those dead Marines are Nazis. Ted Cruz hitting the fucking bad empanada lines, dude. Ted Cruz comes out as an anti-American third worldist. He said, fuck them Marines. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, Ted Cruz. He's Cuban. You know, he's a communist. He's a communist Cuban, third worldist. I think from today forward, things just get increasingly more weird and insane until Trump dies or a civil war breaks out. Chatter. That's already happening every day. That's unfolding all around us every day at an alarming rate. Let's be real. Ted Cruz said, I'm the troop exploder. Hello, I'm Ted Cruz, and I believe the U.S. Marines are a unit comprised entirely of neo-Nazis doing the fascist bidding of America empire. This is not the timeline I was expecting to live through. I mean, we're Americans, so at the end of the day, it's we face none of the fucking consequences, and we get to have all the bad takes. We get to dominate the whole world. We get to have all the fucking bad takes all the time, and then we sit there and we talk about our feelings. You know what I mean? It's just utterly ridiculous, but that is what it is, you know? Oh, there's also this. Rachel Maddow claims it's the Gulf Arabs that stand to benefit the most from Iran being weakened.
Who benefits? It's always useful to start that question in any country. Who benefits? Who wants Iran bombed off the map and for their own reasons? Who are Iran's rivals and enemies? Perennially, it's the Gulf Arab states.
Oh, so not Israel.
Countries like Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates and Qatar. You know, Qatar, the country that just gave Donald Trump a really, really nice.
Come on, man. The pearl of the fucking Gulf. How dare you? How dare you? Bro, these people are so what are you saying? Like, is Israel not in the lexicon? It's the same shit with like Jeffrey Epstein. They were like, you know, I think Jeffrey Epstein is an agent. And you're like, of a foreign state. You're like, the foreign state of, you're like, go ahead. Oh, the foreign state of Russia. The fuck do you mean? You can't fucking you can't let the words out? Who stands to gain the most from blowing up Iran? Who stands the most? Is the Gulf states? I mean, there's some truth to it, but I think there's one state. Rachel Maddow played a leading role in wasting years of liberal time and energy on a conspiracy theory that Trump colluded with and was financially compromised by Russia. This entailed ignoring not only the actual evidence about Russiagate, but about Trump's collusion with and financial ties to Israeli interests. With Russiagate fan fiction no longer tenable, Maddow now claims the Gulf states got him to bomb Iran. She gives only a passing mention to Israel, omitting that Israel lobbied for this bombing and directly participated in it, and that Trump and his cabinet have ties to pro-Israel oligarchs. Trump has openly bragged that his Israel policies are shaped by Miriam and Sheldon Adelson, that somebody has escaped the dogged eye of this leading member of the Trump media opposition. It's crazy. Like, how, at that point, it has to be deliberate, right? Like, you can't, I'm sorry. There is no shot that you're talking about foreign entanglements with the Trump administration and not mentioning Israel. Why are we all acting as though, like, is Israel a part of America or not? Is Israel just a part of America? Is it the most important state, the only state that matters or not? Because we can't play the song and dance at this point. Because you keep talking like Israel is a part of America without ever mentioning Israel, but then also talking about how it's a sovereign state or a foreign nation. Rachel Maddow did a segment on the bombing of Iran and blamed it entirely on the Gulf states and didn't even mention Israel. This is why the idea that resistance libs have been vindicated is so silly. They can't even acknowledge the realities of what's going on in the world if it doesn't fit their morality play vision of geopolitics. Like, the Gulf states certainly benefit from a weakened Iran, especially, I would say, especially Saudi Arabia. Okay? This is true. But the notion that, like, especially even bringing up Qatar with the jet and shit is so funny because, like, Qatar has a shared gas field with Iran. Like, what are you saying? Like, if you ask Israelis, Qatar is a part of Iran, okay? If you ask Israelis, they will say, like, oh, Qatar, the number one anti-Semitic country on the planet other than, Columbia students. The idea that, like, Qatar is actively petitioning the United States of America by giving America an Air Force One jet, by giving Trump an Air Force One jet so that they will bomb Iran is so stupid. Wall Street Journal editorial board, keep bombing Iran, please. The biggest mistake President Trump could make now would be to end the war too soon, before Iran's military and its domestic terror forces have been more thoroughly destroyed. Speaking of Fetterman, last night on Fox News.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's truly incredible. And let me just say, like, all of the naysayers, all these so-called experts, aren't you ever tired of being wrong about this? Everybody claimed that this was going to turn into like a huge disaster or things could go out of time.
This guy fucking peed. Dude, I would say that anyone with like a little bit more foresight would probably know not to flex and do a touchdown end zone dance here. But of course, Fetterman is not known for having any sight whatsoever.
Get out of control. And that's just absolutely not what happened. And what America and Israel accomplished today was profound. Yeah, no, I mean,
this is an old video.
It's truly incredible.
This is not a new video. This is an old video. Israel really does seem to play a similar role to the Republic of Texas in regards to the imperialist war against Mexico. The difference is the American empire has not moved well beyond the home hemisphere. This, among other things, why explicit integration into the United States does not occur. Don't do ableism. Bro, ableism is whenever anybody gives an opportunity to fucking John Fetterman to speak. They let him do the ableism for himself. Also, the girlies are fighting. Laura Loomer, 3 U.S. service members have been killed in action as a part of Operation Epic Fury. Epstein's Fury. American heroes, God bless them and their families. Marjorie Taylor Greene writes, this bitch is celebrating the death of American military service members and thanking their families for their blood sacrifice. Loomer lost 2 congressional races because nobody respected her or valued her enough to elect her. But this is who Trump takes late night calls from and laps up her praise and worship. Loomer hated Charlie Kirk because he spoke out against war with Iran the same way I do. War with Iran is America last, and we voted against it the same way voters voted against Laura Loomer twice. And now Americans are once again coming home in flag-draped coffins from another stupid, pointless foreign war for foreign regime change on behalf of Israel. And Laura Loomer demanded it and begged for it. Sign up for the military, Laura. Go to the front lines, Laura. Maybe then they'll give you a gun. You don't love Trump enough unless you go fight Iran yourself. Cooked. The Democratic Party is the Democrat Party is the party of war. Bomb Iran. Why is she cooking? That's my goat. Marjorie Taylor Goat. It's so fucking spectacularly unpopular, by the way. I spend a good deal of time in here looking at like the pliant media that is churning out State Department propaganda at an alarming rate. And it's still crazy that Americans by and large are just like, nah, I'm not. Nah, it's fucking bullshit. Nope. Not for me. And perhaps a big part of the reason why, is because Trump himself ran on no regime change wars and releasing the Epstein files. Okay? That's it. And that's part of the problem. So the MAGA base, they were maybe stupid enough to believe him, but they believed him nonetheless. So there are, of course, always going to be dumb fucks in the base that are just like, oh, well, now Trump wants war with Iran. Well, I love war with Iran too now. Right? However, the reality of the matter is there are still plenty of people who are going to experience buyer's remorse. Jennings saying you're not MAGA if you don't back a war for Israel.
We thought MAGA.
I mean, they're right. They're right, by the way. They're right. America first is Israel first. Scott Jennings is right. MAGA is pro-Israel. MAGA is Israel first. The thing is, however, this might actually erode the base of MAGA a little bit further.
This is not what we thought MAGA was supposed to be. Congressman Thomas Massie also writing, this is not America first. Do they have a point?
No, they don't have a point, and I don't consider them to be actual Republicans, and I don't consider them to be part of the American.
This, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when Donald Trump came out and was like, if you care about the Epstein files, you don't love me. And some people were like, all right, bet, I do care about the Epstein files. I'm going to go buy a gun at the nearest Walmart and travel from North Carolina to Mar-a-Lago. That's it. Like, because when MAGA falls out of love, they got different tools at their disposal. You know? Like, yeah, Democrats complain, liberals hate Donald Trump, they say orange man bad, all this and that. But when MAGA falls out of love, They want to fucking murder you. And they got all the guns. You know what I mean? Liberals won't do shit. They'll just be like, oh, this fucking sucks. This fucking sucks. This is shitty. I hate this. I hate this. I hate Trump. I hate Trump. When MAGA's like, all right, what do you mean? Oh, I shouldn't care about the Epstein files. Okay, I do care about the Epstein files. I'm going to go buy a gun now. When Trump says the operation is proceeding quicker than planned, what he means is all my very rich friends are calling me up and screaming at me for crashing the entire global economy, and I need to stop this before they shout at me again. Israel will reply, oh, really? You want everyone to see the videos we have? Who knows which one will win? I mean, I think the part that's going to end up winning here in Operation Epic Fail is probably going to be if enough people in his own base and enough people from the wealthy constituency that he seemingly only cares about yell at him. I think eventually he's gonna have to pull out, or at least go back and be much more compliant with the Iranian state's demands. Because within the capital ownership structure, there are competing forces, right? And too much disruption is not good for them. If the market starts screaming, they're not going to like that. That or a destroyer gets sunk. If that happens, it's over, I think. George W. Bush pullout. Brother, you cannot compare this to fucking the global war on terror. One, we live in the aftermath of the global war on terror. So people are way, way less excited about going to war and doing like revenge tours. If you look at the public approval at the time, there was infinitely more public popular support for the global war on terror. Okay? People are exhausted. People don't like it. People also don't like the financial predicament that they're in currently. Back then, they were in a much different financial circumstance in general. America's growing. Oh, we can get easy ass fucking loans. There's predatory lending happening. We can all buy homes. We can buy 10 homes if we want to. You know, the job market is nowhere near as cooked as it is currently. There was a sense of prosperity still. Okay. And then on top of that, we got struck on U.S. soil for the first time in a very long time, since like Pearl Harbor. America rarely ever suffers from the impact of its actions. America rarely ever suffers from the consequences. And that anger and that fervor caused Americans to, join the military. 25 plus years after the fact, when you have a president that has spent the last decade shitting on the global war on terror, shitting on intervention, saying America first means enough regime change wars with the same intensity that he keeps saying, we got to release the Epstein files. Yeah, your base is going to listen to you. Your base is going to think this is good. I want that. I want you to release the Epstein files, and I want you to fucking not do regime change wars around the globe. That's precisely the reason why, if you look at the polls right now, there is no appetite for this. Even after the strike, there is very little movement. Of course, there's going to be some movement amongst the Republicans, especially, and even some liberals as well. And, the media is doing its very best to try to get as many people on board with this regime change war, but it's still seemingly failing. And I chalk that up to two things. One, material conditions have deteriorated. People have no hope. People have no buy-in, right? People have no buy-in for American prosperity. You can't make an argument that like going and doing another like endless military quagmire is going to somehow improve their lives when they're coming out of the last 25 years thinking that didn't improve my life at all. As a matter of fact, my life got fucking way worse. And that's not because there's a guy like me out there who like fucking hypnotized them into this false belief that like global war on terror is somehow bad or it doesn't actually help them. They experienced it in their own lives in spite of a media apparatus that kept trying to explain to them that, this kind of regime change war isn't that bad actually, right? They saw it on their own. They experienced it on their own. That's why I always try to stress to people, like, my position is a commonly held position among the masses, but most people don't know how to visualize it. Most people don't know how to voice that concern. Most people don't even know what proper terms to utilize, but they just experience it. And I just happen to be the guy that is capable, if they actually pay attention to what I have to say in a charitable manner, rather than, you know, being negatively primed to what I'm saying and assuming that I'm an evil deity. When they come in here and they hear what I'm saying, they go, wait a minute, this guy makes a lot of fucking sense. He's actually speaking exactly the way I felt about this, but I did not have the proper words to communicate my desires. And that's all this is. Ethan Klein was right. Your anti-imperialist sweet talk brain washed me. Oh, your anti-imperialist sweet talk brainwashed me to be anti-Semitic. Yeah. Hasan, please don't let loser get you angry. What losers? But yeah, I think this kind of sentiment, when Scott Jennings goes on CNN and says, wearing that dickhead suit, goes on CNN and says, like, you're not MAGA if you're not Israel first, is actually going to have negative consequences, especially when Trump accidentally repeats the same exact take.
Or MAGA movement, to be honest with you, they are basically allied against Donald Trump on everything, whether it's foreign affairs or domestic policy. They've just become political enemies.
Israel is hitting Beirut. Oh my God, Israeli forces are actively bombing Beirut at the moment. Follows missile launches from southern Lebanon a little while ago. I genuinely think they're going to destroy themselves with their endless appetite for destruction. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think even America can fucking defend Israel. At some point, it's gonna be like a 50-front war, dude. It's crazy. Beirut is live on Al Jazeera. Explosions in Beirut.
I was there.
This is what happens when you don't have defense, anti-aircraft defenses, because America cucked your country.
But this barrage of strikes is still taking place. Rockets are being launched from Dahya itself. We'll get some details on this in a moment. But like I say, these are live pictures taking place right now. We don't know what the target is. Israel did say it was going to attack Beirut. It was going to attack the Lebanese territory because projectiles were launched from Lebanese territory into Israel. That launched air raid sirens across northern Israel. Hezbollah has claimed responsibility. I'm just hearing right now.
Why is Beirut being attacked? Because Hezbollah started launching rockets in the direction of the British base in Cyprus, and also in the direction of Haifa.
Rockets being launched into the air. These are extraordinary pictures, I have to say. I haven't seen this in Lebanon, in Beirut, for a very long time. Like I say, Hezbollah have claimed responsibility for the attacks taking place on Israeli territory. Projectiles fired earlier in the day. There was a response from the Israelis saying that they were going to attack Lebanese territory. Normally, those attacks have taken place in the south against what Israel calls Hezbollah infrastructure, but this now is taking place in the capital, Beirut. These are live pictures, as I say, coming from Beirut. Israeli airstrikes, Israeli drone strikes more likely coming in to that particular neighborhood there, and then fire, missiles being launched, rockets being launched back. Now, I am hearing that Hezbollah says it has launched missiles and drones towards Israel in retaliation for the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei. That is a Hezbollah statement there. Let's just stay with these pictures for a little while longer, but this seems like a far larger attack on Dahya that we've seen in a very long time. and that's a building that looks like it's just exploded.
Hezbollah confirms
We've
that it launched
seen
missiles
this
at IDF
before,
base south
during
of
that
Haifa
war
in
between
retaliation for the
Hezbollah
assassination of
and,
Iranian Supreme Leader Khamenei
Israel.
and the 15 months of
Strikes
Israeli
came
bombardment
in,
of Lebanon. This is the
buildings were
first time
completely
Hezbollah has attacked
destroyed.
Israel since
Now, there
2024.
is something that the Israelis
By the way,
have.
I just want you to know something. Israel never stopped bombing Lebanon. Many of you probably haven't been paying close attention to the situation, but Israel literally never stopped bombing Lebanon despite the ceasefire on the Hezbollah side. This is the first time Hezbollah has attacked Israel since 2024 when it fired a small barrage into northern Israel to warn against Israeli violations of the then nascent ceasefire. Israel kept blowing up fucking different parts of Lebanon whenever they saw fit. They would assassinate people over and over again. They targeted people over and over again, which is, of course, always the case with Israel. You cease, we fire. That's how the Israeli ceasefires work. Classic Israeli ceasefire.
Now, we've got a statement from the Israeli military. It says it's begun striking Hezbollah across Lebanon. So these are strikes that are taking place in Beirut. It's likely there are other strikes taking place in the south of Lebanon, where Israel says Hezbollah infrastructure is still in place and that Hezbollah is rebuilding its capacity to hit Iraq. That red flare you can see just coming up in your picture right now, that's tracer fire coming up. We don't know what they're aiming at there right there. It's likely to be the drones that are hovering above Lebanon's capital right now. But that smoke you can see is now coming from at least 3 different locations. And it seems to be a far wider attack that we've, like I say, seen in a very long time. So let's just recap what we know. Hezbollah says that it has taken responsibility for attacks in Israeli territory. Israel says it's going to launch.
I don't trust Wall Street Journal that much. But Iranian security chief Ali Larijani has made a fresh push to resume nuclear talks with Washington. Arab and U.S. officials say hours after the negotiations were halted by U.S.-Israeli strikes. Are you scared, worried? How do you feel? I mean, I'm sad. I'm sad all the time because we are a world led by fucking some of the most evil monsters. Ali Larijani is overseeing Iran's security and military response to the war with Israel, and the U.S. continues, and Tehran looks for an exit, but he is not part of the leadership triumvirate formed after Khamenei's death. It's just everything sucks. All of this is unnecessary. It doesn't have to be this way. A better world and a better future is possible, and yet every powerful force on the planet keeps telling you, no, this is the only way forward. There is no better future possible, only death and destruction.
يا ساتر يا رب.
Larijani is a hardliner. I don't think he would. I mean, I think he's a hardliner, but you know, he might wanna take the reins. He might have a different design.
They use. Now, I've spent a lot of time in Beirut. I've seen those drones fly overhead. We're going to go now to Nida Ibrahim, who is in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Nida, it was only about 20 minutes ago that we were talking, that you told me that Israel was about to take a strike at Lebanese territory. Here it is. Here's that strike. What was that statement from the Israeli army? Just recap what that statement said.
Well, the statement that we just received from the Israeli army is that they're going to start attacking, and they indeed started attacking Lebanese targets following the projectiles that were sent from Hezbollah's side towards Israeli territory. We're talking about the north of Israel. Now, the information that we got when we and you last talked was about Israeli media suggesting that the Israeli army would crack down and start striking in Lebanon soon as the missiles were identified or the projectiles were identified to be coming from Lebanon. So they really spared no time and attacked act right away. But we also now have the confirmation from Hezbollah confirming that these projectiles were sent in retaliation of the killing of the Iranian supreme leader after Israel and the US started their attack on Iran early on Saturday. Of course, that breaks the ceasefire that was in place since November 2024. And we know that Israel continued attacking Hezbollah and Lebanese soils since the ceasefire started. But Hezbollah, at its end, it says that it had committed to the ceasefire while Israel continued to break it under different reasons. Israel would say that Hezbollah is talking more.
How do you maintain optimism seeing my country being bombed like this, especially after I finished imperialism, high stage of capitalism? I can't see how we begin to fight these fucking pedophiles.
Why they're continuing to
you got to fucking lean into small victories you get every now and then, whether it be something as silly as like being able to convert someone, being able to actually get someone to recognize the truth about Israel or recognize the truth about America, recognize the truth about like anything, okay? Like there is no victory that's too small, okay? You have to lean into small victories, whether it be like broad awareness initiatives or whatnot, whether it's a protest, whether it's getting someone elected into a position of power. You have to lean into those things. And not only that, the Ayatollah got destroyed, Lamau, brother. Like, why do you think I care? I don't, like, this is the type of shit that I don't understand. Because, like, you're doing racism, but you're not even doing it right. Like, first of all, I'm Sunni, okay? I'm a Sunni Muslim. Why the fuck do I care about the Pope of Shias, okay? I just care about the Iranian people. I don't want the Iranian nation to be destabilized to such a degree that it turns into fucking Libya, okay? That's it. Like, it's so stupid. It's so stupid when motherfuckers come in here and be like, bro, they smoked your Ayatollah. It's like, brother, I know that you think like, oh, Muslim, Hasan, his name is Hasan, he's Muslim. Not exactly a religious Sunni either, okay? The Ayatollah was also 87 years old. Why the, like, he could have died sneezing. He could have gone out, fallen off a flight of fucking stairs. Like, what are you talking about? They martyred him in the middle of Ramadan while he was fasting in his own home. Like, what do you mean?
Between Hezbollah and Israel, it was damaged extensively. But this, Heidi, looks like a far larger strike than we've seen in recent years. Now, of course, there was this ceasefire. That ceasefire didn't take, it's never really in place because Israel violated it. The Lebanese PM just a couple of days ago was talking about...
CNN reports new Pentagon briefers acknowledged to congressional staff in a briefing Sunday that Iran was not planning to strike U.S. forces or bases in the Middle East unless Israel attacked Iran first. Why this matters, it undercuts Trump admin's argument on Saturday that Iran was planning to potentially strike the U.S. preemptively and pose an imminent threat. Yeah, no shit. Briefers pointed to Iran's ballistic missile program and proxy forces as evidence that they pose a threat to U.S. forces in the region, but sources noted that has been true for years and did not support the Trump administration's argument that the U.S. needed to attack Iran first. Reuters and Axios reported right off the bat that the war was planned since December and the date was set more than a week in advance. Anyone who believes the spin about an imminent Iranian attack or even stubbornness at the negotiating tables has rocks for brains. Yes, also, this comes after they already did this negotiation, like this fake negotiation in the 12-day war, and then struck Iran in the beginning of the 12-day war. Like, this is why I say I don't think we're getting like particularly better at reading through the propaganda. I think the propaganda is getting worse. It feels like their heart is not in it, you know? Which is fine, I guess. I mean, it helps my job a little bit, even though it causes me to maul quite a bit, because people still come in here and go, dude, the Ayatollah got smoked. Bro, Iran was trying to actually fight first, and we showed them what's what. Iran understands that many in the American security establishment have been convinced that Iran's past restraint reflected weakness and an inability or unwillingness to face the U.S. in a direct war. Tehran is now doing everything it can to demonstrate the opposite, despite the massive cost it itself will pay. Ironically, the assassination of Khamenei facilitated this shift. So this was Trita Parsi's analysis from Quincy Institute, by the way, that I never actually finished. I talked about ceasefire. It must be, the cost must be higher for America, for Iran to get on board with it. From the outset, accordingly, Iran has shifted its strategy. It is striking Israel, but very differently from the June war. There is constant level of attack throughout the day. Rather than a salvo of 50 missiles at once, damage will be less, but that isn't a problem because Tehran has concluded that Israel's pain tolerance is very high as long as the U.S. stays in power. So the focus shifts to the U.S. From the outset. Well, what Iran doesn't realize is for the petro-capitalist pedophilic cabal, no amount of human casualties is also going to be too high unless their family members take it to the fucking streets, unless the MAGA base starts getting pissed off. So that's the other side of the story as well, because America's casualty appetite is also much higher too. Like, they don't give a shit. They'll send a bunch of fucking 18-year-olds to die. From the outset, and perhaps surprisingly, Iran has been targeting U.S. bases in the region, including against friendly states. Tehran calculates that the war can only end durably if the cost for the U.S. rises dramatically, including American casualties. Can't wait for you to get banned again? Why? No, seriously. Seriously, what is that? What will that do for you? Let's say I get banned. Is your life going to get better, you think? Because you could just as easily tune out, you know? I will never understand this kind of stuff where it's like, why do you allow me to occupy so much space in your mind? You know? There are millions of outlets out there that do the exact opposite kind of coverage to myself. As a matter of fact, I'm one of the very few places where you can get this kind of coverage. So what is it? Like, you can go to CNN to get a liberal version of why we must bomb Iran and do intervention. You can go to Fox News to hear a right-wing version of why we must bomb Iran and do an intervention. You can go to a million different quote-unquote independent outlets that are also churning out that same pro-Trump propaganda. You can go to Watch Asmongold where he goes, yeah, based, yeah, based. Swap Troopers keep putting out videos hating on you on their timeline. Yeah. But that's what I don't understand, right? Like, if you're upset with what I have to say, you can just avoid it. You can just avoid it. So why do you put yourself through this process? You know? Let's say I don't even get banned. Let's say I get fucking killed, okay? Do you think that that is going to materially improve your life? What will that do? Nothing. No, they can't avoid it because the other streamers talk about you too. I know, but even if I fucking die, they're going to still keep going into the library of content to be like, yeah, well, he deserved it and here's why. You know what I mean? Hating on you for being more in line with the popular opinion. Yeah, my perspective, I think, is a lot more popular among the masses than people actually think it is. Having said that, however, it's not reflected in mainstream outlets. It's not even reflected that much in the independent side of the media. But if you're frustrated with what I have to say, because I'm a political commentator after all, if you're frustrated with what I have to say, then you can just as easily tune me out and get all of the bias confirmation that you want. You know? All of the bias confirmation that you want to your heart's desire. It's very strange. Anyway, it truly doesn't make any sense. Like, I'll never understand it. It truly doesn't make any sense whatsoever when people are just like, my entire worldview is around hating one individual. Like, I don't have any politics. I don't have any political perspectives at all. I'm just addicted to hating you. I have such an emotional connection. I have such an emotional connection to just like opposing whatever you stand for, because I am literally just cattle. I'm just cattle. I have no thoughts of my own. It's because your worldview is scary as fuck. I know. Don't murder children, please. Very scary worldview. Spend money on America instead of spending money fighting Israel's wars. Terrifying. So, as I was saying, though, like, how can you be so utterly devoid of having your own perspective that you hear from enough like content creators on the internet that you desperately lean into for entertainment and for political coverage, and they keep telling you like, I'm a fucking villain over and over again, and you, instead of like seeking out your own perspective, having a fully fleshed out worldview, you decide, you know what, fuck this guy, and I'm actually going to go to a stream and I'm actually going to tell everybody this guy fucking sucks. I'm going to tell him he sucks. I can't wait for him to get banned. You know? Like, think critically. That's all I'm saying. Please think critically. Please, man, 50,000 people don't want to listen to you whining about how some folks don't like you. Perma. All right. Let me take 1 second out, you know? Can I do that? Can I take 1 second out? 55-month subscriber. It's been 6 hours and 7 minutes. Can I do 1 minute? Am I allowed? No? Is Trita Parsi reputable? Yes, brother. What the fuck? He's literally the executive vice president of the Quincy Institute. It's like one of the few anti-interventionist think tanks in Washington, D.C. You know? That doesn't make him reputable. What makes someone reputable? I mean, he has good takes. He has some bad takes as well, but Quincy Institute is pretty solid. There hasn't been a single voice on Iran more historically correct about Iran more than Trita. That's what makes him reputable. Yeah, that too. I think he understands Iran not being based in Washington, D.C. What? Why can't we say USA bad, lol? Wait, what? Yes, we can. We say it all the time. Quincy Institute is good. The other one is what is it? There's two think tanks that are just like kind of anti-interventionist. That's it. Oh no, it's not they caught you. Were you in Texas? Hasan insinuates that the terrorist attack in Austin was a false flag because he was wearing a Property of Allah shirt. Meanwhile, he owns the same shirt. H3 Productions. Wait, are they saying that like I'm somehow responsible for the fucking attack in Austin? Is that where we're at? Yeah, responsible statecraft. But I think responsible statecraft might be. Is that also part of Quincy Institute? Bro, Ethan's audience they're so crazy. Like this is just like, this is nasty, dude. This is some lunatic shit. Yeah, I think responsible statecraft is Quincy. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that an audience filled to the brim with liberal Zionists and ultra Zionists who have aligned themselves with every right-wing shithead, every pro-Trump shithead would, insinuate that I'm somehow involved. That's cool. It's just, things happen all around the world. What is this? You're totally right, man. One is accused of having a training call with a vibrant function. He talks to politicians and actually holds them accountable. The other guy posed next to a pedo 34 times felon convicted sex offender, genocide participant. You're so right. Glass houses. Yeah. It's also not the same shirt. Not that it fucking matters. Fox News has obtained a photo of the Austin, Texas mass shooter in arm wearing a sweater that says property of Allah. He has not been identified by authorities, but multiple federal law enforcement sources tell Fox that a 53-year-old naturalized U.S. citizen who was born in Senegal was living in Lugerville, Texas. I am told he was also wearing an undershirt that had the Iranian flag on it. I don't think that's the argument, to be honest. I think they're just pointing out that that's not a good piece of evidence. I don't think that's the argument, to be honest. Wait. I never said that it was a false flag because he was wearing a property of Allah shirt. I didn't say that that was the only reason why it was. It had the markings of a false flag. I said the timing of it was awfully suspicious. Also, you do realize that they made this post just to like terror jacket me, right? You understand that. 44-month subscriber. Like, you don't have to hand it to white liberal Zionists on a daily fucking basis like this hard, you know? You get what they're doing, right? Like, that's not... Is it that difficult for you to comprehend? Do I have to write it out for you? They're like, oh, Muslim guy. He also wears a property of Allah sweatshirt. Just like this terrorist did. Like, do you think there is a reason why they're doing this? Or do you think it's just, I mean, I don't doubt it. Okay, well, then don't fucking come in here to try to do this like hyper rationalization shit. This community fucking sucks some days, man. Chatter bypasses Ottoman for Lincoln H3 slop shit through an Imgur. Other chatter believes the Reddit post seriously. Now we're derailed for 25 minutes instead of 10. It's true. What does terror jacket mean? Terror jacketing is when you suspect someone falsely or accuse someone falsely of being a terrorist or insinuate that they're a terrorist. What is this? There's no good that comes from covering him. You're playing into his hand with this and a 40-month sub. You're right. I should just fucking eat it. I should just eat it. You're right. We should have a supposedly liberal group. A liberal content creator and a fucking audience that is comprised entirely of right-wingers now just fucking say that a terror attack happened and look at this guy. He's just like this other Muslim guy that we hate. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it hurts your feelings that I did that. Yeah.
And again, it is not the intention of the U.S. government to invade. That is not what is happening. These are isolated strategic.
Oh, we're at this is not a real war moment.
Large-scale attacks.
What take a Tarita is bad out of curiosity? I don't know, chatter. Where the fuck was I? What was I doing? I can't even finish this one fucking thing. From the outset, and perhaps surprisingly, Iran has been targeting U.S. bases in the region, including against friendly states. Tehran calculates that the war can only end durably if the cost of the U.S. rises dramatically, including American casualties. After the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei, Iran says it has no red lines left and will go all out in seeking the destruction of these bases and high American casualties. Iran understands that many in the American security establishment have been convinced that Iran's past restraint reflected weakness and an inability or unwillingness to face the U.S. in a direct war. Tehran is now doing everything it can to demonstrate the opposite. Despite the massive cost it itself will pay. Ironically, the assassination of Khamenei facilitated this shift. One aspect of this is that Iran has now also struck bases in Cyprus, which has been used for attacks against Iran. Iran is well aware that this is an attack on an EU state, but that seems to be the point. Tehran appears intent on not only expanding the war into the Persian Gulf states, but also into Europe. Note the attack on the French base in the UAE. For the war to be able to end, Europe has to pay a cost. The reasoning appears to be. There appears to be only limited concern about the internal situation. The announcement of Khamenei's death opened a window for people to pour into the streets and seek to overthrow the regime. Though expressions of joy were widespread, no real mobilization was seen. That window is now closing as the theocratic system closes ranks and establishes a new formal leadership. Again, the question, how will this end, should have been asked before this war was triggered. It wasn't. Trump offered several visions of how power might be transferred to a new government, and among the options he suggested was an outcome similar to what he engineered in Venezuela, according to the New York Times. No, it's not up to Donald. Yeah, you're not wrong. Okay, but not in the way that you think. There's one other guy in there that's going to do everything in his power to make sure that that doesn't happen. His name is Benjamin Netanyahu. For those who didn't understand the point I was trying to make, I'm saying Benjamin Netanyahu gets to decide. Yes, Cuba is next, by the way. It's true. Tormented generations of American presidents as U.S. and Israeli missiles fell on Iran this weekend, just weeks after Donald Trump ordered a lightning strike that put Venezuela's president in a New York City courtroom. Trump is already eyeing his next target, Cuba. The president is feeling like, I'm on a roll. Like, this is working, one administration official told me. Madness, dude. He is fucking insane. Yes, Cuba is next. The Cuban situation came to a halt for a little bit because they shifted their attention over to Iran. And I mean, he's so insane. Yeah. That's how Hitler felt after Blitzkrieg worked initially. Yeah, except the Blitzkrieg is not working. Yes, I know Hezbollah entered. Yes, I know. Rockets launched from Lebanon. Reports and seen on live TV. No alerts yet. Yes, I know. I already covered it. Yeah.
But again, there are negotiations that will take place, or at least open communication with the White House as soon as the president decides that he is ready to talk. And that has developed in the last couple of hours. So that update will come hopefully later on this evening.
I'm sorry, you say it's not the intention of the U.S. government to invade? Did we not just invade?
We are not invading. Are you saying,
Oh. Is Iran depleted at this point? Fuck no. Not only do I think that Iran is not depleted, I mean, they're still fucking constantly striking Israel and everyone else in the region. I don't even think they've had a good enough shot at the Iranian missile launchers.
Seeing boots on the ground there? Because I'm not. And I've been told directly by the State Department and the White House that that's not the intention.
I mean, we just killed the leader of the country. That's not... Okay.
Targeted strategic military strikes and invasions are two totally different things, according to military terminology.
They're calling it a war. The president has called it a war.
And targeted airstrikes
strategic strikes. And according to the White House, and I just talked to them and talked to the Secretary of State, strategic strikes are not war.
Really? So if someone bombed America,
do you see boots on the ground?
War? Oh wait, that makes no sense. So you're saying it has to be boots on the ground?
According to your own definition,
so that's your standard.
The regime of Iran has killed thousands of Americans and murdered them. So by definition, they've already declared war on the United States.
I know. I've had Shiite missiles raining down on me too. I know how terrible the Iranian regime is. We are not debating that they are a truly terrible regime. What we're talking about is the standard for the commander-in-chief to commit our sons and daughters in the military to war, and going to war when it is in the national interest, and making that case to America and going to Congress and getting approval for war. So you are saying this is a limited mission that is only bomb strikes, so there is no congressional authorization necessary. How is this different from when Joe Biden bombed the Houthi rebels in Yemen without congressional authorization, and you oppose that?
I mean, Trump did it too. You see, when Trump did it, it was good. When Biden did it, it was bad. Oh, let's go back to General Spider Marks.
Your description early on was, who goes to Abu Dhabi and expects this? Who's in the Emirates and expects this? Who goes to Europe
I gotta pee.
and would expect anything different than what we're seeing right now in terms of terrorist activity? So when we look at this in terms of the timing, look, the president has indicated that this may be 4 weeks long. What we need to look for is, what are the indicators that the IRGC might be fracturing? And is there any indication that the population is prepared to rise up and maybe try to accelerate that fracturing? If we don't see that, this is not a 4-week fight. We're going to have to make a determination before then. It's time to cut bait.
And so, Alexander, when you look at what's happening in the UAE and Iran's striking out at countries that were certainly not its friends, okay, but weren't its sworn enemies ready to attack them in the way that, of course, Israel and Iran have been. I'm referring to the UAE as an example. So how much support is there? Because, yes, we hear them having these meetings. They had a Zoom call. They're clearly shocked and frozen and upset, okay? But does that mean that they support an escalating war?
The public messaging that we're getting is that they're not supportive of an escalating war. They want this to end now. However, it's also quite unprecedented for practically all of the Gulf states, maybe with the exception of Kuwait several decades ago. So there's a lot of pressure on them. Many of their economies are reliant also on foreign workers, and although their airspace is closed at the moment, I think these governments would be cautious on how the public is feeling and what is happening to public sentiment.
Well, the airspace being closed, I just think we can't emphasize how big of a deal that is, with the busiest airport in the world in the center of that, and that there's a clock ticking on that, and that is just, it's important. It's not a small factor. Kareem, I want to play something else that Iran's foreign minister said today that really gets to the heart of all of this. Here he is.
As a matter of fact, our military units are now, in fact, independent and somehow isolated, and they are acting based on instructions, general instructions given to them in advance.
Okay, Kareem, when I heard that, I sort of thought, whoa, did Minister Araghchi just said they're based on instructions basically given before leadership was taken out, general instructions.
Yes, it's protocol. It's protocol. That's what it is. For this exact reason. For this exact same reason. That's the whole point. They planned it.
Of Iran.
It's not clear, Aaron. There's an enormous leadership vacuum. Anytime a leader who's been ruling for 37 years is killed, that leaves an enormous vacuum. There's also a military leadership vacuum. They say about dictatorships that they kill the most once when they first come to power and when they're leaving power. And
you see, this thing that actually disproves the point I'm making somehow confirms my priors.
When they're fighting for their survival, this regime really has no reliable allies in the world, and the only thing it can do is lash out at its neighbors, target civilians, in the hopes that those neighbors will pressure the United States to stop. But this is a regime which is, its existence is at stake, and it's doing the only thing that it knows to do, which is to lash out violently.
What?
General Marks.
They're literally, what? We've had 2 decades to study defeats of the U.S. military to our immediate east and west. We've incorporated lessons accordingly. Bombings in our capital have no impact on our ability to conduct war. Decentralized mosaic defense enables us to decide when and how the war will end. Yeah. I can't believe that they looked at the situation where they're like, well, they designed a contingency plan and have a horizontal leadership structure that's decentralized in an act where like there is a multiple, there is a decapitation strike, both on the head of state and also the leadership of the generals, that they designed a contingency around that, which shows that the state is operating exactly in the ways that it's supposed to. It actually means that the regime is falling apart.
It's going to be good enough, or it's going to be exactly what this administration wants.
Yeah, this is their cheating side of the argument.
Not only the preparation of our troops, but it's the nature of what's going to happen with the IRGC during this incredible period of chaos. Are they going to fracture? Are they going to hold together? That's the indicator. It's not the preparation and the force protection and the immense capability that we have in the region. It's what's happening inside Iran and how they are withstanding and how they
yes, the only thing that they can rely on now is a hope and a dream that enough Iranians are so mad that they take up arms and then they like magically take control over the government, or at least like actively destabilize it at a time when the government is like literally punishing all of the people responsible for the bombing. Iranian forces declared that the Kuwait base is unusable anymore. Go to drop site news. That's crazy.
So how are you?
Oh yeah, fucking Eric Prince is complaining, by the way, on Steve Bannon, on the Epstein war room.
I'm not happy about the whole thing. I don't think this was in America's interest. It's going to uncover.
He's just mad that they didn't ask him to do it. You know, he's like, I'm stuck in Kenya. I'm not happy about this at all. I'm working in Kenya. I have to tune into the Steve Bannon broadcast from my car. I used to write opinion editorials for the New York Times, dude.
Uncork a significant can of worms and chaos and destruction.
Oh wait, is he in Haiti? I thought he was in Africa for a little bit.
In Iran now. Who takes over? You still have tens, hundreds of thousands of IRGC people that will be positioning to be number two, to be the next rulers of that country. I don't see how this is in keeping with the president's MAGA commitment. I'm disappointed.
Dude, is Hen Mazik really asking where international law? From multiple explosions and divisions of missiles, the latest barrage launch from Iran tonight might include cluster munitions. This is a war crime. They are banned under international law. I'm sorry, they're banned under what? Says Ryan Grimm. Who were the two countries that were in opposition to that? Dude, when Israelis, come on, man. Israelis demanding international law is so funny.
The great
Representative Nancy Mace on Representative Ilhan Omar. I'm ready to denaturalize her and deport her to Somali. What's up with these people? They say Somalian all the fucking time, which is incorrect. And the one time where you're supposed to say Somalia, you say Somali. What is happening? Either say Somalia for both, and one is incorrect, and the other accidentally is correct, or say Somali for both, and then one is correct and one is incorrect. She got both wrong.
Liberator of women around the world. You're making a very important point. And here's a woman in Congress you serve with.
Oh, yeah. Great liberation of women, liberating them from their fucking lives.
Ilhan Omar responding to you on X saying, I hope you aren't drunk, and took your staff's advice. Rashida and I, Tlaib, of course, don't know this man and feel confident he didn't care about us. Please restrain from drinking too much. As you've been warned from your staff, stay off social media. I don't know what she's talking about, but I pray in this holy month you find peace and respect for yourself. I think she had lashed out at the idea that the president moved forward with this because as I understand it, there was intelligence saying there was a target of opportunity to take out the Ayatollah and other leaders. She's complaining that the attack came during Ramadan. And Rashida Tlaib, by the way, is attacking both the United States and Israel, another member of the squad, and saying they shouldn't have done.
Bro, that one was so crazy. Should Rashida Tlaib have said, we are killing children? Like, they didn't even care about it. Like, everyone's response to Rashida Tlaib saying, when referencing, like, America and Israel and using the royal they, was really interesting because they were like, no, Rashida, you're so wrong. We, alongside Israel, are killing the children. We. You see, it is us. We are killing the children. Please get it right.
This as if the U.S. is a foreign country to her. Could you unpack some of that?
Well, I don't give a damn if it's Ramadan. I don't care if Muslims are fasting right now. This was the right time with the right intel, the right president to go in there and do this, and he'll have his chance to explain it to her secretaries to Congress. And she was also responding because I was complaining about that. Where was she when Jews were slaughtered? Over 1,000 Jews were slaughtered in Israel by Hamas, by Palestinians on a Jewish holiday. I don't remember her complaining about that. And when she said that very defamatory statement about me in the middle of the night, by the way, what was she doing in the middle of the night? But I asked her what it was like to be married to your brother. I mean, like, she has no room to attack anyone on any issue, quite frankly. And I'm ready to denaturalize and deport her to Somalia. Let's go.
There you go. You've said.
Oh, she said Somalia. I was wrong.
That before.
Aaron Rupar gave her the bad edit. She's hammered, right? She seems hammered.
Which has surprised many because it seems to be a shift from what the United States, at least, hopes were initially.
Bro, I really don't know how CNN is going to be more pro-Israel after the Ellison takeover. I've been thinking about this quite a bit. We've been tuning in, and they either like already changed their editorial control to make it already like maximum pro-Israel. Like, I just don't know how they're going to be more pro-Trump and pro-Israel than this.
Perhaps they don't, but it also is a question of what kind of a damage they can do before we get to the 4-week mark. And also, President Trump's words really don't have much credibility because he says one thing and then he shifts. First, it's about regime change. Then he says he's willing to talk to the
Anderson
Iranians
Cooper learn Hebrew.
Now he says he may stay there for 4 weeks. And so I think the Iranians are not listening to the dates that he's putting down. They actually have a plan, and the plan is that they gradually will try to expand the scope of the areas of risk and defense that the United States has to contend with. The U.S. started this war planning to only defend Israel by bringing the aircraft carrier Ford to Haifa. But now it is being put in a position that it has to plan for defending all the GCC countries, shipping lanes and energy sources, tankers, Straits of Hormuz.
Bro, America won't even defend their troops in the GCC countries. What are we talking about? No, they only care about Israel. This is what I keep explaining to people, and they don't want to fucking hear it for some weird reason. Even after Benjamin Netanyahu was like, thank you, Mr. President, this has been my childhood dream, and you gave it to me. But like, they specifically moved all of their assets to Israel, and they have all their aerial surveillance between Iran and Israel, okay? They only care about defending Israel, and they're still not doing a good job at defending Israel. They're still getting fucking lasered with Iranian rockets over and over again.
Well, anybody coming in right now, it would take them a long time before they establish authority. Khamenei, even before he died, he delegated most of the decision-making, particularly wartime decision-making, to commanders, to his national security advisor, to various branches of the government. This is part of the strategy of surviving decapitation. They wanted a system that you could not paralyze by killing 1 or 2 or 3 people. This worked for them during the June War when Israel killed 30
Iran's plan is
commanders and
bombing everyone except Israel? Bitch, have you not been paying attention? You think Iran is not bombing Israel? What are you, fucking nuts? I think they're doing a sufficient amount of bombing Israel as well as every other country that has American military bases.
They will choose someone.
Except for
but
Turkey,
they're not,
which is true.
Right now looking for that someone to come first day in the office and take command of everything.
Also, they hit a hospital in Iran earlier. Wait, did they do it again? Yeah. Oh, no, this is from 3 p.m. Yeah. New strike damages eight hospital and emergency bases in 2 days of U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran. Gandhi Hospital was hit in Tehran, which is, you know, unsurprising. When Israel and America come to town, they fucking blow up the schools where little schoolgirls are going to school, and then they blow up the hospitals too. That's like classic. Why aren't they bombing Turkey? Not that I want to get bomb Lamau, but why? I don't know. Maybe because the Turkish government has said that they don't want, that they have no involvement in it. Turkey does kind of stay out of the Israel stuff, with the exception of like literally giving Israel energy, sending Israel energy. Turkey doesn't, like all the Gulf nation states that have American bases, all the Gulf, it's NATO too. That's true. There's also NATO. That might be the reason. But all the Gulf nation states intercept Iranian rockets going to Israel. They intercept Houthi rockets going to Israel. They intercept Iranian rockets that go to Israel. Turkey doesn't do that. Also, Turkey has its own military. None of these Gulf states have like a real standing military. They have hired guns, like in the case of UAE. Like they have Colombian mercenaries. Or they have no standing military at all. They have like functionally no standing military. They just have like American equipment, and they just have the American military. Also, I suspect they will probably rely on Turkey to keep Kurdish militias at bay at some point if it really gets out of hand. So I suspect there's that angle as well. Because Iran has a Kurdish ethnic minority in it as well. But there are, I mean, it's not a secret that America loves using Kurdish militias to destabilize areas whenever they see fit. And I think that's what they're going to do in Iran as well. That's why they're like gearing up for an opening. Shitgar has been a hotbed of opposition. It's likely that some of the people killed in these airstrikes were protesters, perhaps even supporters of foreign intervention. Yeah. Target and precision strikes called a friend of mine who lives there, and he was cheering. Chat is moving so fast, no one will know. No one will notice I like big booty Latinas. Dude, they're definitely going to invade Lebanon. I've seen too many thirsty warmongers on Twitter. Official security sources to Al Jadid, the rocket launch operation was carried out from north of Litani area near the town of Tibna. I mean, do they even have the fucking, do they even have the motion? I don't know. Ground battle with Hezbollah, even if Hezbollah is diminished, is not something in the cards for I think the IDF right now. I'll be honest. Took a second to check Twitter, and holy shit, JD is so unbelievably rizless. I cannot believe.
Certainly empathize with Americans who are exhausted after 25 years of foreign entanglements in the Middle East. I understand the concern, but the difference is that back then we had dumb presidents, and now we have a president who actually knows how to accomplish it.
Oh shit, my mistake. I didn't realize it was those guys were dumb. Bro, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. They can't even get together and put forward like a halfway decent response. And unfortunately, we might prove them right that they might not even need to, you know?
America's national security objectives. So this is not going to be some long drawn out thing.
I suspect this is an earlier clip, by the way. This is not a recent one.
I job of setting their nuclear program back. We're going to now work to permanently dismantle that nuclear program over the coming years, and that is what the president has set out to do. Simple principle. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. That has animated American policy.
New statements from Trump to the New York Times. The U.S. military intends to continue its attack on Iran for 4 to 5 weeks if necessary. Special military operation, folks. Nothing to see here, obviously. The Pentagon maintains sufficient forces, missiles, and bombs to continue military attack on Iran if necessary. We have large quantities of ammunition stored around the world, and it won't be difficult to continue the attacks. He just keeps saying we don't have a resource problem, which makes me feel like he has a resource problem, or at the very least, he's heard from his generals that he has a resource problem, because he keeps stressing that our munitions are there. We have the logistics. We have the supply chain. I promise you we have enough guns and we have enough bullets. Please, nobody put it in the newspaper that we don't have enough bullets. Everything is A-okay. I would like for the war to continue. I would like to keep striking Iran. You believe it. Yeah, Kiev in 3 days ass president, dude. I don't think the Arab countries in the Gulf need to join the United States in striking Iran. Sanctions on Iran could be lifted if the new leadership proves itself to be a pragmatic partner. Iran has been greatly weakened and I expect it to be subdued in the end. I have 3 very good options leading Iran and I won't reveal them now. Let's finish the task first. If Iran is in some scenario defeated, who will stop Israel from further expanding its borders into Arab countries? No one. That's it. No one. No one at all. I mean, let's be real. If Iran hasn't even been able to stop Israel from expanding into other countries' borders regardless. It appears that an aircraft strayed too deep into Iranian airspace and was down. The scale of the explosion suggests it was not a drone.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
Persians, man. Iranis.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
I love this accent so much. Allah. I don't even know how to do it.
Allahu Akbar!
What the fuck? No, this is fake, right? Where is this from? I don't believe this. No, this is fake. There's no shot. I don't. Where is I haven't seen this anywhere else. This has been out for 3 hours. Most likely fucking fake. 10 interceptors versus 1 Iranian missile. Yeah, we watched this happen live. That's bigger than a fighter jet explosion would be. First time I've ever seen a circuit breaker triggered on an upward price movement. Total chud, financial destruction coming. Circuit breaker triggered at New York Mex crude oil open. NY Mex crude oil open. Macro edge. Is this good? Hey, yo, this HasanAbi hit is popping off.
You're gonna die for Israel, you stupid fuck. Everyone will hate you for the rest of your life. You're fucking pathetic, dude. You're fucking pathetic. You're coward shit with this asymmetrical shit. Y'all don't know how to do a fair fight, do you? You would never last in a fair fucking fight. No. Don't tell me what to do. Don't make it work for me. Every family member you have is going to fucking deny that they're related to you. You guys are fucking pathetic. Look at you. You can't even look at us in the eye. You know you're on the wrong side of history. You're fucking ashamed. Look at them. Look at them. Ready to fucking change the safety like you're gonna fucking shoot anybody, you coward-ass bitch. You ain't gonna do nothing. You aren't gonna do nothing. This ain't Call of Duty, kid. Go home. This ain't 12 Prestige. This is real life. You know what would be the end of the world? The Nuremberg trials. Did you finish enough schooling to learn what that is? Do you know what they did to people who protected fucking places where they took children in the Nuremberg trials? Do you know what happened? If you finished school, you might have learned what happened after World War II. You should look up what happened to Nazi war criminals. Go ahead, look it up. Have you ever been shot at? No, you haven't. You haven't seen combat. What, maybe you got pepper sprayed in fucking boot camp? You don't know shit, dude. You haven't seen anything. You could grow up and have a real life. But no, you're fucking here. Protecting children, getting put in cages. It's pathetic. It's actually pathetic. Half of these kids look like they're about to burst into tears. They're fucking children holding assault rifles. It's pathetic. You're used as political pawns. You don't care. You're just following orders, right? That was not an acceptable defense at the Nuremberg trial. You actually have it. You have systems in place in your military to be a conscientious objector, but you are refusing to take those channels because you are afraid of the executive branch coming after you. So you are intimidated into just being pawns for a political system rather than actually serving your oath. You can't think critically. You can't have independent thought. It's not permitted. So here you are with your finger itchy by the safety, ready to fucking shoot the civilians of the country.
What? This isn't ICE? This isn't how you get military to sympathize with the civilians? They're just trying to get housing and med? I fucking hate this side of the left. Okay, buddy. I'm not like a fucking troop exploder leftist at all, but there is a fucking, there's a limit, okay? Fuck you mean? They're positioned outside of an ICE facility, dumbass. Suck my dick. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, as long as they fucking resign, you know, and become anti-war, then that's fine. But that's crazy to me that you're over here being like, nah, dude, you don't understand. Clean Wehrmacht, clean Wehrmacht, clean Wehrmacht theory in the big 226. That guy had Fred Hampton in their username? Stop. All those you can refuse orders things is bullshit. Explosions heard in Tel Aviv again? No. Isn't it supposed to be morning time by now? This is fake, right? What's gonna happen in this video? Is there some fucking... Iran set a 7 a.m. alarm for Tel Aviv residents. I guess it's 4 a.m. You need a row of clocks behind you. This is embarrassing, Hamas. Yeah, Sohrab Ahmari, for some weird reason, has stopped being a chud again out of nowhere with this Iran stuff. This is an embarrassing hot mess. The Iranian security forces will just surrender to the people, or no, it'll be like in Venezuela. From President Trump's new interview with the New York Times, it seems unlikely that he's fully thought this through. Dude, you're such a lunatic. Only show the things that are positive to your agenda. You never show both sides because deep down you know you're wrong. Yeah, guys, I want to apologize. How can you believe these things genuinely? You can show all the bad things that ICE does, but never show the good things. Like what? I want to apologize to everybody here. As you guys know, I'm very biased against kidnapping children, kidnapping random neighbors that are just trying to go about their day. I am very biased about that sort of thing. What would be the good thing that ICE does? Like, they kidnapped a guy that you didn't like personally? Is that what happened? Like, can you explain to me? Like deporting rapist immigrants. Who captured the rapist immigrants? Okay? Because it wasn't ICE. If anybody does a rape, well, let's be real. The American local law enforcement, unfortunately, is not very good at prosecuting. No, it's not ICE, you fucking idiot. See, 95% of problems, 95% of problems that come from the conservative side, 95% of conservative grievances is just because you don't know. You don't know things and you don't want to read. You don't want to learn things. This is the issue. You just angrily lash out. You're a fucking idiot. What do you want me to say to you? You're just objectively wrong. No, ICE is not a normal member of law enforcement. Okay? It's actually local police. It's the prosecutors that prosecute the rapists. It's the normal criminal justice system that goes through the normal criminal justice function. ICE does not have the capacity, nor the knowledge, nor the technical expertise, falling for the rage-based dumbass go shocker dog. Do you think this is your exit ramp? You came in here and you got called out for being a fucking moron. And you're like, oh, this is just rage bait. Okay, dude, I'm sorry that you chose to fucking behave like you have a genuine learning disability. You really owned me and everybody else in here. Good job. Take a week off. I was just fucking, I was just presenting myself as a fucking moron. Just to rage bait you, actually. I was just pretending. This is what I'm doing on my Sunday night. They're a wannabe streamer. They have clips. Oh, I fucking love seeing shit like that. Shut your bitch ass up. Let's see what this guy's got going for him. Wait, what? No, they don't have any clips. Why'd you come in here and lie to me? I got excited. Apparently he streams Minecraft, but his videos we can't find. Oh shit, he does have clips. But he doesn't show his face.
Money.
Pay who?
Oh yeah, you don't get shit, boy.
I'll pay my dick, nigga. What are you talking about?
Alright, so I can...
Oh, I feel bad as a child. Oh, God. At least he's anti-racist. It's a British child. Oh, sometimes I be duking it out with kids, you know what I mean? Equal opportunity hands, okay? Equal opportunity hands. British child who likes American immigration officials. Bro, the internet was a mistake, man. It was a fucking mistake. You got like a British 12-year-old simping for ICE, deporting random people working on U.S. soil. What the hell, man? What the hell? Ugh. Great video. Video from CNN and Trump responding to questions on Iran by commenting on new statues that he has installed in the Rose Garden of the White House. Nice.
several military bases. Smoke was seen in the industrial area in Qatar's capital, Doha. Strikes have also hit Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. Attacks have been reported on airports, residential buildings and hotels. Shelter-in-place alerts have been issued to citizens across the region. The foreign ministers of the Gulf Cooperation Council have condemned Iranian attacks targeting the region. In a joint statement, the GCC has called them grave violations of sovereignty, good neighbourliness and international law, particularly due to the targeting of civilians and civilian objects. The statement says GCC states reserve their legal right to respond and take all necessary measures to defend their sovereignty, security and stability, including the option of a military response. It also demanded an immediate halt to the attacks, emphasising that Gulf stability is essential to the global economy and maritime navigation. Earlier, my colleague Folly Batibo spoke with Alanad Hamad Saud Al-Thani, a political analyst and fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs. She says Gulf states are likely expected Iran to respond quickly to being attacked, but not the scale and reach of its retaliation.
Quick, maybe, but so wide, I think no one really anticipated that such a thing would happen. And unanticipated does not necessarily mean unprepared. I mean, we've seen the response. All the Gulf states were quite prepared for it. However...
Dude, I've been watching Al Jazeera go on cope mode the entire fucking morning before I went live. They had a dude from Riyadh who was so fucking pissed off. Like, GCC guys are hella mad right now because they're like... They don't got a lot of leg to stand on here. They're just like, it's really fucked up. Why can't we have American bases? Like, well, calm down, Iran.
It's quite unbelievable for everyone that Iran would walk face first, eyes wide open into such a trap.
Right. So when you say they were clearly prepared, even though the attack was wide and perhaps not expected to be that wide, in the case of Qatar, it successfully thwarted dozens of Iranian missiles. But how long can it continue to do this? How long can Gulf states continue to push back with their air defenses? Is this sustainable?
So sustainable, the Gulf states have great relations with very many security partners, so there is no worry from that side. But sustainable, we also have to think about the economy and we have to think about the people and regional stability. No one wants this to go on any longer than yesterday, not even at all. And so I have all the confidence that they are able to thwart these attacks. However, should they have to? No, they shouldn't.
Here's a look at some of the missiles Iran is deploying. The Shahab 1 and the Fateh 110 are considered short-range, travelling about 300 kilometres. The Rad 500, Shahab 2 and Fateh 313 can reach nearly 500 kilometres. And with a range of 1,000 kilometres are the Dezful and the Qadr missile systems. And the Shahab 3 is estimated to reach roughly 1,300 kilometres. On the longer range, Iran has 3 missiles that can reach up to 2,000 kilometres. Now, France, Germany and the UK, otherwise known as the E3, have released a joint statement condemning Iran's strikes. It says E3 leaders are appalled by the indiscriminate and disproportionate missile attacks launched by Iran against countries in the region, including those who were not involved in the initial US and Israeli military operations. Iran's reckless attacks have targeted our close allies and are threatening our service personnel. We call on Iran to stop these reckless attacks immediately, and we will take steps to defend our interests and those of our allies in the region.
E3's back in the worst way.
With the US and
what do you mean? They've always been there in the cuck chair, as always.
But the only way to stop the threat is to destroy the missiles at source, in their storage depots, or the launchers which are used to fire the missiles. The United States has requested permission to use British bases for that specific and limited defensive purpose. We have taken the decision to accept this request. I want to be very clear. We all remember the mistakes of Iraq, and we have learned those lessons. We were not involved in the initial strikes on Iran, and we will not join offensive action now. But Iran is pursuing
We saw this.
a scorched earth strategy. So we are supporting the collective self-defense of our allies and our people in the region.
Hassan bin Javed explains the E3 leader's position from Brussels.
Not just the Gulf countries have come under attack, but essentially...
Wait, you don't like this guy? What do you mean? Former CIA officer John Kiriakou.
To defend
Kiriakou.
the nest, and they have the ability to defend themselves against conventional missiles. There's no clear defense against a hypersonic missile. The Iranians have them. They've purchased them from the Chinese. They've also purchased them from the Russians. Well, we're not sure that we can defend against an Iranian supersonic missile. We've all studied the Gulf of Tonkin. We've all studied 9/11. We've all studied Pearl Harbor. If the Iranians actually do sink an aircraft carrier, you're right. It's World War III.
I just don't. I mean, first of all, I don't know what he means by that, but like, if Iranians sink a aircraft carrier, which is, you know, that's a little bit of a tall tale. Okay, it's over. America is done. I think it's GG America. I think the entire world and our entire economy, the global reserve currency, hinges around America and its military capabilities being everywhere around the globe all at once. And the reality is we partially get to do that with our aircraft carriers. Okay? And they're pretty unsinkable. I mean, it's pretty tough to penetrate the hull of one of these bad boys and pop them, right? Because they test them. They test them specifically against that kind of thing. My point is, bad take, ridiculous to hear it from him. The only thing I'm saying is, this doesn't just collapse America. It just collapses the entire global design. I don't think you understand the hypersonic ability to penetrate pretty much all modern day anti-missile defenses. If they launch hypersonics, it'll hit, though perhaps it won't be enough to sink a carrier. No, I don't think one would do it anyway. The Titanic was unsinkable too. I mean, no boat is technically unsinkable. My point is, they have, I mean, more knowledgeable people will speak in my stead, but I'm pretty sure they have tested them, not against hypersonics, of course, but like against a shit ton of explosions. It would take more than like a hypersonic, like a lucky hypersonic to strike it. They just have to hit the toilets. Yeah. Yeah, you're more likely to destroy a US aircraft carrier. You're more likely to destroy an aircraft carrier by destroying the pooping mechanism in it. But once again, I think in the very unlikely scenario, they have like segmented defense, so you'd have to hit it like 4 times at least. In the very unlikely scenario where that happens, okay? And it can happen, but in the very unlikely scenario that it does happen, it's over. Everything is over. Like, it's done. Who the fuck would value the dollar ever again? Because the only thing backing the dollar is the confidence that the world has that America is the singular world power that can dominate any country in a moment's notice. 24 hours, tremendous logistics, They can be anywhere around the world in like 24 to 48 hours, and they can start shit. They can destroy you. Yeah, dominate sexually. Hasan, cry harder. Hasan, please leave USA if you hate it. No, I want to stay here and I want to force sweet, delicious healthcare down your fucking throat. You're going to be like, no, we need to keep fighting Israel's wars. No. And I'm like, no, you're going to fucking have healthcare instead. No more war. No war, just peace. And also on top of that, you're going to get fucking healthcare. You're going to have housing. You're like, no, I don't want housing. I want to grind for it. I'm like, no, bitch, you're going to fucking get that house and you're going to like it. Okay. I'm going to shove it down your goddamn throat. I'm going to stay here and do that. I'm going to prolong your lifespan by a decade. Do we have any idea how many hypersonics Iranians have? I don't know. Hypersonic weapons are as they currently exist are tantamount to normal ballistic missiles. The U.S. and other NATO nations have had the capability to defeat these weapons for many decades. Hypersonic weapons are just a fearmonger buzzword. I've heard this so many times, and yet I still see them go so fast, so super fast, and I'm amazed by it. Maybe I have a monkey brain, but I also keep hearing that we have the capabilities of intercepting them, and I don't actually see that when I'm watching the Tel Aviv skyline. For some reason, I guess they just choose not to use it. Is that what it is? Because it kind of does feel to me like it's cope. Like, genuinely, it feels to me like it's fucking cope. Whenever Americans, and I've talked to some people that are like, yeah, the hypersonic stuff is just a buzzword. It's not that serious. We have all the capabilities of interception. There are two elements of a missile: speed and targeting. Hypersonics that are ballistics are different than hypersonic anti-ship missiles. Only China is fielding advanced anti-ship cruise missiles, ASCMs, like the YJ-15, YJ-17, YJ-19, and YJ-20, often referred to as carrier killers, far surpassing the United States. We don't even have that. Yeah, and also, China has not given Iran those missiles. They were floating the idea, supposedly, but I don't think that they're going to do that anyway. So the Iranian missiles are best used on land targets because they're easier to hit. Carriers are a small moving target. Yeah, the hypersonics are difficult for our missiles to intercept because they are not fired on a ballistic trajectory. It's why the Ukrainians have difficulty shooting down the Kinshal with the Patriot Pack 3, Patriot Pack 3s. Yeah, also, Rand doing a hypersonic missile non-proliferation is really funny. And it basically proves the point that other chatters in here have been making, which is saying, hey, we would not like our foreign adversaries to have a tremendous advantage against our current defenses. Central Committee is wrong. Carrier killers are the Chinese have as their conventional ballistic missiles. They have a lot of decoys and the ability for the warhead to maneuver a lot. Maybe we scammed Israel and sold them the Bronze Dome instead. Excuse me. Israel gets all the best tech. Israel gets all the best tech. Okay? I mean, literally, they do. Part of the reason why China is up Israel's asshole all the fucking time is because Israel gets all the best tech. And then maybe China gets some of it. I don't know. It's possible to intercept hypersonics when you're confident on the direction they will come from. The way it's explained to me is that normal interceptors have effective ranges that look like a circle, but if they're tuned to focus on one direction in order to intercept hypersonics, they become squished oval. That didn't make any sense to me at all. I'm too stupid to understand missile technology. I am not a missile autist. Why does China not give Iran these missiles so they can destroy dollar hegemony? What makes you think China doesn't want dollar hegemony to continue? China stole a 4th generation fighter design from Israel, but that was a long time ago. They're fielding 6th generation fighters that the US also doesn't have. No, I have it on good authority that their 6th gen fighters are bullshit actually, and America has something way sicker in the books. They haven't just shown it. Okay. Yeah, I heard that the Chinese potential 6th generations are they're tofu. They're made with tofu dreg. And also yeah, for the other chatter, I don't think China actually wants dollar hegemony to end, at least not for the time being. Anyway, Israel is just defending themselves against an anti-Semitic attack. You sheep leftists are all the same. Wait, stop. This is a joke, right? Oh, you are joking. Okay. I thought we got a live one, I thought. Because if you noticed, like back in the day, that used to be the common take. Like people would sincerely have takes like that. Those takes are awfully quiet now. You never really hear people come in here to defend Israel getting bombed at all. Like, I think there's been maybe 1 or 2 people that have been like, wow, this is really fucked up, Hasan. Like, this is really fucked up. You're not like sufficiently grieving. There's been like 1 or 2 people that have said that. Anyway, that's all I got for today. I'm tired. I'm going to go hang out with my family. I love you guys, but I'm dying a little bit.
Stunning all
right, everybody, tomorrow is Monday. Markets open. We're going to have a lot of fun with that. And the World War Epstein is going to continue. So we'll see where we go from here. Hopefully there aren't too many deaths tonight. Love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow, all right? Peace, everybody.
The topic's just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zorhan winning and YC woke 2 back with the force. The Rogan of the left to me, a dumb himbo still on course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always